They thought the nukes were just for the lab, but they didn't realize that the whole area had been bombed. On satellite surveillance, there were constant flashes of white light, followed by a loss of connection. The world seemed to fall silent at that moment. Some of the survivors were turned into ashes without even knowing what happened. Now, only Roberta, 10K, and Doc are left in Squad X, uncertain if they can escape. The instigator of this disaster, Murphy, is also on the run. After peeling off his skin, he turned a blue-black color, looking more like a zombie. On the other hand, Corian thought it impossible to escape the blast radius and chose to hide in an abandoned refrigerator. Just then, a nuclear missile aimed at the laboratory descended, whitening the surrounding sky. 10K turned to see a mushroom cloud slowly rising behind them. Those who understand nuclear explosions know the real danger is not from the epicenter, but the ensuing shockwave and radiation, which can destroy everything. Corian, hiding in the fridge, realized how foolish his act was as the fridge tumbled around, eventually blowing its door off, and the nuclear radiation corroded his body like sulfuric acid. Far in the Arctic, Citizen Z felt extremely guilty, believing his incorrect information caused all this. Just as he was self-blaming, a nuclear bomb detonated near the Arctic. The base's automatic defense launched an intercepting missile. The two beams collided under his astonished gaze. Worse still, although the explosion's center was high in the sky, the ground was still impacted. All windows in the house shattered, and the covering snow was blown away. He blanked out for several seconds before regaining his senses, then looked up to see the airplane previously covered in heavy snow. Under the shockwave, the airplane was revealed again, and the zombies inside began to wake up. And on Roberta's side, they're driving the car, racing against death. Continuing like this, they will eventually die. Luckily, there was a tunnel at the intersection. Whether they would survive depended on fate. After an unknown period, Roberta opened her eyes, feeling sore all over. It took her a few seconds to recall what happened before she passed out. Fortunately, the tunnel withstood the impact. The car was merely flipped by the blast wave. She and 10K suffered only minor cuts and bruises. However, old Doc's shoulder injuries still made him howl in pain. When they saw the outside scene, they were stunned. Black snowflakes were floating in the sky. Roberta explained that this is not a natural phenomenon, but rather the ashes from the nuclear explosion mixed with radioactive materials. On the other side, a figure crawls out of the rubble of the lab. Incredibly, Cassandra was still alive. In the Arctic, zombies emerged from the thawing plain. Citizen Z looked grim. Part of the base's walls was damaged. If these zombies were not cleared, he couldn't live in peace. He aimed at the first zombie and fired, hitting it, but that was just luck. Although he worked for the military, he was just a technician and not skilled in combat. Citizen Z fired several shots but failed to hit any zombies again. Slowly, the zombies disappeared from his sight, all entering the house. He cursed and then rushed in after them. He must eliminate the zombies, but they had already scattered without a trace. Citizen Z ran to the innermost house before he heard some noise, which seemed to be getting closer to him. His shooting was really terrible. At that moment, a zombie outside, hearing the noise, also rushed over. He tried to pull out the pistol from his pocket, but it got stuck due to his nervousness. He could only run into the house. Citizen Z reached the communications room but unexpectedly tripped over a fallen beam and fell to the ground. The zombie followed closely and pounced on him. He breathed heavily. Since the apocalypse, Citizen Z had been living in the Arctic and never encountered real zombies. He finally understood the hardships of the survivors outside, but he had no time to reflect as there were still zombies roaming. He adjusted his mood and moved everything around to isolate the room, hoping it would block the zombies. After doing all this, he sat down in front of the computer again. The radio was still working. The mission to save the world must continue. He spoke into the Mac wind. This is Citizen Z broadcasting to all channels. This is very urgent. Very urgent. It's a critical moment for the survival of humanity. I need you to find a person. He's the only one so far who's been bitten by zombies and is still alive. His blood contains antibodies that can be used to create a vaccine. If anyone sees him, please escort him alive to the disease control laboratory in California. While Citizen Z was speaking, noise came from outside again. Definitely zombies. No doubt these were empty promises. The government was almost non-existent, but to save the world, he had to lie, and the zombies were getting closer. Today might really be his end. Also, because of Citizen Z's broadcast, almost all the survivors knew about Murphy. They all saw Murphy as prey, eager to find him quickly. Meanwhile, Murphy parked the van outside a clothing store because he was naked and needed to find some clothes. Do you remember that charity sisterhood? Mac, who had been trying to see Addie outside the door, suddenly saw flames soaring in the valley and no one guarding the gate, so he drove inside. To his surprise, that beautiful place was now just a pile of ruins. Addie is sadly killing her sisters with a wolfsbane. The once lovers finally met again. Mac's leg was still not healed. Limping as he walked, they looked at each other, at a loss for words. Tears were in Addie's eyes, not sure if it was for the sisters or guilt towards Mac. It turns out the destruction here wasn't due to the nuclear explosion, as it was too far to affect this place. It's because of Sam, who went to Salt Lake City to find his dad. Sam, being smart, quickly realized the truth. He returned to burn down the valley and release the zombie bear, leading to the demise of the charity sisterhood. Addie survived thanks to her apocalyptic survival experience. Mac shook his head, not wanting to hear more, knowing what Addie would say. Still brainwashed by Helen. During this time, Mac's heart was deeply hurt, and he had come to understand a lot. Mac had wanted to leave early to find Roberta and the others but stayed out of reluctance. Seeing Addie unchanged, he felt there was no need to stay. Just as he was about to reach the car, a roar from the zombie bear came from the woods, and his heart softened. If Addie rejected him again, he wouldn't wait as he had before. Now, Addie had no choice. The charity sisterhood was gone, and all she had left was Mac. But could this couple return to what they once were? After they left, a figure emerged from the woods. It was Serena, who had been involved with Murphy, now visibly pregnant. Murphy, with headphones on, listens to music, followed by a group of zombie minions serving him. Since he peeled off his skin, it's as if he's been reborn. Even able to directly control the zombies' actions, he leisurely picks out clothes, tossing the ones he likes onto his minions. Half an hour later, he had changed into a fashionable outfit, wearing a hat and a gold watch, as if he were a big shot. Suddenly, a fully armed man arrives. He had heard the broadcast about Murphy and was searching for clues, never expecting to actually find him. Murphy is somewhat panicked, fearing the man might shoot him on the spot, but he tries to remain calm and asks what he wants. The man doesn't answer but pulls out a shotgun from his back. Then, he takes out a voice recorder and plays it. It's Citizen Z's bounty announcement, looking for someone named Murphy, emphasizing his appearance and ability to control zombies. So, the man is almost certain that this zombie-looking guy is his target. Just to be sure, he orders Murphy to take off his clothes to check for bite marks. Murphy had no choice but to pull open his shirt to reveal the nearly healed wound. Murphy can't help but find it amusing. Even Squad X couldn't get him to California, so how could this man? The man was laughed at by the brain. Anger raised his hand and fired a bolt of electricity directly. Murphy bared his teeth and lost the ability to resist. He moves closer, saying, "You're my prey now. I won't kill you, but because of your words, I'll torture you severely." Just then, Cassandra arrives, having found the place through her connection with Murphy. Murphy breathes a sigh of relief and stands up slowly, expressing his happiness at seeing Cassandra again. But something seems off with Cassandra as she suddenly pounces on him. It's clear that although Cassandra survived, she now only recognizes Murphy and treats him as family. Murphy enjoys this adoration, even picking out a trendy outfit for Cassandra. The man who tried to rob him becomes a new minion. Next, the plan is to find a new place and gather more followers for enjoyment. Meanwhile, Roberta and her group struggle to move forward. Their situation is dire, having not eaten for 2 days. Moreover, Doc is injured and can hardly walk. He has repeatedly asked his companions to leave him behind, but Roberta refuses to do so. How could she abandon her friend? She gives the last bit of water to Doc. After some thought, Roberta said, "10K, you stay and take care of Document. I'll go out and look for food. If I don't return in 48 hours, you'll have to fend for yourselves." Having said this, she walked off into the distance, hoping for a bit of luck. 5 hours later, Roberta was still struggling forward. The journey was through forests and wastelands, with no signs of human habitation, let alone finding food. She thought about resting for a while before continuing but was too tired. She lay down, feeling like giving up. The thought of dying from starvation, and not wanting to become a zombie, forced her to sit up again. Roberta took out her revolver, not wanting to end her life this way unless absolutely necessary. Just as she closed her eyes, preparing to pull the trigger, she faintly heard a cry for help. Roberta was sure she hadn't misheard. Not far away, a girl was surrounded by zombies, desperately trying to keep them at bay, but it was only a matter of time before she would be devoured. Just when the girl was out of options, a long knife pierced through a zombie's head. Roberta had arrived, her haggard face fierce. The battle continued, and the pistol in her hand seemed magical. Roberta's combat style was decisively ruthless. The girl turned to look at her savior, never having seen such a powerful survivor, taking down 8 or 9 zombies alone. After dealing with all the zombies, Roberta, already weak, collapsed. I don't know how long it took for her to open her eyes again, and she hadn't felt this comfortable for a long time. Roberta looked around carefully, realizing she wasn't in heaven but in a strange room. Feeling sore all over, her pistol and knife were gone, probably taken by the girl who had brought her here. But cautious, she picked up a candlestick from the table as a weapon and slowly investigated. The room was quiet, only the sound of a kettle boiling water. She relaxed upon seeing the girl, realizing she was safe. A kind family of 4 lived secluded in the woods, but Roberta wasn't concerned about that. Her eyes were drawn to the food on the table, and she started eating voraciously, forgetting her manners. On the other hand, Mac and Addie had been trying to find Roberta and the others by radio, but it's been 2 days and they can't reach them. Even the Citizen Z at the North Pole station has been lost. They could only follow some traces. Suddenly, Mac heard a noise from the ruins and pulled out his gun to investigate. A zombie suddenly charged at him from behind. He reacted in time and shot the zombie, but another one sneak attacked. It's worth noting that the zombies seem to have developed basic intelligence. Addie, standing by, hesitated to shoot as she couldn't aim properly at the zombies. The one who fired the gun was 10K. They had been hiding there, too, and hearing the fight, they looked over, not expecting to see 2 old friends. Meanwhile, Roberta was gradually getting to know the family through chatting at the dinner table. It was already night, so she had to stay over. The next day, the male homeowner showed Roberta a map, marking the radiation-contaminated areas. After expressing her gratitude, Roberta took the supplies from the homeowners and set off. Doc and 10K were still waiting for these life-saving supplies, but the journey back was equally long. According to the map, it would take at least 2 days. 5 hours later, Roberta was struggling with the weight of the supplies. Fortunately, she no longer had to worry about food and water. Suddenly, she noticed a car at the end of the road. In the open area, there was nowhere to hide. Roberta prepared her gun, ready for anything, but when she recognized the people, a smile appeared on her lips. Sometimes, fate is really unpredictable. With Mac's car, she never had to walk again. In the evening, they finally arrived at their destination. They came here because Citizen Z mentioned in the broadcast that Murphy was nearby. They hadn't walked far when they saw other survivors coming and going, obviously hunting for Murphy. Roberta felt they couldn't keep searching blindly. They needed to think like Murphy. They all agreed it made sense. Walking along, 10K asked Mac to stop the car because he saw a place. If they thought like Murphy, he might be here. Everyone saw it was a disreputable place, indeed fitting Murphy's mindset. Their guess was right. Murphy was indeed inside and had gathered a new group of followers. The previous episode mentioned that Murphy was living a life of ease after leaving Squad X, now hiding in a strip club with a group of zombies. This comfortable life was wonderful. Notably, Cassandra had become quite peculiar, seemingly treating Murphy as her master.
You like what I picked out for you?
Yes.
Cassandra didn't shy away from Murphy's physical touches. Instead, she seemed to anticipate and enjoy them.
Don't be afraid, he won't bite. And even if he did, you're immune, remember?
I'm not a zombie.
However, what Murphy didn't know was that survivors outside were frantically searching for him, all for the government's hefty reward. Squad X was also looking for Murphy. Knowing him well, they figured he would likely be hiding in such disreputable places. Indeed, their guess was correct. Murphy was inside. When the door opened and he saw his old friends, Murphy wasn't surprised but greeted them calmly.
Hey, guys. What the hell took you so long?
Murphy, you son of a
Yeah, what she said.
Now, Roberta.
Roberta, quite angry, charged at him and pinned him against a cabinet. The surrounding zombies immediately became restless. Roberta's anger stemmed from Murphy's actions at the lab, which nearly killed them and led to countless survivors dying in the nuclear explosion. Yet, Murphy appeared so nonchalant. Murphy, unfazed, believed that in a post-apocalyptic world, there was no need to apologize for anything. The culprit should be that Dr. Kurian. Moreover, his status is very noble and he can be said to be the savior of mankind. If he dies, the world will be completely hopeless. His shameless remarks were met with scorn. 10K even tried to tie Murphy up, but Cassandra was the first one to rush out and stand in front of him. Clearly, Cassandra no longer recognized them.
What did you do to her?
Saved her life. What did you do?
Roberta interrupts them and says, Murphy, stop it. There are bounty hunters out there. We need to get you to California. Murphy was evasive, having no desire to go to California after his lab experience. Saving humanity had nothing to do with him. Changing the subject, Murphy urged them to enjoy the show he had prepared as a form of entertainment in this apocalyptic world. He then went to make preparations. Cassandra ran to the backyard to start the diesel generator. Lights came on the stage in the house. Murphy walked up, smugly delivering an opening speech, promising an exciting show. As the music started, to the disbelief of Doc and the others, a zombie in seductive clothing walked onto the stage. The female zombie held onto a pole with one hand and began spinning with her eyes closed. They were shocked. Was this a pole dance performance? Only 10K seemed somewhat excited.
Well, I hope she ain't working for tips.
But as time passed, the zombie did nothing but spin faster and faster, accelerating her rotations. Roberta and the others looked at Murphy like he was a fool. Suddenly, applause came from the doorway, and a burly man walked in. Vasquez took out his submachine gun and warned Squad X not to get any funny ideas, declaring Murphy his prey. Murphy was annoyed, resenting being treated like an easily manipulated person.
Hit it!
As the music played, the sleeping zombies around them woke up, and smoke filled the stage. Vasquez seemed no ordinary man. He remained calm, precisely shooting each zombie in the head. The zombies also attacked Roberta and her team, forcing them to fight back with their weapons. As they battled, Murphy and Cassandra had already run to the door, with Vasquez following them with his gun. Roberta followed too. She didn't want Murphy to escape or the man to succeed. As Roberta turned around, a zombie pounced on her, knocking her gun to the ground. Roberta was lifted into the air by the zombie. Addie and the others arrived but were helpless as their bullets were depleted. 10K quickly grabbed a fire extinguisher from the wall. Everyone thought he'd use it as a weapon, but 10K plunged it into the zombie's body. The others showed peculiar expressions. Thus, the zombie's flesh and blood mixed with the dry powder splattered all over Squad X, who could only suppress their disgust. Their priority was finding Murphy. Their first task upon getting out was to reload their weapons. Next, there might be a fierce battle, as everyone will be vying for Murphy. A car sped past them on the left, clearly on Murphy's trail. Meanwhile, Murphy and Cassandra fled eastward, pursued by the man. Squad X followed the car's direction and also spotted them. Thus began a chase game on the streets. As Murphy turned a corner, a black MPV blocked his path, with fully armed, masked people inside. Suddenly, Vasquez decisively opened fire. The others were confused, unsure if Vasquez had a feud with them. The group in the MPV couldn't even retaliate before being taken out by Vasquez. Murphy takes this opportunity to slip away. Vasquez doesn't seem to care and goes up and fires 2 more shots before going after them. Squad X realized that with more bounty hunters arriving, they had to be ruthless to survive. To confirm their thoughts, an off-road vehicle rushed over upon hearing the gunfire. Not only that, but a car drove up behind them, the same woman they had seen earlier, who was also a bounty hunter working alone. Squad X was speechless, realizing Murphy's allure far exceeded their expectations.
TK Murphy!
This was not the worst of it. The people Vasquez had killed also turned into zombies. Roberta made a quick decision to lead them in a risky escape. Unexpectedly, someone from the MPV was still alive. Seemingly the leader, he calmly stepped out of the vehicle, shouldering a rocket launcher. Fortunately, Squad X ran fast, or they would have been turned to ash. The man acted with ease, like a boss, probably mistaking Roberta and her group as Vasquez's allies. The town was now in complete chaos. Besides the 3 groups already mentioned, many other bounty hunters roamed, hoping to find Murphy for a hefty reward. A pickup truck unloaded 5 or 6 uniformed men, all armed, seeming like a well-trained organization. The leader, a middle-aged man named Zane, looked cruel and brutal. He ordered his men to break Murphy's legs upon sight, then bind and deliver him. Anyone who dared to hoard Murphy for themselves would face death. no matter where they hid. If they encountered other bounty hunters, there was only one principle to follow.
Brothers, let's go hunting.
In the center of this whirlwind, Murphy finally realized the gravity of the situation. He felt like a lamb among wolves, needing to escape quickly, but before Murphy could get far, Vasquez charged out from the side of a house. Before Vasquez could use his taser, Murphy fled towards the side of the house. During his escape, Murphy faced a troubling issue. He didn't want to attract attention, yet zombies he encountered on the road started following him. This large group made it even easier to expose him. However, there was a silver lining. These zombies were not friendly to others, but for Vasquez, an experienced fighter, dealing with zombies was just a matter of time. Murphy used this opportunity to flee to the town center. To his dismay, it was even more chaotic, filled with gunfire. Some bounty hunters, not even knowing what Murphy looked like, started fighting each other. A zombie noticed Murphy and happily ran towards him. A car stopped with a gunshot. Murphy, thinking few knew his identity, boldly walked out and even asked for a lift. But Murphy was too naive. The woman raised her gun. The woman had recognized Murphy earlier and followed him in her car. The shot she fired was a blank, only causing discomfort. Now, Murphy was within her grasp, but she didn't notice a figure charging at her from behind. Cassandra, like a zombie, bit into the woman's neck. Murphy finally recovered and slowly stood up. Surprised by Cassandra's transformation, Murphy was about to drive off when a figure came out of the side and knocked him down. 10K was furious with Murphy for all the trouble he caused, about to restrain him, but suddenly, a blast stunned 10K, leaving him disoriented and deaf. A scorpion, intending to fire again, was attacked by several zombies and had to flee. Murphy seized this opportunity, calling Cassandra to escape quickly. Cassandra hesitated, staring blankly at 10K lying on the ground. Their relationship was good before the nuclear explosion, but sadly, Cassandra didn't seem to remember anything. She turned and ran towards Murphy. 10K was momentarily unconscious. After an unknown period, when he could finally see clearly again, there were zombie corpses beside him, but he couldn't hear anything at all, obviously having become deaf. He saw the woman turned into a zombie and more bounty hunters fighting each other. Suddenly, strong hands grabbed his shoulders. It was Squad X. They had just arrived and were immediately attacked by several groups. With Mac and the others cover, Doc managed to pull 10K back. These people are completely insane, some for government rewards, some private mercenaries. After all, Murphy's blood is very precious. Roberta realized staying put was not an option. They were just targets here. She volunteered to cover while the others split into pairs to find Murphy, determined not to let anyone else get to him first.
Bounty hunters!
Kill them too, or my car will cover you. Three, two, one, go!
Roberta provided cover fire, allowing Doc and 10K to escape the area. Mac and Addie then also rushed into the alley. Now alone behind cover, Roberta closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and tried to calm herself. 10 seconds later she opened her eyes. Whether she could break out or not was up to her. On the other hand, Murphy and Cassandra were still running, attracting a large number of zombies behind them, making them an easy target. He decided to hide in a nearby dormitory building, waiting for the storm to pass. Reaching the upper floors, he finally relaxed, hoping those people wouldn't find this place. Suddenly, he noticed a zombie at the edge that looked surprisingly like him, even with similar hair. But Murphy couldn't imagine that his location was still exposed. As Mac and Addie ran onto the street, zombies kept chasing them. They initially shot a few zombies but soon realized that the zombies' target seemed to be the dormitory. Likely attracted by Murphy, they entered the building too. The ground floor was quiet with no zombies in sight, but they remained cautious for their safety. Suddenly, sounds came from the hallway behind them, forcing them to hide in the corridor. Soon, two bounty hunters followed, indicating they weren't the only ones after Murphy. Meanwhile, at a nearby gas station, Vasquez arrived and waited behind a car, seemingly for something. Just then a figure creeps up behind him. It's Roberta. As she aimed her gun, Vasquez suddenly ducked back. Vasquez had been waiting just for Murphy. Seeing them enter the gas station's convenience store, he quickly followed. This was his only chance. He tried to control his steps, fearing to startle them. Ready, he drew his security baton from his waist. After all, Murphy was more valuable alive. But as he entered, he found Murphy standing motionless in the middle of the room. A perfect moment for a surprise attack. Vasquez was baffled what was happening. The real threat, however, was the hidden Cassandra, poised to snap Vasquez's neck. But Vasquez, seasoned in combat, didn't give Cassandra the chance, instead throwing her to the ground. Now, Cassandra was like a wild beast, violent and crazy. Vasquez can only fight it off. He hastily pulled out a taser from his pocket, but misjudged again. Cassandra had already adapted to such devices, only becoming more aggressive. Vasquez couldn't bother to check if Cassandra was dead. He just scurried out of the gas station. This was more troublesome than zombies outside. Roberta, about to enter, was also stunned. Why did this guy run out so soon after entering? And why was Cassandra chasing him? Where's Murphy? As Roberta pondered, a man suddenly started shooting at her. Wes was a little pissed off that he hadn't killed that fucking woman. Suddenly, he realized he foolishly hid behind a diesel tank, breaking out in a cold sweat. Wes didn't bother confronting Roberta and quickly ran towards the dormitory building in the distance. Only when he felt safe did Wes breathe a sigh of relief, shaken by his earlier stupidity. But coincidentally, as he reached the corridor entrance, he spotted a figure. It was Murphy.
Hey! Wait a minute! I got him!
Murphy was even more frustrated. He'd managed to lure some people away with his double, but he'd been found out again. He jogged up the stairs and finally hid in a room. Wes followed to the same floor. Wes says he won't hurt Murphy, but he's already got his hammer out.
I ain't gonna hurt you, brother!
Their boss had said the first thing to do upon catching Murphy was to break his legs.
Hey, you guys! He's in here!
Wes was just probing, not sure if Murphy was really inside. Murphy, anxiously hiding in the closet, dared not make a sound, sensing the man had discovered him. Fortunately, voices outside the window momentarily distracted Wes. Below were Doc and 10K, who had followed the zombies here, guessing they were attracted by Murphy. But as soon as they arrived, they were attacked. Doc, frustrated, complained, "Aren't we supposed to be saving the world? Why do we have to fight each other?" Doc grumbled a few words, ready to cover 10K as they dashed to the back door, but another shot hit the front of the car just as they made their move, and the two of them were too pinned down to make a move. "10K, looking through the broken glass, spotted the man's location on the second floor, 7th room.
7th window from the right. You think you could take him out?
The arrival of zombies distracted Wes. Doc, in the meantime, stumbled to the back door. Armed with a pistol, Doc quietly crept upstairs, ready to take down the man. 10K cooperated, signaling Doc's position while keeping an eye on Wes's window. Doc, seeing the barrel of the gun, was nervous. Direct confrontation wasn't his style. He could only pray for success. After praying, he quietly slipped into the room, planning a surprise attack from behind. At the door, Doc took 3 deep breaths, praying again for divine protection.
Damn it!
It was awkward when the ambush failed. Doc had no choice but to rush at Wes, preventing him from shooting. But after all, Doc is old and not as strong or as skilled as Wes.
You want some of this?
Feeling cowardly but trapped, Doc knew that in a narrow path, the brave wins. They circled each other warily. Doc is a veteran, after all, and he deliberately waits for Wes to strike first. Then a dodging smash to Wes's head is followed by Doc pouncing again. But Doc was too old. His 2 fierce punches were like mere tickles to Wes. Wes seized the opportunity to counterattack, kicking Doc away and pinning him down, choking his neck. Doc felt it was getting harder and harder to breathe. "I'm afraid I'm going to die here today." Meanwhile, Murphy, hidden in the closet, surely saw everything but chose not to help. When Doc regained consciousness, he felt no more constriction around his neck, but bizarrely, he found himself floating in midair. It turned out people really do have souls. The old man was in a chokehold and couldn't breathe. The man holding him down was too strong for him to resist. Gradually, Doc's mind went blank, his eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness. But soon he came to, no longer feeling the suffocation. Turning around, Doc realized he was floating in the air, able to see everything happening below. Was he dead?
Oh, hey, there's a thing at the top of the shelf. Hey, man, get that thing!
Doc's consciousness returned to his body. He gathered strength in his hands and knocked on the cupboard, causing the dagger to fall. Although the process was bizarre, Doc had survived. He gasped for air. Suddenly, the wardrobe door opened, and Murphy emerged. Murphy had just been watching the entire time without any intention to help, and now he even bolted out the door to escape. Immediately after 10K also rushed in, he saw that Doc was still alive and sighed with relief. He was very worried because he didn't hear the gunshot just now. Just as they were about to give chase, a horde of zombies arrived outside, forcing them to close the door and hide. The man in the room mutated, and with 10K there, he didn't stand a chance. Meanwhile, Murphy kept running. He didn't want to be anyone's prey or a lab rat. But now, with at least 5 groups waiting to catch him, he had nowhere to go but to look for an escape on the rooftop. But looking around, he felt despair. Was he really going to become a prisoner to those bastards? Downstairs, Roberta also arrived. She checked each room, but soon, a rifle started shooting at her. Luckily, she found a place to hide. The man who fired the rifle was a bit of a chatterbox, taunting Roberta as if he was trying to make her lose her mind, but he didn't realize that Roberta was never a weak woman. In such moments, the first to back down often ends up dead.
So any way you look at it, it ain't gonna do it, sugar.
Roberta checked her pistol. Only 4 bullets left.
How many left?
Her shot grazed Zane's face. It hurt him but wasn't fatal. Roberta took a deep breath. With few bullets left, she needed to be calm and find an opportunity. Zane, a leader of a bounty hunter organization, often used verbal taunts in combat. However, Roberta's shot had enraged Zane, making him lose his composure. Seeing her chance, Roberta rushed out shooting but missed, and Zane knocked her down with the butt of his gun. Roberta's head rang, and the world blurred. If not for her willpower, she would have passed out. Zane stepped in. He hadn't suffered such a big loss since the end of the world. He smiled triumphantly and raised the dagger in his hand. The person who came was Vasquez. This guy seems to have a grudge against these teams, and he is extremely ruthless. Logically, Vasquez, having dealt with Zane, should have targeted Roberta next since they were enemies. Unexpectedly, Vasquez chose to save her.
Thanks. We gotta go up. I'm out.
Thus, without explicitly agreeing, they formed a tacit alliance to find Murphy. They soon saw 2 familiar figures. They had searched every floor without finding Murphy, leaving only the rooftop unchecked. Reaching the rooftop, they indeed saw Murphy standing on the edge.
Hey, it's over.
Yep.
Hey,
Don't.
what you doing?
Don't. I mean it. Don't.
Come on, man, we don't have time for this.
Doesn't that get old? Saying that?
No.
Murphy let out a cold laugh, then turned and leaped towards the ground below. Fed up with such days, did you think Murphy was dead? No, he had already seen the zombies in the pit below. Jumping down would at most injure him. Meanwhile, Addie and Mac were still being chased by zombies in the hallway, managing well with their coordinated efforts. Mac reached the stairwell first, ready to lead Addie out of there, but at this time, a change occurred. A large number of zombies surged out of the house. He could only be forced to run towards the bottom of the stairs. Addie was also separated and continued to run towards the corridor. Mac made his way to the basement, quiet and pitch dark. feeling nervous about any sudden appearances. After searching for a long time, he finally saw a door, opened it and saw that it was also a corridor, so there was no danger. He walked as quietly as possible, searching for an exit. Unfortunately, zombies were too many, and his handgun was out of bullets. Mac tried to go back the way he came, but there were zombies waiting for him up there. Addie kept looking for other entrances outside and finally heard Mac's cries. How could Addie give up on the last person who truly loved her in this world? But Mac, knowing he couldn't change his fate, just wanted Addie to leave. He didn't want her to see him turn into a zombie. Eventually, zombies bit Mac, his screams echoing in the room. Addie, finally breaking through the door, witnessed this scene. She recalled Helen's words about watching a loved one die before your eyes. Mac mutated rapidly, losing his gentle demeanor from life. Meanwhile, Murphy escaped from the zombie pit and found a garage. Luckily, a car with keys inside was there. He starts it up to get away from the crazies and suddenly he slams on the brakes because Cassandra is not far away. Addie was extremely angry. She furiously beat Murphy because his actions had caused everyone to suffer greatly, even leading to the death of Mac, who loved her the most. In the dormitory building.
Hey! It's enough! What the hell? What did I ever do to her?
You okay?
Roberta and the others didn't know what had happened, but it was clear something happened to Mac. Addie didn't answer, but they all had a sneaking suspicion. Murphy, feeling guilty, couldn't even lift his head. A sad atmosphere spread among them. Doc tied Murphy's hands and put him in the car. Vasquez didn't leave either. He chose to stay with the team to bring Murphy to California for his part of the reward. Roberta stood there, dazed. She and Mac had co-founded the Blue Sky Camp, and losing an old friend like this was unbearable. It is said that in this area, terrifying blaster zombies have appeared, making it nearly impossible for any person or animal they encounter to survive. As a result, people erected a sign by the roadside, but on the second day, a group of survivors thought it would be safe to speed up in their car. Tragically, their car overturned on the roadside, emitting thick smoke. Of course, this couldn't have been the work of zombies, because on this road, there was also a gang of bandits specialized in robbery. They had laid spike strips on the road, waiting for cars to drive over them. Then all they had to do was collect the spoils. This unfortunate group of survivors fell victim and became zombies after dying.
Shut up and get the spikes.
Don't be so negative. Worry is poison.
A young bandit, somewhat resentful, thought the leader was overreacting and reluctantly gathered the spikes. The man found a carton of cigarettes from the driver's side of the car and nothing else, which was a bit of a bummer. Suddenly, a figure flashed behind him, making him uneasy and ready to call his companions to leave. But then...
Ray!
Seeing this scene, his heart suddenly thumped rapidly. He forced to endure the fear to turn around to escape, but unfortunately too late. This was a mutated blaster zombies, not only incredibly fast but seemingly also evolved to have some intelligence. The next day, a group of people also arrived here. They were the X squad heading to California. The car had run out of petrol and was abandoned, and because of the radioactive fallout, they had to go around by this route. But the smoke from below caught their attention and Roberta took the 10K sniper rifle and looked over. They saw a burning car blocking the road with an armed person nearby. The X team is no rookie, and they surmised that these men were probably robbers. As expected, their prey, a heavy truck, appeared, looking quite impressive. Technically, it was a convoy. Before it could get close, the robbers opened fire. The leading truck was forced to stop. Roberta couldn't help but worry for them, stopping right into the robbers' trap. Soon, a group armed with weapons descended from the convoy. A shootout began. Unfortunately, although the robber was alone, his shooting was precise. In contrast, the convoy mostly consisted of ordinary people with no experience. At this time, another robber came behind them. He moved very fast on the motorbike. The residents could not do anything about him. Team X on the hilltop felt they should help, but Vasquez believes that in the apocalypse, meddling in others' affairs is not a good idea, and that it's enough to just protect one's own team, but Roberta disagrees.
10K and Vasquez that way. Addie, you and me. Doc, you watch him and her.
They began to act after assigning tasks. 10K and Vasquez go around the side. The robber sees the situation change and yells for his partner to cover his retreat. One of the remaining robbers tries to escape, but Addie cuts him down and Roberta sends him on his way without mercy. Meanwhile, Murphy and Cassandra on the hillside seem to sense something, a presence of their own kind that was also very dangerous. Unknown to them, a blaster zombies was watching them from behind a distant tree. After the battle, Roberta and Addie prepared to meet the leader of the convoy, but as they passed the medical vehicle, they were stunned to see 7 or 8 people inside, barely alive. They all seemed to be irradiated. It's only a matter of time before they die. The convoy leader, a 50-year-old man named Sam, stepped down from his vehicle to thank Roberta. Without the help of strangers, they might have been completely wiped out. Roberta introduced herself, and through their conversation, they learned that Sam was a truck driver before the apocalypse and had attracted followers with his skills. Their current destination was Edmonton, far away, a place theoretically less appealing to zombies due to its cold climate. Roberta also inquired about the irradiated people. Sam was sorrowful. He knew they wouldn't live long but couldn't abandon them. They had to continue together, hoping they could survive until reaching Edmonton. You've got to have some hope. Later, the convoy provided food to Team X and offered them a lift, saving them a lot of effort. However, Roberta warned them to be cautious, as the medical vehicle was a ticking time bomb that could explode at any moment. After the meeting, 10K is getting ready to get in the car. At that moment, he felt something in the distance but saw nothing when he turned around. Could it have been an illusion? Half an hour later, the convoy departed, with the truck leading the way. Roberta and Vasquez kept a watchful eye, armed and alert. Following them were Doc and Wrecking Ball, with the medical vehicle at the rear. In addition to the patients, Addie, Murphy, and Cassandra were also inside, vigilant for any sudden deaths and potential zombie transformations. After a while, they passed the sign warning of zombies and saw the overturned vehicle from earlier. The 2 dead bandits lay on the ground, their faces torn open, revealing bare bones. The sight was shocking to everyone in the vehicle. Roberta rushed to the front to ask Sam if he had seen anything like this before. Sam speculated it might be the work of blaster zombies, either survivors killed by nuclear radiation or zombies mutated due to it. Blaster zombies often appear in groups and move incredibly fast. They might be watching them from nearby. As if to confirm Sam's words, a white figure appeared not far from the convoy. After walking for a while, Vasquez noticed a zombies running on the hillside, but then lost sight of it again. Their expressions became grave as they realized the rumors of blaster zombies were true, and they needed to be extra vigilant for the rest of the journey. But soon, another zombie appeared, hopping around. It didn't attack but followed the vehicle as if probing.
You're in hell of a shot!
10K was thrilled. Fortunately, these zombies only watched from a distance and didn't attack in groups. Suddenly, there was trouble ahead. 2 motorcycles approached the convoy head-on, and the bandits appeared again. In the post-apocalyptic world, survivors not only have to fight against brutal zombies but also face sudden attacks from bandits. These bandits ride motorcycles at high speeds, making them difficult to hit. Roberta heads to the cockpit, urging Sam to speed up because the bandits might catch up again, but Sam seems unnerved.
The bandits will be back! Drive!
Roberta's guess is right. Those bastards came with a plan and it seems like they won't let them go.
Mess me up!
The gunfire is just too chaotic. There are also ambushers on the nearby hillside, but fortunately, Vasquez's sharp shooting sends them to their demise in 2 or 3 shots. Some bandits attempt a roadside ambush but didn't anticipate the gunfire attracting blaster zombies. The motorcycles that attacked them first are catching up again. Murphy is nervous. Aren't they just sitting ducks? The only hope is the guards on the truck, but...
Huddle up, everybody! Get strong!
Luckily, these maniacs don't attack the unarmed. They directly bypass them and surround the sedan ahead.
Pull it over! Pull the car over! We just want the car! Should I pull over? Hell no! You'll be blasted!
The reason these bandits don't shoot is due to the presence of blaster zombies. They want to steal the car and escape without causing any damage to it. So the guy in the back jumps on the bonnet and the back of the car. The bandit at the back keeps banging on the glass, threatening Doc and others to stop the car. Just then, a figure pounces over. It's Cassandra. Cassandra attacks ferociously like a zombie, blood splattering everywhere. Seeing this, Doc is completely unnerved. This woman was horrible. Would she attack them? Another bandit is nearby, ready to attack at any moment. Doc shouts for Wrecking Ball to jump out of the car. With no one driving, the car gradually stops. The bandit on the hood crawls into the cockpit, slamming the gas pedal and speeding off. Not caring about Cassandra still feeding at the back, 10K at the front of the car notices the situation behind and urgently warns the woman to take cover, but she doesn't listen and instead fires her shotgun. However, the bandits realize this operation isn't going smoothly. Capturing the truck is no longer realistic, so they yell to their teammates to leave and abandon the mission, but Sam refuses to give up. That car was modified by him and his son together with an important memorial significance. He directly kicked the throttle to the bottom of the wild chase. Roberta obviously felt the car speed up and the medical car has been pulled away from the distance. She cursed the old man must be sick again.
Marauders steal it in broad daylight.
Hey, you gotta pull over. My people, your people, are falling behind.
Finally, after some persuasion, Sam lets go of his obsession and stops the car. Seeing the dead girl he liked, 10K's heart sank. Why do all his romances end like this? The medical van, left far behind, also stopped because the driver saw Doc, who had jumped out and was at the roadside. Murphy, sitting in the back, felt a bit panicked, sensing that familiar, dangerous aura of his kind again. Stopping the car was definitely a mistake, so he quickly jumped out. Doc and Wrecking Ball, on the roadside, nonchalantly brushed off the dirt from their bodies. The fall had nearly broken them. At that moment, Murphy came running over, looking around. When Murphy looked up, he froze, and his worst fears came true. Doc turned and saw 3 white zombies staring at them. The driver, gun in hand, prepared for action, while Wrecking Ball, in a panic, thought of running away, but Murphy stopped them, saying, "Both of you, don't move, or you'll agitate them." As he spoke, he focused his attention, controlling zombies being his special talent. Murphy, unwilling to give in, raised his hands again, intensifying his telepathic communication. Just then, another zombie appeared on a rock, glaring angrily at Murphy. It was clear to everyone that this new arrival was the king of the zombies. Seeing the dire situation, Addie quickly turned around to start the car.
Almost mad at you, Murphy.
To the truck, everybody back to the truck!
Their escape prompted the 3 zombies to charge, and the driver was devoured on the spot. It was an emergency, but the car wouldn't start. Fortunately, it finally did start. They escaped the immediate danger, but Murphy still looked serious because the zombie king was watching him intently. Meanwhile, the truck at the front remained stationary. Sam was instructing his men to handle the bodies of their dead comrades. Sam was still fixated on chasing after the sedan, but Roberta insisted on going back to find their scattered companions.
Our water supply is in that car.
She had no say in how they distributed their supplies, but she realized something was off with Sam's behavior and knew she had to find a way back to Murphy and the others. While they discussed, the medical van had caught up. Addie, seeing her companions, finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Those blaster things? They totally jammed Murphy. He haywired. Nobody here is safe.
We'll be rolling directly.
Okay. Cover the medical wagon.
Got it.
Roberta, after coming out, reminded her companions to stay vigilant. Suddenly, 10K noticed something and looked towards an open area nearby. 2 blaster zombies are roaming around. It's scary that they can keep up with the speed of the car. One of the blaster zombies charged into the convoy and lunged at Vasquez, who luckily reacted quickly, avoiding a likely fatal encounter. Roberta's shot didn't hit the zombie's vital spot, only managing to repel it. Strangely, the zombie showed a mocking expression before turning and leaving. Sam also realized it was not safe to stay, abandoning his concern for the sedan and started driving forward. After traveling some distance, he incredulously saw the sedan, previously hijacked by bandits, abandoned by the roadside. 10K aimed his gun, ready to shoot at any sign of trouble, but the person who stood up turned out to be Cassandra. Cassandra looked exhausted and was covered in blood, indicating the bandits were likely dead.
Cassandra? You in there?
Doc also came over. He found Cassandra with a weapon sticking out of her back. Suddenly, Cassandra looked up and saw Murphy in the distance. Her spirits immediately lifted from her previously near-death state. 10K didn't realize where he was losing after all. With the sedan back in his possession, Sam was overjoyed and decided not to let anyone else drive the car again, but this meant no one was available to drive the large truck. Roberta tried to reason with Sam, only to be threatened by him with a gun. Vasquez, however, was already on guard. In the end, Sam had to give in and just tell him to take care of it when he drove it. Just as they were talking, the engine roared to life and Murphy took advantage of their inattention and ran off with Wrecking Ball and Cassandra. They didn't expect him to pull such a move. Without wasting time, the convoy started and pursued forward. Murphy was key to saving the world. In the medical van, Addie was tending to a patient, but she looked up to see 3 blaster zombies pursuing on foot. She urgently called for Roberta and others to prepare.
Warren! We gotta go! Let's pick it up!
Just then, one of the patients died and turned into a zombie. Attacking the person next to them, a man tried to pull the zombie away, but he too met a tragic end. Addie's situation is dire. Not only have the patients in the train car mutated, but blaster zombies are also in hot pursuit. Staying put would mean certain death. The moment Addie stood atop the car, she breathed a sigh of relief. However, before Addie could enjoy her brief respite, the blaster zombies king leapt up onto the car, hissing at her with a provocative glare in his eyes. Addie felt speechless. She could handle regular zombies, but this creature was truly terrifying. Fortunately, 10K noticed the situation behind and quickly brought the 2 vehicles closer, enabling him to jump over and assist. Addie turned back, calling out to the driver to leave with them, but the man seemed indifferent, unwilling to abandon his vehicle. Since he didn't want to go, they couldn't do much about it. King zombies jumped on top of the car just as they left.
Come on, you guys, go! Run, kid! Daddy, get out of there! I got this!
Leading the charge, the blaster zombies also hopped onto the truck, followed by the regular zombies crawling over. Doc felt he had spoken too soon.
Come on!
It was unclear whether the zombies king was hit and fell off, but now was not the time to check. Staying united was the priority. The zombies king hadn't fallen off. Instead, he grabbed the side, looking for an opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Moreover, almost all the regular zombies had joined in, driven there by other blaster zombies. Team X felt an increasing pressure. Worse still, they noticed the truck's speed decreasing. If it stopped, it would be a dead end. The blaster zombies also launched an attack, approaching at an incredibly fast pace. A woman hiding in the sedan's cockpit was discovered and killed on the spot. Roberta instructed the team to hold their ground while she headed to the cockpit. The truck was slowing down due to obstacles on the road ahead. Roberta opened the door and sat in the driver's seat. Thus, the truck accelerated once again, heading straight for the obstacles. But what's incredible is that it's the blaster zombies that are blocking the way. A zombie lit a fire and began celebrating, but they didn't anticipate the vehicle not only not stopping but also speeding through.
We made it!
Never a doubt.
The vehicle sped away, leaving the blaster zombies in utter confusion. Sam was still immersed in the recent thrill, but Roberta's expression changed upon seeing the overwhelming number of zombies in the rearview mirror. The speed of the blaster zombies was particularly hard to handle. Roberta tries to talk Sam into jumping out of the car, but Sam is adamant and insists on driving to Edmonton. In reality, he had been infected by radiation and didn't have long to live. Sam's only wish was to reach Edmonton, a place where he once went fishing and vacationing with his son. Roberta tries to talk her way out of it, but King Zombies is already on the bonnet, looking at them menacingly. The Zombies King was unlucky, getting caught in the tires and turned into a pile of flesh, but the crisis was far from over. Roberta quickly decided to honk the horn, signaling her teammates to adopt the last resort. jumping from the truck. The other members were afraid, given the high speed, but the zombies were less than 2 meters away from them. Thus, Sam continued to drive the truck at high speed with a horde of zombies. One zombie had reached the cockpit, banging its head against the glass. Fortunately, the place where Roberta and others landed after jumping was grassy, causing only minor bruises. Sam wasn't so lucky. The zombies opened the truck door, and he became their feast. The body pressed on the steering wheel, the horn sound spreading in all directions. Team X heard it and understood what it signified. For the rest of the way, they'd have to go on foot. Their pressing concern was the whereabouts of Murphy. Addie suggested they head to Appalachia, as Wrecking Ball had mentioned a genetic lab there that cultivated various foods and even had a cure for the zombie virus. As they walk, they see the medevac parked on the side of the road and wonder what happened to the driver. It seemed unlikely that anyone on the vehicle had survived. Suddenly, an explosion sounded nearby, and thick smoke rose into the sky, undoubtedly caused by the truck's crash. They couldn't help but feel saddened by the many lives lost on this road. The only consolation was that the medical vehicle's front hadn't been damaged and could still transport them, sparing them the pain of walking. And Murphy, just as they had guessed, was being taken by Wrecking Ball to Appalachia. Murphy was unaware that besides Team X, there was another person also searching for him. That person is Serena, who Murphy had a relationship with. After the demise of the Sisterhood of Charity, Serena had been searching for the father of her child. Whenever Serena lost her way,
which way is Daddy?
in a sinister jungle, two men were cautiously searching for something, unaware that zombies had already set their sights on them. They had come here to find the legendary plant now 47, believed to cure the zombie virus, but the vines were too many, intertwined and blocking their path. Just as one man was about to clear away, suddenly,
Let's just get the seat pod and get out.
the other man realized that his companion, who had just been with him, had vanished. He called out softly but received no response. Fear began to spread throughout his body, and he tried to calm himself. His companion had turned into a zombie, and he no longer wanted to stay in this dreadful place. He ran frantically towards the exit. Such incidents were happening daily, and especially in the greenhouse nearby. At the entrance, a man with a pipe in his hand is making an impassioned speech calling for more survivors to enter the area and harvest medicinal plants for him. His name was Odegaard. After the apocalypse, he discovered this place, where cannabis, poppy, and other plants grew wildly in the greenhouse. He loved researching and had created many drug varieties. By selling these drugs, he lived a good life in the post-apocalyptic world. Later, he widely advertised that he could produce a cure for the zombie virus, but it required people to venture deep into the greenhouse to collect plant No. 47, as it was infested with mutated zombies. Despite its absurdity, many survivors gathered there, most of them risking their lives to save their families. Odegaard's mastery of human nature was such that he was able to lure these people into volunteering to go with just a few words of incitement. Among these gatherers were two familiar figures, Murphy and Cassandra. After Odegaard finished swaying the crowd, he returned to his office and instructed his subordinates to organize the naive survivors to take turns harvesting. Then, Murphy and Cassandra followed in, asking to meet Odegaard but were obviously refused. Not just anyone could speak with their boss.
If you're here for Z-Weed, we're closed for retail sales. Come back tomorrow.
I don't want Z-Weed, although she might. I have a proposition you're going to want to hear.
You got 2 minutes.
Murphy didn't say anything but walked straight to the table, ready to demonstrate his abilities. But the amazing thing was that this Odegaard had done some research, like combining plants and zombies' hands. Without a word, Murphy extended a finger, and the zombie palm responded to him.
How'd you do that?
It's a gift. Perhaps you've heard of me.
This amazed Odegaard, but that wasn't all. Murphy then approached the table, where 3 glass domes were placed. He opened the first, revealing a roaring, ferocious zombie head. Murphy then slowly reached out his right hand and, incredibly, the zombie calmed down, seemingly even enjoying the touch. Odegaard watched in amazement. He quickly guessed that the person in front of him might be Murphy, the subject of recent radio broadcasts.
If you're the Murphy, let's see the bites.
Oh, ye of little faith.
After the demonstration, Odegaard became excited. He had thought it was just a legend, but it turned out to be real. Murphy got to the point, asking Odegaard if Plant No. 47 could really cure the zombie virus. If true, it meant he wouldn't need to go to California, the herb could save the world, and he wouldn't have to be a guinea pig, providing an explanation to Roberta and the others. Odegaard, more excited than anyone, revealed the truth. The research wasn't his but left by someone else, including partial experimental records. The records clearly stated that Plant No. 47 was effective, but the part about side effects seemed to have been lost, which is why he was eager to have it harvested and tested. During their conversation, a scream came from the greenhouse. It was from the man who had entered earlier, now desperately reaching the entrance but bitten by his companion turned zombie. The vines seemed to be pulling them back intentionally. Odegaard watched this coldly and gestured to his subordinates to handle it. He was no longer surprised by such phenomena. The next volunteer was ready. A woman, driven by her infected daughter, chose to believe in this hope despite her fear.
You'll be the one. I can feel it. Now go on.
Mariah, after hearing this, gained confidence, believing she could successfully harvest the plant and save her daughter. Ironically, their dedicated efforts were merely pawns in Odegaard's game, mere ants in the grand scheme. After dealing with the situation, Murphy followed Odegaard back to continue their conversation. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of eyes in the corner recognized him. 10 minutes later, a car arrived at the farm's entrance. It was Team X, who had guessed that Wrecking Ball might have brought Murphy here. The gatekeeper, thinking they were survivors attracted by Plant No. 47, let them in.
Harvesters wait in the garage until you're called. The others inside will give you the rundown.
Inside, they looked around, hoping to find Murphy, but he seemed to be nowhere in sight. Doc, however, was delighted, smelling the cannabis, his favorite. Suddenly, a cry for help came from afar. Mariah, who had entered the greenhouse for her daughter, Roberta and her team, unaware of what was happening and puzzled why no one was helping, were determined not to ignore the situation. At this critical moment, Team X, having just arrived, heard her cries and rushed to help. Vasquez, acting quickly, picked up a cold weapon from the ground and smashed the zombies' heads in a few swift movements. The rest of the team joined in, finally rescuing Mariah. The commotion attracted the guards' attention, who scolded Team X, asking why they interfered when they were supposed to be volunteers. Doc wanted to argue but thought better of it, fearing they might be expelled, which would hinder their search for Murphy. Afterward, they helped Mariah to the warehouse, where there was a little girl still fast asleep. Her child, infected with the zombie virus, was the reason Mariah risked her life in the greenhouse to fetch Plant No. 47, hoping to save her.
Mom. Hey, baby. Hey. I came back to you just like I promised.
Did you find it?
Not yet, sweetie. But we're getting close.
Meanwhile, Odegaard and Murphy had an in-depth conversation in the office and tentatively agreed to cooperate. If Murphy used his abilities to lead Odegaard to Plant No. 47, Odegaard was confident he could develop a vaccine for the zombie virus. Prepared, they approached the greenhouse entrance. Murphy could smell the distinct scent of zombies from afar, instantly boosting his confidence. He boldly entered, followed by Odegaard, while Cassandra was asked to wait at the entrance. Inside, Murphy was also stunned by the mutated plants and vines everywhere. Leading the way fearlessly, Odegaard soon found himself entangled by mutated vines and struggled for several seconds with a knife before freeing himself. Suddenly, Murphy felt a tug at his heart, a kind of sensing from his kind, seemingly warning him to leave the territory, but he continued forward, undeterred. 10 minutes in, they reached the deeper part, where fewer plants were found. Suddenly, a hand reached out and touched Odegaard's shoulder from behind. He turned to see a zombie, its head pierced by vines.
Murphy!
Luckily, Murphy heard the shout and arrived just in time to suppress the zombie with his mind. Despite their mutations, these zombies were still within his control. Thus, with Murphy's protection, they reached the deepest part, where Plant No. 46 was found. This plant could suppress the zombie virus but had fatal side effects. So Odegaard pinned all his hopes on Plant No. 47. As they got closer, Murphy's heart pain intensified. the warning from his kind becoming more evident. They then noticed that the soil in the depths was filled with bodies. Seemingly all who entered to harvest were turned into nutrients. Meanwhile, Team X in the warehouse learned about Plant No. 47 from chatting with Mariah. They realized that everyone venturing here needed the so-called cure to help their families through tough times. The little girl had a high fever and could die at any moment, driving her mother to such lengths. But what was truly admirable was that Mariah's own family was long dead, and the girl was just an orphan. Yet Mariah had taken on the responsibility of caring for the child in such perilous times. At this moment, Addie unexpectedly discovered an antenna on the roof of the car inside the warehouse, indicating that there must be a radio inside. She tried to contact Citizen Z at the North Pole station. Meanwhile, 10K signaled everyone to come over, as he might have found a clue to Murphy's whereabouts.
I think I know where Murphy is.
Since Cassandra was squatting at the entrance, it indicated Murphy was also there, but Roberta decided to hold off on revealing their presence. Addie, feeling dejected, flipped through many channels but couldn't hear Citizen Z's voice. But suddenly...
Does anybody copy? Over?
At Camp Northern Light, does anyone copy? Over.
Citizen Z, this is Delta X-Ray Delta. It's me, it's Addie Carver. Are you there?
Addie! Yes, this Delta X-Ray Delta, this is Citizen Z.
Citizen Z was extremely excited, as this was the first contact he had made with Team X since the nuclear explosion. The fact that Addie was the one who responded added to his excitement. However, the signal was poor, and Addie struggled to inform him about Murphy's current situation. Citizen Z was surprised to hear that Murphy didn't want to carry out his mission, but there was no time to ponder. Citizen Z repeatedly urged Addie to bring Murphy to California, as the lab there was operational again, and he provided Addie with a new address. Afterward, Citizen Z instructed Addie to remember the coordinates he was about to provide. With nothing to write on, Addie resorted to writing the coordinates directly on the car's window.
The last known coordinates are...
34.0.
In the warehouse's corner, a man noticed the numbers she wrote, understanding they were address coordinates. Meanwhile, in the greenhouse, Murphy and Odegaard had reached the location of Plant No. 47. The vines here were distinctly different from those outside, with the necessary flowers growing at their roots. The two of them carefully harvested the plants. After all, this type of vegetation was incredibly precious. As Murphy touched the next flower, the surrounding zombies became enraged, especially one in the middle that was clearly different from the rest. Odegaard had already run away. Murphy tried to suppress the opponent, but to no avail.
Sorry.
Once outside, Odegaard immediately ground the petals into powder and prepared to administer 2 grams to a zombie. The effectiveness of Plant No. 47 was about to be revealed. The zombie, after inhaling the pollen, began to shake violently, and its head swelled up after 10 seconds. Sensing danger, Murphy quickly covered it with a glass dome. The experiment failed, but Odegaard wasn't discouraged. He decided to inject only 1 gram into the next zombie. After waiting several seconds, the zombie's head didn't explode but also didn't wake up. The dose was still too high. For the final experiment, Odegaard used 0.5 grams. The zombie's head neither exploded nor fell asleep. Instead, its eyes became clear as if it was thinking. When the zombie head started talking, both men were ecstatic. It seemed Plant No. 47 indeed had antivirus properties. Now, they just needed more petals for large-scale human trials. But now they must find capable individuals to enter the greenhouse in order to harvest more. At that moment, Cassandra approached. Meanwhile, 10K, keeping watch in the warehouse, saw Murphy leave the greenhouse and head to the office. Roberta decided to act immediately to capture him, fearing further delay would lead to trouble.
Or you could just walk up and say hello, like civilized people.
Hello, my ass.
You know these folks? Oh, we've covered a bit of ground together.
The members of Team X were all very dissatisfied with Murphy. This bastard has caused them too much trouble. They think it might be better to just grab him directly. Murphy calmly suggested that there was no need to go to California anymore. The greenhouse outside had herbs that could cure the zombie virus. They just need to storm in and harvest the medicinal herbs. Odegaard corroborated this, affirming the efficacy of their recent discovery.
Well, think about it. No more relying on me to save the human race. It's a win-win, right?
No, that's not our fight.
Please. If there's any
hope.
Mariah also hoped Roberta would go in, as it could save her daughter. In the end, Team X decided to enter the greenhouse with skepticism. Vasquez couldn't understand why they wouldn't just take Murphy to California for the bounty instead of risking their lives. Roberta didn't explain but told him, "If we die in there and become zombies, the task of granting us mercy falls to you."
Lead on.
A woman carefully parts the vines with a knife, looking around nervously, because the jungle is filled with mutated zombies. A moment of inattention could be fatal. They are X-Team, here to search for Plant No. 47. They hadn't gone far when a zombie appeared ahead.
Watch it!
216.
10K proudly counts his zombie kills, but unexpectedly, a shot to the head doesn't kill a zombie. Murphy tells him the zombies and vines here have mutated and are interconnected. Without destroying this place completely, their efforts are futile. After saying this, Murphy steps forward, using his mind to force the zombies back. With Murphy there, zombies hardly pose a threat anymore. 5 minutes later, they reach the deepest part, where Plant No. 47 is. The sleeping giant zombie exudes an intimidating presence. Roberta feels suffocated, suggesting they should complete the task quickly and leave before things get worse. She instructs Doc and 10K to pick the flowers. Heeding Murphy's warning, they are extremely cautious, trying not to disturb the plants. Despite their care, an accident still happens.
Easy now. You're gonna wake him.
The surrounding plants stir, seemingly responding to the Zombie King's call, ready to devour the intruders. Realizing the danger, Murphy rushes to confront the Zombie King, trying to suppress it with his mind, but Murphy miscalculates, and his actions only enrage the Zombie King. Refusing to give up, Murphy grasps the vines with his hands.
Quick! I can't hold this for long!
10K and the others work fast, harvesting most of the flowers in just a minute, but Murphy struggles. Outmatched by the Zombie King's mental power, Roberta draws her sword and cuts one of the Zombie King's vines. Without Murphy's suppression, the surrounding zombies start to emerge. Typically, Murphy is the first to flee in such critical moments, abandoning them like during the nuclear explosion. Despite the emergency, Roberta, unafraid, leads them in retreat. Murphy, by a stroke of luck, escapes up the back of the greenhouse. He's running around trying to get out of this place, and there's zombies that he can't even control. He felt a real sense of mortal danger, panting heavily as he ran. Suddenly, a figure appears before Murphy.
It's all right. You're safe now.
This person was Dr. Kurian, who had survived. This guy was the one who set them all up in the first place. Seeing him, Murphy, enraged, grabs Kurian by the collar and demands, "Give me one reason not to kill you." Kurian calmly replies that the Plant No. 47 they're looking for is useless, a dead end. Secondly, with zombies increasingly outnumbering humans, survival is becoming impossible. But Murphy is different. He and his kind can outlive everyone else, humans and zombies alike. Kurian offers to help Murphy establish his own kingdom, even control the earth. Hearing this, Murphy falls silent. Kurian's proposal seems rational. Better to be a ruler in this apocalypse than a guinea pig for experiments. Kurian then details the plan to Murphy. Although the audience can't hear, Murphy's expression suggests it's utterly insane. At that moment, gunshots ring out in the distance, and 2 cars approach the farm. Kurian's face turns pale. He pulls Murphy down, explaining that the approaching group is 0 Point, the largest drug cartel in the post-apocalyptic world, and his financial backers for research. It was through them Kurian had first schemed against Murphy, and they are the real owners behind this farm. Odegaard is just a dealer. They need to be cautious. The cars arrive at the farm gate without slowing down. The guards, recognizing 0 Point, hurry to open the gates, fearing for their lives. Several masked, heavily armed men step out, scanning the area for danger before opening the rear car door. The boss, a slick back hair, sunglasses wearing man, steps out. Audience members who remember will recognize him as one of the bounty hunters who had captured Murphy and attacked X-Team with a rocket launcher. His name is a Scorpion, the second in command of 0 Point, a powerful figure in this post-apocalyptic world. This farm is under his jurisdiction, and a Scorpion visits weekly to collect the marijuana produced here. Odegaard, seeing his boss, immediately starts flattering him, saying he has prepared everything needed for headquarters.
Make sure everything is there.
Si, senor.
Who are all those people out there?
Oh, temps. We had this huge harvest, so we had to hire all this cheap labor.
Good God. How am I supposed to be an effective manager if you insult my intelligence by lying to me? You've been searching for that local Batch 47 again, haven't you?
A Scorpion knows very well that Odegaard has been secretly experimenting with Plant No. 47 and luring survivors to their deaths. This goes against 0 Point's principles. It's not about the cartel's benevolence but the simple fact that they can't sell drugs if humans go extinct. Instead of admitting his mistake, Odegaard excitedly explains his findings, claiming zombies spoke human language after consuming Plant No. 47. A Scorpion, unimpressed by this explanation, orders his men to capture Odegaard and take him outside. He plans to expose the lie publicly. Meanwhile, Roberta and her team finally emerge from the greenhouse, only to face a large crowd. They recognize a Scorpion, who had ambushed them before, but are confused about his presence here.
Who are you? My name is Hector Alvarez. My friends call me Escorpión. I'm the vice president in charge of sales for the Cerro Cartel. How can I help you today?
A Scorpion, maintaining a gentlemanly facade, doesn't intend to trouble X-Team, but insists they hand over Plant No. 47. Roberta, realizing resistance is futile, nods at Doc. Doc places the bag on the ground, but no one notices him secretly slipping a small flower into his pocket. Murphy and Kurian sneak up behind the group. Kurian instantly recognized a Scorpion, who would surely die if his project failed and he was found out.
Come on, I know where we'll be safe.
Feeling unsafe, Kurian turns and runs away. A Scorpion then addresses the crowd, stating 0 Point's customer-first principle. He warns everyone not to believe the myth that Plant No. 47 can cure the zombie virus, as it only leads to unnecessary deaths. To prove his point, he takes out the petal powder Odegaard claimed was a cure, pours it into a high-tech pipe, and prepares to demonstrate its effects to everyone.
Hey, wait, no.
Say when! Say when! Say when!
When?
This is how a Scorpion controls the dose. After inhaling the powder, Odegaard feels euphoric, seemingly without any major issues. A Scorpion, unsatisfied, decides to bring a zombie to see if a bite would cause infection, but when he turns around, Odegaard has already died and turned into a zombie.
Did you see him die? What are you, some kind of living zombie?
A Scorpion draws his pistol and puts them down. He shows everyone that Plant No. 47 is just a joke, then prepares to leave with the marijuana. However, at that moment, his men push through the crowd, bringing Dr. Kurian forward.
What happened to your face? That looks like my mom's chicharrones. Put him in the trunk, huh?
Before leaving, a Scorpion instructs his men to burn down the greenhouse containing Plant No. 47 to avoid similar problems in the future. 5 minutes later, 2 of his men, carrying gasoline, split up to quickly complete the task and leave. Murphy, hidden inside, realizes the grave danger but doesn't flee. Instead, he heads to the deepest part. He calls out to the Zombie King to wake up, warning of impending disaster.
That's it! That's it, come on! Keep moving now! You have to save yourself! Come on, move! Keep coming!
Just then, one of the men spreading gasoline arrives, unexpectedly encountering a zombie. The Zombie King immediately gets angry, thinking Murphy is allied with these people.
Tell him to back off! I'm trying to help you!
Unable to control the situation, Murphy has no choice but to run towards the exit, with the Zombie King closely behind. Coincidentally, the X-Team is also inside, looking for Murphy.
Murphy! After him!
Murphy, just reaching the door, is caught by a vine and pulled back. In this dire moment, he finally thinks of Roberta and the others. As they struggle to cut the vine, the Zombie King emerges, fixated on Murphy. Vasquez rushes out, firing several shots, but to no avail. Attacks from Annie and 10K are like tickling the Zombie King. Cassandra, baring her teeth, rushes forward and is instantly knocked away. The The zombie king is too strong. Addie, glancing at a fan, gets an idea. Their plan is to stuff the vines behind the zombie king into the fan.
Hands up, Doc! Hands up!
At this critical moment, the vines finally manage to wedge themselves in, exerting tremendous pulling force, dragging the zombie king backward. If it survives this, it truly is invincible. Murphy feels a pang of sadness. After all, this is an intelligent zombie, one of his own kind. An unfortunate guard, unaware of the situation, rushes over. Splattered with blood, the guard falls, convulsing, and turns into a zombie within minutes.
All right, I'll meet you. I'll meet you.
Eventually, thick smoke rises from the greenhouse where Plant No. 47 was. Roberta and 10K put Murphy in the car, ready to leave this cursed place. Meanwhile, Addie and Doc run to the warehouse, wanting to take Mariah with them, but the little girl is weak, seemingly near death. Doc pulls out a pedal from his pocket, unsure of its effect, but hoping for the best. They advised Mariah to take care and then left. After eating the pedal, the little girl closes her eyes. Everyone already knows the likely outcome, but they can't help but hope. It's clear now to everyone that Murphy is a coward, unreliable in critical situations. They were close to California but had to detour west due to radiation. After driving 50 kilometers, they encounter a woman on the road. They immediately recognize her as a member of the Sisters of Mercy, and the woman Murphy had relations with. Serena is pregnant, raising questions about what's happening.
No, you're not stopping for her, are you?
Yeah.
No, drive.
Hey!
After some conversation, Serena explains she's looking for her child's father.
Daddy? Is that you? Is that really you?
Hey.
He's here, Baba.
Everyone's gaze fell on Serena's belly. A survivor squad dashes down the street, pursued relentlessly by a horde of zombies. Moreover, the zombies wore bizarre costumes and have peculiar shapes, suggesting they were celebrating some event before turning. Eliminating these few zombies wouldn't be difficult, but Squad X doesn't want to waste their energy, so they have no choice but to run for their lives. Only Murphy strolls leisurely, not even caring about Serena, who is about to give birth to his child. Murphy is truly a shameless guy. As they run, Doc notices a gigantic cheese beside him and can't help but stop to examine it. This is the largest cheese Doc has ever seen.
Biggest wheel of cheese.
It's not real, Doc. Come on, we gotta go. Puppies and kittens.
Oh, it is real.
Roberta is speechless, but Addie also tells Roberta they can't move on because Serena's morning sickness is relentless, making it impossible to proceed. Roberta helplessly looks back. The zombie horde is closing in. They must find a way to delay them.
Got an idea. Out of my way, Doc. I need that cheese.
Oh, come on, Warren. Can't a man eat a giant cheese wheel in peace?
Naturally, Roberta's idea is to push down the gigantic cheese. Addie immediately understands and rushes to help. They had inadvertently run over a lot of zombies with a big clock back in Philadelphia. Now, the cheese rolls down like a snowball, crushing zombies in its path.
Damn.
The effect of the giant cheese was immediate and they took advantage of the buffer time to leave quickly. Fortunately, they later find a luxury off-road vehicle, sparing them the trouble of walking, but every few meters, they must stop because of Serena's frequent morning sickness. Murphy, far from caring, shows a look of disgust. Addie walked over and said to Murphy,
So she says that talking to you makes her feel better, and that she can't get in the car unless you make her feel better.
No.
Murphy.
What?
Murphy, who fears no one except for a respectful fear of Roberta, patiently stays by Serena's side. Upon seeing Murphy next to her, Serena immediately starts talking excitedly, sharing her observations from the journey. Her excitement sends saliva flying everywhere, which disgusts Murphy even more. Especially the following scene makes Murphy feel utterly nauseated. Unable to stand it any longer, Murphy quietly approaches Roberta, hoping to leave this woman behind. Roberta disdainfully refuses, shocked that he would even suggest such a thing. However, bringing Serena does slow them down. The best solution is to find her a safe place. Moreover, if Murphy were to get into trouble, the child in Serena's womb might also save the world. Vasquez immediately recalls a church community they passed to the southeast months ago, isolated from the world. A perfect place to settle Serena. Roberta agrees that it's a suitable location. Suddenly, there's an ambush from the hillside. Luckily, they dodge quickly. 10K uses his sniper rifle to check. There are about 3 people up there, likely trying to rob them, and the gunfire is intense, as if they have no intention of letting them live. Roberta's anger flares. She instructs 10K and Addie to cover her while she and Vasquez plan to rush out and take down these bastards. But before they can even strategize, more gunshots ring out.
Goat-loving whore! There is a baby on board here! A mother-loving baby! I am going to rip off your arms and saw off your head!
This woman is too fierce. Everyone watches in stunned silence.
People are so rude.
Roberta and a few others were in shock and didn't notice Vasquez's slight movement. He quietly took off the walkie-talkie and then quickly hid it in his backpack. 5 minutes later, they reached the hillside, and everyone who had ambushed them earlier was dead. Just like that, Squad X acquired a new vehicle. This time, Serena and Murphy sat together. They were being excessively affectionate, which Roberta and Vasquez found somewhat unbearable. They just wanted to reach the church community as quickly as possible. There wasn't much danger on the road thereafter. On the contrary, the post-apocalyptic world, devoid of human pollution, seemed more beautiful and the air fresher. After driving 20 miles, the car stopped. They had reached the very secluded church community, but Vasquez sensed something was off. A few months ago when he had visited, there were people around. How could it be so quiet now? Could something have happened? For safety, Roberta asked 10K to scout ahead, while the rest stayed vigilant, ready to retreat at any sign of danger. They didn't notice Vasquez sneak off under the pretense of keeping watch to a spot where no one could see him, and then he took out the walkie-talkie and tuned it to a specific frequency. Vasquez was definitely hiding something. Meanwhile, 10K, with his gun, approached the community and finally spotted 5 figures in the farmland.
Hey! Hey, no, it's okay, I'm not a zombie!
Just as 10K turned around, 2 zombies pounced on him. He quickly used the butt of his gun to hit them, white dust covering him in the process. Without time to understand what it was, 10K seized the opportunity to pull out his dagger, slitting one zombie's throat and blowing the head off the other. Another zombie lunged toward the 5 people, but 10K aimed carefully and took his shot. Before 10K could catch his breath, a woman started screaming at something in the distance. It was a mutated goat. 10K was about to approach when they hurriedly left without acknowledging him. Puzzled, he followed them, all the way to their church, but they didn't stop. They hurriedly entered the houses and locked the doors as if 10K was some kind of plague.
Hello? Somebody in our group needs some help. It's a safe place to stay. That's all.
10K was also angry. He had saved them, and yet they showed no courtesy. Dispirited, he returned to the main troop and reluctantly relayed the situation. Roberta felt they still needed to go in, preferably to settle Serena there, but something about the place made her uneasy. They had to be extra vigilant.
Before. I haven't felt right since 1974.
Once they entered, the situation was as 10K had described. Every house was shut tight, and the people inside were unwilling to communicate. Then Vasquez returned. He'd said he'd gone out on sentry duty, then disappeared, and now he'd popped up again. He explains that he ran into some zombies, but instead of going into detail, he changes the subject and says that he found a leg of lamb and Roberta's favorite strawberries.
Why don't you have white powder on you?
White powder?
Just as Vasquez was about to find an excuse, a howling sound came from behind him. Several zombies emerged from the houses. Addie came at them with a mace, and the powder splattered all over her as well. Roberta wanted to help but was stopped by Vasquez. In this situation, ranged attacks were better. The people inside finally came out to assist, and 10K also cooperated by killing zombies from the side. 3 minutes later, the zombies were cleared, and the church's people finally came out to meet. They said Squad X should not have come here. Roberta quickly expressed that they had no ill intentions and were just seeking a safe place for the woman to give birth. The man explained that this place is equally dangerous for you, as it has anthrax. Upon hearing this, the color drained from the faces of Squad X. Anthrax is a skin-transmissible disease that can lead to death if severe. Roberta immediately ordered a hasty departure, fearing infection for the entire squad. But just then, 10K collapsed to the ground. After a quick examination, Doc found that 10K had developed a high fever. The man indicated that he had inhaled too much dust and clearly contracted anthrax. If there were antibiotics, there would still be hope. Doc, who usually had a penchant for hoarding medications, had some antibiotics stashed away and went to look for them in his bag. But just as he reached the car door, Serena began to show signs of distress.
Water broke, Daddy-o.
Don't just stand there, fix it!
It's all good. Won't be long now, Papa.
Now they had to stay until Serena's childbirth was completed. With no other choice, the man and Doc had to carry 10K into a room. Once inside, they saw that many people in the church community were also ill, all being treated there. A woman quickly came over with water and fed 10K half a pill of something unknown. The man explained that it was cycloserine, traded from a neighboring farm, originally intended for livestock but effective for humans too. They used half a pill because of the many sick people. They had to ensure everyone got some.
Enough for everyone to recover.
The man's silence said it all. Later, Roberta and Vasquez left the room, planning to look for antibiotics in the nearby town. They realized the church's limited medicine could only delay the inevitable. Moreover, the locals would obviously prioritize their own people. They found the man to ask about the nearby town, but he told them not to bother, as the surrounding area had almost been stripped of medicines. Only Woodburg Town, further away, might still have a chance, and there's a clinic there that has a good chance of finding antibiotics. Upon hearing this, Roberta immediately instructed Vasquez and Addie to go look for it. The man also offered to go with them. He wanted to find something that would be useful to their community. Meanwhile, Serena was about to give birth, crying out in pain in the room. Doc comes in with a medical bag. Doc, not even a real doctor and now faced with delivering a baby, felt immense pressure. He quickly knelt in front of Serena, preparing to assist with the birth. 3 minutes later, a heart-wrenching howl resonated from the straw house, covering miles around. But half an hour passed, and the child still wasn't born. Doc continually comforted Serena beside her, urging her to breathe like blowing up a balloon.
What are you doing? You gotta help her!
That's all I got, man!
Murphy was also nervous at the moment and took the initiative to show concern for Serena.
Just let it out.
Meanwhile, Roberta was comforting Doc, telling him that childbirth is always like this and there's no need for excessive self-blame. At the same time, Addie and the others, guided by the man, finally arrived at the small town and quickly found the pharmacy. The pharmacy was very quiet. They shouted a few times but received no response. It seemed there were no zombies. They found many useful small items. However, when they reached the medication area, they saw a figure sitting on the ground, unsure if it was a person or a zombie. Addie coughed, and the man immediately convulsed, then showed a pained expression as he slowly pulled the syringe out of his arm. It was evident that the man was an addict. When he looked up and saw them, he was startled.
It's okay. It's okay.
You're not zombies.
We're not zombies.
You're not zombies. You're alive.
Yes, we're alive.
The man seemed delirious, unable to distinguish between reality and fantasy. Once he realized they were alive, he said,
You gotta kill me. You gotta kill me, okay? Because I wanna die, so if you just...
Hey, you take everything in here?
It turns out the man was in extreme pain from his drug addiction, so he went to the pharmacy and consumed all the medication in an attempt to commit suicide. But unexpectedly, he still survived. So, the man wanted Vasquez and Addie to end his misery, as he lacked the courage to do it himself.
Boy, back up, man.
The man, seemingly finding a way, picked up a syringe from behind and threatened them with it. A tragedy still occurred. Such things are common in the post-apocalyptic world, but the churchman couldn't believe what he saw. He looked at the body, then looked up at the bloodstains on the wall and uttered an unusually saintly phrase.
You killed him. Self-defense. I wouldn't have killed him, he would have killed me.
You believe it is better to kill than to die?
Vasquez and Addie were confused. Because the medication was consumed by that person, they had to return empty-handed. Roberta, full of expectation, came out to greet them but quickly saw the answer in their expressions. At that moment, 10K's condition must not have been good. Just as Addie was about to follow inside, she slipped and fell to the ground. Roberta hurried over to check, and Addie had also developed a fever and contracted anthrax. The X-team is in a bad way. 10K was vomiting blood in bed, and without medication, he wouldn't last long. Addie's infection caught them off guard, since Roberta, Vasquez, and Doc had served in the military and were vaccinated against such diseases. They were unlikely to get infected. Now the pressing issue was that Addie and 10K's illnesses couldn't be delayed any longer. Doc suggested, as a last resort, to inject Murphy's blood. This suggestion was immediately rejected by Roberta. She didn't want Addie and 10K to end up like Cassandra. They decided to look for medication instead.
The only thing that's gonna help them is more Cipro.
Should we try another run?
Roberta felt somewhat guilty because her intention was to seize the church's medicine. Instead of letting them distribute the medication to the patients slowly and wait for death, they could take it and concentrate on treating 10K and Addie.
They'll all die.
They'll all die anyway. Like you said, with the rationing, none of them will get enough Cipro to survive.
It's your call, Chief.
Roberta really had no other option. She knew this went against Squad X's moral code, but they were also tasked with saving the world, and Addie and 10K couldn't fall here. Then, Vasquez analyzed the situation. Most people here were feeble sectarian women with almost no combat ability, and their weapons were farm tools. Seizing the medication would be easy, they just hoped to avoid casualties. Having decided, they no longer hesitated. Armed with guns, they stormed into the infirmary. In the previous episode, it was mentioned that to save their teammate, Roberta, who was infected with anthrax, was planning to rob the community's medicine, despite her conscience. However, as they entered the ward, they saw that everyone in the church had already gathered there, calmly watching them.
Brother, sister, I thought you might come. It is the medicine you want.
The man even gestured with his hand that the medicine was on top of the cabinet. This made Roberta feel awkward. She softened her fierce expression and apologized, saying that her team must reach California.
There's a lab to make a vaccine. Medicine. Medicine that will help a lot of people.
After speaking, Roberta bravely walked forward, doing what she felt was the most conscience-stricken act of her life. The patients in the ward wouldn't live for 3 days because she had taken the medicine away. But Roberta had to do it. The people in the church didn't stop them. They were kind believers who would give up the medicine if someone else needed it. This only added to Roberta's guilt.
I am sorry. Forgive me.
Grace to you. And peace.
Upon leaving, even the usually stoic Vasquez felt guilty. He would have felt better if these people had resisted. Roberta shook her head to clear her thoughts. She then silently vowed to deliver Murphy to California at all costs, to save the world and not let everyone's efforts go in vain. With enough medicine to alleviate the anthrax, 10K and Addie's recovery was just a matter of time. However, a new problem arose as Serena was late in giving birth. Screams echoed throughout the entire thatched cottage. At that moment, Murphy seemed to see something coming out. Vasquez doesn't think he's fit to be here, so he covers his eyes and heads outside, leaving them to discuss the situation. After all, none of them had experience in delivering a baby, but incredibly, they found that the child wasn't born in the usual way but seemed eager to come out on its own. Then they witnessed an unbelievable scene.
Here she comes!
The baby's cries echoed in the area. Unbeknownst to them, outside the house stood a zombie cow, and not far away, zombies led camels. They were all drawn by an invisible force. In addition to these, various animals gathered. At this point, I couldn't help but speculate that Murphy's daughter had an extraordinary lineage, possessing strange powers from birth. The zombies didn't come to attack but to witness the birth of a king. The people inside have no idea about this. Only Addie, who has taken the medicine, has slowed down a bit. She vaguely feels something outside the door. She looked up to see zombies walking in. She weakly called out, but her voice was too soft. No one heard her. Fortunately, The zombies didn't attack anyone. They just stared through the fence at the little baby with blue skin. The baby looked too much like Murphy.
Congratulations, Daddy.
You did good, Mommy.
Well, what is it?
It's a girl.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Doc, what is the cleaver for?
Doc awkwardly explained that he was there to cut the umbilical cord. As soon as he finished speaking, the child seemed to understand and bit off the umbilical cord himself. Truly astonishing. Roberta and Vasquez exchanged glances. This didn't seem like a normal baby, more like a little zombie. Murphy gingerly took his daughter. During this, more and more zombies gathered outside, all focusing intently on the child, their faces showing a gentle expression. Murphy, becoming a father for the first time, was naturally overjoyed. Roberta forced a smile, but as she turned her head, she saw a room full of zombies. Her face turned pale immediately. Simultaneously, the baby started crying suddenly. The zombies immediately went berserk and rushed in over the fence as if they thought someone was trying to hurt their king. Seeing the situation turning dire, Roberta asked the agile Vasquez to sneak to the side and move Addie and 10K to a safe place first. But just as Vasquez left, zombies blocked the exit. There was no way for Murphy and the others to break through. Murphy stretched out his hand, attempting to control the zombies, but it was futile. It seemed the zombies were drawn to the baby. Now, their only option was to climb to higher ground as much as possible. Just when they were all anxious and out of options, suddenly, the entire room quieted down, and the zombies all turned their heads in unison.
My baby, you damn dirty zombie!
Perhaps this is the power and courage of a mother's love. They didn't hesitate and quickly ran towards the door during this brief respite. At this moment, the usually carefree Murphy finally remembered Serena, but when he looked back, it was too late. Serena was heavily surrounded by zombies. It was at this moment that Murphy regretted his previous attitude towards Serena, regretting not taking good care of her and not fulfilling his responsibilities as a husband and father. Just like that, Serena was pinned to the ground by zombies, her screams echoing in Roberta and the others' ears. 30 seconds later, Serena's eyes turned pale, and she became a zombie.
I give you mercy.
The next day, the X squad stopped by the roadside to rest. Only Murphy sat at a distance, smiling foolishly at his daughter. Roberta sat next to Murphy and handed him a crumpled paper, which was the name Serena had previously picked for the child. Murphy opened it but wasn't very satisfied, as it read Sarah Ellen Caroline, none of which were to his liking. After much thought, Murphy finally named his daughter Lucy.
The first of your kind. Is she perfect?
Roberta, not wanting to dampen his spirits, simply nodded in agreement. Anyone could see the child was different from humans, but at this point, all they could do was wish Murphy well in his fatherhood. But who would have thought that they'd get into a lot of trouble later on in the journey because of this baby? 10K pulls the slingshot full of power and aims at the zombies 2 meters away. The gear hits the zombies squarely in the brow with great speed, and then the blood-stained gear slithers to the side of the road. They were the X squad leaving the church, and unfortunately, they once again encountered a horde of zombies. Roberta and Vasquez were forced to bring out their most handy weapons, killing one zombie after another that approached. Doc, not to be outdone, though old, demonstrated his experience and skill with a club, making it impossible for zombies to get close to him. But if we talk about lethality, Addie's modified baseball bat was the real weapon of mass destruction. Roberta also once again used her signature move, the triple slash. It turns out the reason they were being pursued and blocked by so many zombies was all because of Murphy's daughter, Lucy. In his arms, this little one has been extraordinary from birth. Wherever Lucy is, zombies within several kilometers can sense her presence and gather simultaneously. Murphy stretched out his left hand again, preparing to push back the zombies with his will. However, the zombies merely paused for 2 seconds before continuing their approach. Doc was caught off guard. This guy really has the guts to throw it. Lucy, in midair, was not scared but found it amusing and laughed joyfully. Doc caught Lucy, and Murphy breathed a sigh of relief. But Doc was now in distress. The little one was like a hot potato, and he quickly ran into a nearby abandoned bus to hide. After a while, Doc found the door switch and pressed it, but when he looked up, he saw a bunch of radiation-affected zombies on the bus seats. Doc hurriedly covered the child, fearing any sound from the little ancestor. As he finished speaking, the zombies began to tremble, seemingly waking up. The zombies, seeing a living person in front of them, started to stand up. Hearing the calls for help, after dealing with the outside zombies, Addie and Roberta quickly came to pry the door. Fortunately, the bus was old and not well maintained, so the door was easily opened. Doc narrowly escaped death, but the situation was far from over. There were still dozens of zombies in the bus. Doc didn't want to be the center of attention and threw the baby to Addie. The zombies immediately turned their direction and headed towards Addie. Addie then threw the child to Roberta. The zombies came down from the bus one by one, but they were not difficult to deal with. "10 minutes later, the fight was over. Roberta opened the swaddle, and the child looked fine, not scared at all. At this point, Murphy finally came running out. Everyone was speechless. They then continued on their way to California. 5 hours later, they stopped in a forest. Doc and Addie patrolled around and didn't find any danger. Murphy, now unconcerned about anything else, was wholly focused on his daughter.
That's my little stinker.
Oh.
Have you smelled yourself lately? Please.
Doc, looking at Murphy walking away, came over to the others and said,
"Hey, is anybody else worried about the baby?"
They might not say anything on the surface, but privately they still had their discussions. Vasquez believed that having the child with them would eventually doom them all. Addie thought she was just a baby. Roberta interrupted everyone, saying this little one was not just any child but a special being. In the future, Lucy could either become the savior of humanity or the queen of the zombies, completely annihilating mankind, so they needed to constantly observe Lucy's growth, and if there was any deviation, they would do what they had to do. With that, the discussion ended, and they all dispersed. Vasquez's eyes were always on them. Seeing them walk away, he picked up his backpack and headed into the depths of the forest. Murphy was also very vigilant. He worried that the X-Squad would think his daughter was slowing them down and would abandon her. That's why he never let anyone touch Lucy. Meanwhile, 10K found a pond not far away. He made a simple fishing rig and, to his surprise, caught 3 big fish. Holding his spoils, 10K was about to go back to boast, but through the trees, he saw a figure, the sneaky Vasquez. Vasquez looked like he was up to something. 10K didn't alarm him but instead went back to the camp.
Got some trout.
Kid, you are a fishing guru. What's your secret?
They were all happy. It looked like they could improve their meal tonight. That's when Roberta noticed Vasquez was missing. 10K mentioned what he saw, that Vasquez seemed to have gone towards the town to the south. Roberta found it strange. It wasn't the first or second time Vasquez had disappeared without notice. She decided to follow and see. After jogging for 5 minutes, Roberta finally saw Vasquez from a distance. Vasquez was walking and talking on a walkie-talkie, clearly in contact with someone outside. Could Vasquez have accomplices? Half an hour later, Vasquez arrived at the small town to the south. Roberta didn't alarm him but followed him. Vasquez ran into a hospital. Roberta, from around the corner, heard some sparse talking. Using binoculars, she saw Vasquez walking forward with his hands raised, meeting 2 men wearing ghost masks. So that was it. Vasquez had been colluding with the 0 Point group, likely betraying them. But as Roberta looked again, there seemed to be a disagreement between them, and fellow members of Team 0 heard the commotion and rushed over. What awaited Vasquez was a beating. Roberta, behind the wall, was also conflicted about whether she should save this trash. After much thought, she decided to help. After all, they had been teammates for so long. Roberta quietly moved to a nearby car and observed the situation through binoculars. Poor Vasquez was getting beaten again, and it looked like they were about to kill him. With time running out, Roberta whistled a signal. Vasquez took advantage of the chaos, picked up a pistol from the ground, and shot while retreating, but the enemies were hiding behind motorcycles. Vasquez couldn't hit them and was instead shot in the abdomen. Roberta no longer hid, rushed up, and fired to suppress the enemies. Then she dragged Vasquez back. A bullet went straight through Roberta's shoulder blade. In the last episode, Roberta discovered that squad member Vasquez was secretly in contact with the 0 Point drug cartel, but she didn't understand why they suddenly started fighting. After much deliberation, Roberta still decided to lend a hand. The man was just about to go after them. Unbeknownst to him, his dead companion had already turned into zombies. Roberta and Vasquez, who fled, were not in a good state either. Both of them had been shot and would likely bleed to death if this continued. They must return to camp for medical attention as quickly as possible. But just as they left, the 4 zombies followed the smell of blood and came here, moving incredibly fast. Vasquez, although he heard the growling, couldn't move any further due to the severity of his injuries. Roberta's condition was slightly better. A bullet had penetrated her scapula, but she wasn't going to die immediately. She said that their situation was definitely not going to last until they got back. This was the emergency room of the abandoned hospital, so they had to go in and try their luck to find medical tools. Despite their injuries, they managed to make their way to the hospital's main entrance and smoothly enter the lobby. Fortunately, they could also avoid the zombies outside. However, reaching the emergency room required passing through this long corridor. Inside, it was very quiet, with only a few bodies covered with white cloths on either side. It was unclear if they were zombies or not. They had to tread softly and proceed with caution. Just when they thought they were safe, noise came from the front door. Worse still, the bodies behind them, stirred by the noise, began to move. A zombie appeared outside the door. Both of them wanted to shoot the approaching zombie but had no bullets left. With no other choice, Roberta directed Vasquez to take care of the zombies behind them, while she dealt with the one at the door. They were seasoned survivors in this apocalyptic world and wouldn't easily lose their composure. Vasquez tore off a steel pipe overhead and went straight for the zombies behind. Since Roberta said she could handle the incoming zombie, Vasquez trusted her unconditionally. In fact, Roberta had 1 bullet left in her pocket, her last resort which she might use to end her life one day. Now, it would come in handy, but Roberta's left hand was immobilized. She had to load and fire before the zombie charged at her. After Vasquez took care of his zombies, he leaned against the wall to watch Roberta's performance. The bullet hit the zombie precisely. Vasquez couldn't help but admire the woman's courage and composure. 3 minutes later, they arrived at the emergency room. Entering a room and staying alert is the most basic rule of survival in a post-apocalyptic world. After closing the door, they saw another figure standing by the wall. Hearing the voice, the figure slowly turned around, and it turned out to be a zombie without eyes. The zombie moved closer step by step. Roberta signaled Vasquez to keep quiet. The zombie probably couldn't see them. Despite their caution, the slight noise from turning the doorknob still alerted the zombie. With no choice, Vasquez endured the severe pain and eliminated the zombie. Upon entering the surgery room, Roberta blocked the door with a cabinet. Fortunately, the suturing tools they needed were still there. Unfortunately, the painkillers and anesthetics had already been taken. Roberta had no choice but to endure the pain and let Vasquez stitch her up. Roberta's shoulder blade was pierced and left with a gruesome gash on both sides. The moment the curved needle pierced her skin, the pain spread throughout her body. Especially the sensation of the thread moving through the flesh almost made Roberta pass out.
Just a few more.
Now, only the front wound was left.
You're doing great. Being a real man about it.
At this moment, Vasquez looked utterly bewildered. Vasquez was slapped and felt a bit annoyed. He thought to himself, "You said you had a high tolerance for pain, so I'll speed up the process then."
That's it. Bleeding stopped.
Finally, it was over, and now it was Roberta's turn to treat Vasquez's wounds. As the first stitch went in, Vasquez grimaced in pain. Roberta asked him why he was working with Ground Zero, and if he was trying to sell Murphy. Vasquez smiled and said, "Do you know what I did before the apocalypse? I was an agent for the DEA, specifically responsible for arresting international drug traffickers. I caught many gangs, but my biggest target was the 0 Point group. One day, These guys tried to bribe me with $1 million, asking me to eliminate their competitors. It would have been a win-win situation, but I refused. However, that led them to kidnap my wife and daughter.
My baby girl. Option let me kill them quickly, or they kill them slowly.
Jesus.
Roberta's hostility eased upon hearing this, realizing she might not know how to handle such a situation either. As he spoke, tears streamed down Vasquez's face. The first zombies he saw after the apocalypse were his wife and daughter, who died in front of him. So from then on he vowed to find that piece of shit and get revenge.
Tattoo of a face on his shooting arm.
So was he one of the ones we killed today?
No.
It was a sad story, but it perhaps explained his past actions. Roberta had almost been killed by bounty hunters before, and Vasquez decisively saved her. Many wondered why they didn't just kill each other. Now it seemed that Vasquez was a righteous DEA agent.
I think he took too long to sum me up.
After speaking, Vasquez closed his eyes. He couldn't hold on any longer. Roberta was shocked. She quickly checked Vasquez's pulse, which was already very weak. Roberta pressed on Vasquez's chest, trying to save his life, even using artificial respiration, but after 5 minutes, Vasquez still showed no response, and the artery in his neck no longer pulsed. Was he beyond saving? Reluctantly, Roberta walked over to the surgical table and picked up a tool.
I hope you find your wife and your little girl. I give you mercy.
If Vasquez didn't wake up soon, he might truly be dead. Meanwhile, at the temporary camp, Doc approached Murphy. Before Roberta left, she had instructed him to keep an eye on the child. So, he tried to coax Murphy into taking a break and letting him watch the child. However, Murphy didn't trust Doc with this. He always felt that his teammates would abandon his daughter, Lucy, and refused to let anyone touch her. Murphy stood up and walked deep into the woods, saying he needed to take a walk. He instructed Cassandra to follow them and ensure they didn't leave. Ever since Murphy bit Cassandra, she absolutely obeyed his orders. Murphy went for a walk in the woods. Murphy knew better than anyone the uniqueness of his daughter. Lucy was definitely not a normal human. So, Murphy believed that if given the chance, Doc and the others would abandon Lucy. As he walked, he passed an abandoned logging site and sat down to soothe his daughter to sleep. Suddenly, a chilling noise came from behind. Turning around, Murphy saw zombie squirrels, rabbits, and foxes staring at his daughter in his arms. It was utterly eerie. Sensing something, Lucy also started crying. Murphy had to soothe Lucy while moving deeper into the woods, occasionally looking back to see if those creatures were following. I actually don't think the zombies were drawn to it with any hostility, more like a pilgrimage or to protect their king, but Murphy wouldn't think that much. He just wanted to quickly leave and avoid any harm to his daughter, and so he walked aimlessly through the woods.
Babyface, please. For Daddy. Come on.
Murphy was followed by several zombies. He was ready to carry his daughter into the house in front of him to hide. Unexpectedly, when the door opened, a burly man wielding a gun emerged. Murphy was terrified, thinking his end had come. Initially, the man wanted to drive Murphy away since, in the dangerous apocalyptic world, it's best not to engage with strangers. However, moved by the crying child in Murphy's arms, the man's compassion was stirred, and he invited Murphy into the house. Upon entering, Murphy was somewhat stunned. It had been a long time since he had seen such a warm scene. The gun in the man's hand was never lowered, and he remained as alert as he should have been.
It's okay, Ma. He's got a little baby with him.
Upon hearing there was a child, the woman's gaze instantly softened, and she slowly approached, wanting to take a look at the little baby. However, Murphy refused, citing the child's fear of strangers, and the lady had to give up. Still, the woman kindly went to the kitchen to fetch some goat milk. The man, gun in hand, asked Murphy why his skin was blue. Murphy's response didn't raise any suspicion. After all, he could speak, so he definitely wasn't a zombie. Still, the man needed to understand Murphy's origins and purpose for being there. Reluctantly, Murphy painted himself in a tragic light. He claimed that his original group intended to harm his daughter because her crying attracted zombies, so he left to wander. After hearing this, the man lowered his guard. He could tell Murphy wasn't lying, and it seemed consistent with the harsh realities of the apocalypse. The couple were clearly kind people. They both admonished Murphy for wandering recklessly with the child, emphasizing the lack of food and water. As Murphy listened, an idea suddenly popped into his head. Embarrassed, he said, "I can't take my daughter back to the main troop, and our intended destination isn't suitable for her. You seem like nice people, and it feels safe and homey here.
Would you take my daughter and raise her?
Are you serious?
I've never been more serious in my life.
Murphy's always been unreliable, but this time he's actually made a decision. The woman's heart softened, and she sought her husband's consent. Life here was safe for them, but having a child would enrich their lives. Perhaps this was a little angel sent from above. The husband nodded in agreement. Excited, the wife approached and then held the baby in her arms. At that moment, Lucy appeared somewhat blue but otherwise looked like a normal child.
What's her name?
It's Lucy. Lucy.
However, the couple were shocked. The blue skin, the pupils patterned with markings, and the sharp teeth. What exactly was this creature? Without hesitation, they bluntly asked Murphy to take Lucy and leave. Murphy had no choice but to pick up his daughter and soothe her, hoping the little one wouldn't be frightened. But it was then he seemed to think of something else.
Can I ask one small favor? For Lucy.
At the temporary camp, Doc and the others were anxious when they saw that Murphy was not coming back. Before Roberta left, she had specifically instructed them to keep a close eye on him. They wanted to go out and search for Murphy, but the problem was Cassandra was watching them like a hound. 10K thought they could split up and run. Cassandra couldn't possibly stop all three at once. If Cassandra did get rough with them, they'd have no choice but to treat her like a zombie. 10K had already grown disillusioned. He had tried multiple times to awaken Cassandra, but she was no longer the person she once was. But Addie disagrees, arguing that although Cassandra has changed, she wouldn't hurt her fellow man. 10K didn't want to argue over this. The main priority was to find Murphy. No sooner said than done. They stood up simultaneously, pretending to be relaxed. They run in different directions and Cassandra gets angry. At the fork in the road, Cassandra paused for a few seconds to think, then chased after Addie. Addie had thought Cassandra wouldn't really hurt them, but at that moment, she realized she was wrong. Doc and 10K, who had run off, heard a scream from afar. It must be Addie in trouble. They rushed back in panic.
Sandra, stop it! What the hell are you doing?
Their escape plan had to be abandoned. Addie rested for a while before regaining feeling in her right arm. Cassandra had struck hard. 10K believed they couldn't just sit and wait for doom. He laid down all his weapons, preparing to talk to Cassandra, signaling Doc and Addie to be ready to run while he stayed behind to block her. After all, he had the closest relationship with Cassandra previously, and he didn't believe she would really hurt him. Cassandra clearly had special feelings for 10K, but her blood's obedience to Murphy was ingrained, surpassing anyone else.
Nobody leaves.
10K lost his patience. He turned and signaled Addie to move. Cassandra was just about to chase when 10K hugged her, and they started scuffling. Doc and Addie, who had run out, then heard a scream, but this time they didn't go back. Finding Murphy was the top priority. 10K was in a dire situation, thrown hard by Cassandra. He felt as if his insides were all mixed up. Before 10K could recover, Cassandra pounced again, pinning him fiercely to the ground. 10K was only restraining Cassandra, not fighting back to hurt her. Cassandra, on the other hand, is ferocious, pulling out all the stops to try and tear apart the 10K that stands in her way. 10K really felt the crisis of death this time. At the same time, 10K also dead heart. This is no longer the Cassandra he adored. She is purely a monster. 10K was heartbroken, but he couldn't die here. This could also be considered an act of mercy towards Cassandra. 2 hours later, 10K dug a hole and buried the body, standing despondently beside the grave. That's when Addie and Doc returned. They hadn't found Murphy but had encountered Roberta and Vasquez returning. Doc immediately sensed something was off.
What happened?
I did what I had to do.
You mercied her?
She gave me no choice.
Just as 10K was explaining, Murphy came back.
Where's Cassandra?
She's dead.
Murphy was a little annoyed to hear this result. He had feelings for Cassandra after all this time too.
I mercied her.
I gave her life, and you had no right to take that away.
As Murphy charged forward to confront 10K, Roberta intervened.
Where's the baby?
When asked about the child, Murphy coldly replied,
You don't have to worry about the baby anymore.
The X-team was bewildered. Could the child have just disappeared? Was she abandoned by Murphy? Or was there a worse outcome? The audience might have guessed that Lucy was left with the couple, but in a particularly unique way.
Think this is for the best, Paul?
I agree, Ma. It's the only decent thing to do. That way that nice fella can get back to his friends while Lucy is safe here with us.
Both spouses had bite marks on their faces, hinting at what had transpired.
Amen.
5 years after the outbreak of the zombie virus, 2 bandits specializing in robbery emerged in this region. They had just left the house today without finding a target to strike, but coincidentally, an engine roar suddenly came from behind them. They turned back, a smirk appearing on their faces as if to say, the sheep have delivered themselves to the slaughter. A small truck was approaching. Instead of fleeing upon seeing them, the driver drove straight up and stopped in front of them. 2 middle-aged men in white coats got out of the vehicle, raising their hands and walking forward to make a friendly introduction. Raleigh explained they were dentists, offering teeth cleaning services to apocalypse survivors in exchange for a small donation of goods. If they had nothing to donate, a smile would suffice. Seeing the bandits' indifference, Rory invited them to the back of the van to enjoy the service first. The bandits exchanged glances but didn't refuse. The co-driver had already arranged 2 chairs and even considerately placed a ladder. Appearing quite professional, the 2 brothers, skeptical yet curious, climbed up. With guns in their hands, they weren't worried about any tricks these 2 might play. Moreover, it looks like they should really be doctors who clean teeth in exchange for supplies. The men equipped them with devices and then released some gas, making them feel euphoric and thoroughly enjoy the experience. Raleigh slowly walked to the side and flipped an electric switch. Yes, it's a bit of a joke that the 2 unlucky robbers met their traffickers today. Their fate was likely not going to be a pleasant one. However, Team X, en route to California, happened to pass by. What kind of sparks would fly between them and the traffickers? Team X had studied the map. This area was part of the Mississippi River Basin, and taking the water route could save a lot of time. After a long search, they found a boat by the river, still occupied by several zombies. Without saying a word, Roberta drew her longsword and led her team up to the boat to take out the zombies.
Whoa, easy. I don't want any trouble.
What are you doing here?
It's my boat.
Makes sense.
Under the canvas, they found a living person. Skipper tried to resist, but when Vasquez pointed a gun at his head, he quickly learned his lesson. Fearing for his life, Skipper hastily offered to pilot the boat, claiming knowledge of the area. After hearing this, Vasquez put away his gun, and Skipper immediately sat down to start the boat. So, they progressed along the Mississippi River. The scenery around them was breathtaking, and they couldn't help but relax. The surrounding scenery was beautiful, allowing them to relax a bit, and if all went well, they would soon reach their next destination, Memphis. But things are seldom that smooth. Doc saw something floating in the distance that looked familiar. As they all looked in the direction he was pointing, they couldn't believe their eyes. It was them, the weapon-dealing Sketchy brothers. What a coincidence! The audience might remember that Addie's spiked bat and the sniper rifle 10K gave to the woman were both acquired from these brothers. Since they were old acquaintances, they were also pulled aboard the boat. Sketchy and his brothers seemed to have fallen on hard times. No one knew what they had been through recently. Once they boarded the boat, Sketchy's true colors as a merchant were fully exposed. He never stopped talking, boasting about how well he was doing and even claiming they had met the legendary Murphy.
Got him with the Murphy.
Murphy, who was sitting nearby, was so surprised he quickly asked what the real Murphy looked like.
Over 7 feet tall, red eyes, teeth like a mountain goat. He walks around on all 4s, and he could blend into his surroundings like a chameleon.
Yeah, when we saw him in Louisiana, he was green as moss. We saw him again a week later in Texas, and he looked like dirt.
Team X collectively fell silent, with no one contradicting him. They wouldn't be foolish enough to reveal anything about Murphy. The fewer people who knew, the better. However, They also learned from them that the public was almost universally aware of Murphy's existence and depicted him as an omnipotent figure. The sketchy brothers continued to make up stories non-stop. Vasquez, unable to stand it anymore, threatened to throw them overboard if they didn't shut up. Immediately, the sketchy brothers frantically said they couldn't do that. The river downstream was full of zombies, and they needed to turn around. He even swore that what they were saying was true this time and not made up, but Vasquez didn't believe a word. They were just two big talkers and liars. Suddenly, the boat shook violently. The water was indeed full of zombies, likely awakened by the argument. Before they knew it, several zombies had climbed aboard.
Zombies on board!
10K was the first to jump into the water, with the others quickly following. Half an hour later, 10K struggled to climb to the shore, but when he looked back, the others were not behind him. Obviously, he was separated from the group. 10K could only look around the neighborhood first. He hadn't gone far when he spotted Sketchy fixing his hair.
Where's your buddy?
Curtains. Saw him go down. He chose to sink, while you and I chose to swim.
True to his nature as a merchant, Sketchy dramatized his solo escape as a tragic tale, claiming that Skeezy had voluntarily stayed behind to sacrifice himself. Sketchy just finished. A sound came from the distance. They ran over to see it was Skeezy. At that moment, Skeezy was left with only half his body on the ground, howling.
Hey, cut it out! Cut it out! Cut it out!
No, do it!
Stop! I fell in a damn hole!
Oh.
Get me out of here! I thought you said
It all seemed like a comedy. 10K is not impressed. This pair of brothers do not have a word of truth in their mouths, and the end of the world and there are human traffickers is really too ridiculous. As 10K was about to leave, Sketchy started his sales pitch again, saying he would help find his teammates, and that they should support each other. He even promised to find 10K a girlfriend. At that, 10K was tempted and decided to follow them. Meanwhile, downstream, Team X had all survived and were loudly calling for 10K. Doc, the elder, was very concerned about 10K and even wanted to swim across to search, but Murphy and Vasquez stopped him. They argued that going to California was the priority and they couldn't delay their journey for one person, and besides, 10K might be waiting for them up ahead. Even Roberta and Addie agreed. Reluctantly, Doc hoped that 10K would be waiting for them ahead. What Team X didn't know was that 10K and the Sketchy brothers were about to have very bad luck. They hadn't gone a kilometer before they encountered several armed men demanding they hand over everything and leave their territory. The Sketchy brothers turned their pockets inside out, revealing nothing. Even in this tense atmosphere, Sketchy was unflustered. His next move made me really see what is called fooling.
An eye towards progress and future generations. What if I told you today's your lucky day?
Oh, I would agree. Ain't that right, Dale?
Oh, you right about that.
You're both right.
Sketchy, pointing at Skeezy beside him, said, "See? The Creator is smiling at you. I say today is your lucky day because you have the chance to gain eternal life."
Please.
let's just kill him.
Well, then I guess you've never heard of the Murphy. All right, fine. You don't want to see him.
Oh, I've heard of the Murphy, all right. Seen him even.
You seen the Murphy, huh? What's he look like?
It's a taller fella.
Taller fella? Really? Taller fella, skinny as a beanpole, short, scraggly hair, dark blotches on his skin.
The people across from them leaned in to examine the picture of Murphy and then glanced at Skeezy beside them, realizing that this guy was indeed Murphy. It is also clear from this that the image of Murphy in folklore has been demonized with all sorts of superpowers. Sketchy continued to spin his tale, claiming that a bite from Murphy would grant them immortality.
One bite at a time.
What do you mean, bite?
I'm glad you ask. You want to be immortal? Old Murphy here's got to bite ya. But everything comes at a price, and it looks like you got plenty to go around in that there wagon of yours.
It was obvious Sketchy had his eyes on their supplies. Of course, these young people were bewildered by the cunning merchant's words. They immediately allowed a man named Dale to be the first to accept Murphy's bite. Sketchy was even on hand to give Dale very expert instructions on how to relax or else the muscle contractions would release the acid counteracting virus. While speaking, he stuffed a loaf of bread he had stolen at some point into 10K's clothes.
Hold still, Dale! Hold still!
Skeezy, incredibly cooperative, bit Dale so hard that blood flowed freely. The men quickly asked Dale if he felt immortal. Dale, utterly confused and not feeling any different but not wanting to seem foolish, pretended to be excited. The others, thrilled like children at the prospect of eternal life, eagerly traded their belongings for a bite from Murphy. Afterwards, they were grateful to Sketchy, very professionally. Sketchy instructed them to rest for 12 hours to let Murphy's virus fully metabolize in their bodies. All I can say is, being a con artist requires some skill. Just then, as 10K reached for something from Sketchy, the stolen loaf of bread in his clothes fell out, leading to an awkward moment. Realizing they'd been duped, the four men chased after the trio, seeking revenge. As night fell on the banks of the Mississippi River, Team X also set up camp to rest. Roberta looked deeply troubled. Doc said there's a light flickering across the river, surely a signal from 10K. But Vasquez and Roberta both shook their heads. They saw nothing and thought Doc's vision was failing. Annoyed, Doc wondered if, for the bounty in California, even his brothers in arms no longer cared. As they were about to start arguing, Roberta quickly stepped in to mediate, but her attitude clearly indicated she also believed Doc was mistaken. Unbeknownst to them, the light was indeed from 10K, hoping his teammates might see it. But alas, the next day, Squad X continued towards California. Doc saw a simple rowboat from afar, excitedly suggesting they cross the river to find 10K. Addie and Roberta wanted to speak up, but Doc gestured for silence, determined not to abandon 10K.
What do you expect us to do? Wait for you?
Do whatever you want.
Then we head west.
Am I the only one that cares that 10K is out there?
Of course not.
I'm sorry.
Due to Cassandra's death, Murphy was even less likely to search for 10K, so he demanded that Roberta prioritize their mission, or he wouldn't continue towards California. Disappointed, Doc declared, "Go complete your mission then. I must find 10K. Roberta, seeing Doc's resolve, ceased her attempts to dissuade him, only saying they'd head south towards Gina Bridge. If you make it there by boat, rejoin us. If not, then let's wish each other well." Doc nodded. He knew it would be hard to survive without the group, but 10K was as important as his son. And so, they parted ways, their fates unknown to each other. Meanwhile, Sketchy and his brother wandered with 10K, lucking upon a van with keys inside. Unknown to them, it belonged to human traffickers. They drove down the road and soon came to a small town. What's weird is that from a distance, someone smiled at them and waved kindly for them to stop the car. Sketchy, unaware of what was happening, had to forcibly maintain his composure, clearly realizing these people recognized the van.
Usually you're right on time, but no matter. Swenson, get these old boys a drink. I don't think we met. It's usually the other two.
Oh, those two clowns? Former employees.
Sketchy realized the van was meant for deliveries here, so he quickly posed as the boss and claimed to have fired the previous employees. As the van door opened, it revealed several newly mutated zombies.
For the mute. Pretty good, my ass. Well, look, you done outdone yourself.
Sketchy was calm on the surface, but in his heart he was shocked. This car is specialized in transporting zombies. And catching living people mutated. A man, in high spirits, introduced himself as Burr, the controller of the town. Sketchy also introduced himself, but with fake names. Burr was so pleased with the shipment that he guided the three men into the house, ready to entertain them. The town seemed stress-free and comfortable, with many people living there and zombies used as free labor in a central turntable. The previous human traffickers' work, living people enjoyed life while the dead labored. At this time, 10K seemed to have a sense of what looked back at the warehouse, where a woman was standing. The corner of 10K's mouth immediately showed a smile, but unfortunately the girl did not look like she wanted to pay attention to 10K. Before 10K could see enough, Bert dragged them to other places to visit. The following activities were more comfortable, with beer to drink and women for company. The Sketchy brothers couldn't stop grinning, but only 10K was distracted. Looking up, 10K saw the girl again, seemingly signaling him. Unable to contain himself, he followed her into an alley, but as 10K arrived, Sadie pointed a gun at him from behind.
Give me one reason. I don't need much. This world will not miss you. And you may be skinny, but that wheel can always use another body, ain't that right?
He quickly explained they hadn't killed anyone, just found the van and were unaware of its contents. He clarified that he was part of Squad X, escorting Murphy to California, now separated from them.
What's he like?
He's a jerk. But the rest of them, they were good people. We were trying to save the world.
Sadie lowered her gun, sensing 10K was telling the truth. Sadie sadly said that her second husband had recently passed away and, after becoming a zombie, was tied up in the mill. Unable to find peace, the town is entirely evil, she said. She stayed for only 2 reasons. First, to help her husband find release, and second, to watch the town be destroyed.
I wouldn't mind seeing that too.
Meanwhile, the sketchy brothers were chatting and laughing with Burr, unaware that Raleigh, who had lost the van, had walked into town. The fake sketchy was about to slip away, but it was already too late.
I need to make a call.
In fact, the town's behind-the-scenes controller is the Zero Drug Cartel. Today, the second in command, a Scorpion, had come here specifically because he heard about 3 thieves who dared to steal the van.
Session, the Honorable Judge Scorpion presiding.
Last episode told of the sketchy brothers, along with 10K, engaging in deceit and swindling, ultimately leading to their trial in the sinful town. They even specially invited a Scorpion, the second in command of Zero Group, to serve as the judge.
Stand accused of grand larceny, willful deception, and fraud. And you robbed me of the greatest golf game of my life. How do you feel about that?
It's disappointing.
You'll be acting as your own counsel.
I will, Your Honor.
How do each of you plead?
Upon hearing Sketchy's words, 10K and Skeezy are extremely astonished, while Raleigh, whose car was stolen, is immensely satisfied. However,
an explanation.
Objection! This man is a liar and a thief.
Overruled. Damn! Please continue.
Sketchy takes a deep breath and begins his performance. This guy's mouth definitely has the power to twist right and wrong. Instead of discussing the case directly, Sketchy brings up many well-known wrongful cases from before the apocalypse. The audience quickly empathizes with him. Sketchy's words are very moving, one by one.
Objection!
Stop interrupting.
It seems Sketchy feels a Scorpion's admiration for him. His following words become even more outrageous, turning to accuse the plaintiff.
By executing some kind of fancy flea flicker on the fine citizens of this great town. I don't believe in the hidden ball trick like these guys. Now, if I'm going up against an opponent, I'm going right down the middle. He's gonna see me coming, by God, because I like my steak rare. Yeah. I like my whiskey straight up. Woo. I like my cars fast and my women rough. Yeah. Woo. I'm an American, North American, and I don't apologize for that. No. Yeah.
Sketchy's speech is chaotic but strangely infectious, and the audience gets excited. Sadie appeared in the back and 10K looked at her and nodded. They seem to have agreed on something. Meanwhile, during their trial, Roberta and her group finally reach Gina Bridge. Upon arrival, they see a car parked by the road, which would be great if it could be driven. Addie looks around, hoping to see if Doc has come here to meet up. The original X team has already lost too many people, and with 10K missing, if Doc isn't there, they might really have to part ways. Finally, Addie sees a figure under the bridge. Doc originally left the team to cross the river by boat in search of 10K, but the current was too strong to cross. Back in the town's courtroom, Sketchy's performance continues. This cunning man even writes a whole blackboard of text in just a few minutes, accompanied by several pictures. Sketchy, like a professor, discusses trends in loan interest rates, biology, physics, economics, chemistry, and the internet. Truly a talent. Then, throwing off his coat, he begins to praise the audience seated below.
You're honest to goodness. You're a straight shooter. You're tried and true.
Everyone nods in satisfaction, some even move to tears. It's amazing. No wonder Sketchy is doing so well in the post-apocalyptic world. Even a Scorpion nods repeatedly after listening. Sketchy enjoys the smiles and applause of the audience, thinking he has the upper hand. However,
those men are con artists and thieves! And he bit me!
Sketchy, pretending to be calm, looks back at a Scorpion, who decides his fate.
That was beautiful. But you're guilty, bro. I want to do you a favor, though. A death by hanging.
Sketchy resigns himself, thinking it was his life's highlight of deception, only to meet his downfall here. On the other side, on Gina Bridge, Doc stares blankly across, having begged the X-team to wait here for half an hour. He keeps praying for 10K to appear, not believing the kid is already dead, but the other members are getting impatient, urging Doc to get going.
I couldn't get to you. I hope you know I tried. It ain't tough, buddy. I'm gonna miss you.
With no other choice, not knowing where to find 10K in such a big world, Doc, filled with guilt, turns to get into the car, but just then, at the other end of the bridge, a figure appears. It's Sadie from the town, carrying a large bag full of weapons. Before the trial, 10K had asked Sadie to find the X-team and bring them back for a rescue. 10 minutes later, the town's execution ground is ready, and nooses are placed around their necks. Hanging is undoubtedly one of the most painful ways to die. Sketchy is still trying to fight his way out of it. He even starts thanking his parents, turning the atmosphere from one of impending execution to something like an award acceptance speech. An audience member even starts playing sad music. Moved by the moment, Skeezy begins to express his gratitude as well. But before he can finish, a scorpion grows impatient.
It's hanging time.
Alright. Pull!
Just at this critical moment, the X-team arrives. 10K and Sketchy fall to the ground while Skeezy dangles in the air. The whole town plunges into chaos with the turn of events. Meanwhile, Sadie, along with others, arrives at the grinding stone. Murphy waves his hands, using his power of mind to calm the zombies down. Sadie cuts the ropes, releasing the zombies, causing the onlookers to frantically seek places to hide. Doc quickly helps the fallen 10K to his feet. Sketchy struggles to stand, bending over to let Skeezy step on him. As Skeezy starts to roll his eyes back, Doc, overwhelmed with joy at finding 10K, fails to notice the Sketchy brothers' struggle. Finally, Addie, attentive as always, sees the scene and helps them out of the crisis. Everyone gets into the car and heads towards Gina Bridge, while Sadie chooses to stay behind. Sadie finds her husband, who has turned into a zombie, and helps him achieve final release. 10 minutes later, the X-team returns to the bridgehead, only to find that the town's zombies have followed them there. Fortunately, obstacles help them buy time as everyone frantically tries to escape, except for 10K, who crawls back. He's actually worried about the Sketchy brothers. Although the Sketchy brothers swindle and deceive, they have their principles and never make a losing deal. The firearms, weapons, and vehicles are their capital for rising.
Thank you.
For what? We still haven't gotten you laid.
For everything else, then.
10K respects their choice and quickly jumps down, running towards the car. They still have the important task of saving the world. The Sketchy brothers have already loaded their magazines, ready for a big fight.
I'm thinking maybe Australia. They speak English there.
True, but it's far though.
Yeah, it is. You ready?
Sure. Why not?
In the forest, the X-team is taking inventory of their supplies. They've been driving for a week. Now, not only is their fuel tank almost empty, but they're also out of food and bullets. Reaching California seems impossible. Everyone looks worried except for Murphy, the selfish one, who sleeps soundly in the car. Unconcerned, Doc calls out to him, and he opens his eyes. In a blur, it seemed as if he saw Doc's brain pulsating, appearing delicious. It was just a false alarm. However, it reveals that Murphy, influenced by the zombie virus, still harbors a subconscious bloodlust. Doc woke Murphy to join him in searching the woods for edible roots, but when they reach the mountain, they realize movie depictions are misleading. The tree bark is inedible. Suddenly, Murphy senses something and walks deeper into the woods. Just then, the car horn sounds below. It's Roberta urging them. Murphy doesn't respond and walks towards the direction calling him. By the time Doc gets back down, the car is ready, but he realizes Murphy didn't follow. Now's not the time to blame Doc. Finding Murphy is the priority. Atop the mountain, Murphy reaches the sensed location and finds a human brain hanging, swallowing hard. He reaches out to take it. Murphy falls into a trap and loses consciousness. 5 minutes later, he regains some awareness, feeling something hit his face. Turning over, he sees a zombie eating a human brain, chewing meticulously like a human. Murphy calmed down. As long as it was a zombie, he wasn't afraid. But But when he looks down, he sees a corpse with a gruesomely mutilated head, likely someone unfortunate who fell in and had their brain eaten by this zombie. Murphy is unsure what to do. The zombie stares blankly at Murphy, then offers him the brain. Murphy instinctively reaches out. Drawn to the brain, he hesitates, then dips a finger in the blood. What does it taste like? Murphy is torn between tasting it and not. He's still human after all, but he gives in and tastes it, feeling a rush of exhilaration. Surprisingly, he doesn't dislike the taste, even enjoying it a bit, but Murphy quickly comes to his senses, remembering that he is human, and realizing that escaping from the trap is his top priority.
Doc! Falling down the rabbit hole! That scares! Your body's missing!
He shouted loudly, but his voice was already very weak on the ground. Plus the X-team was searching along the highway at the moment. It was even more unlikely to be heard. 3 hours later, Murphy, unable to shout any longer, simply sits down and prays with his hands clasped together. Surprisingly, the zombie opposite him starts imitating his actions. This particular zombie is clearly different from the others. It shows an ability to obey and think. After another 2 hours, Murphy was already exhausted, but suddenly the door of the trap creaked open, just as Murphy was about to ask for help. A man in protective gear rushed in, swiftly tying a rope around Murphy's neck and aggressively binding him. Murphy summoned zombies with his mind. Murphy immediately used his mind to call out, and the zombies rushed over, kicking away the stick and pouncing on the man, but the man's clothes were made of a special material that couldn't be chewed through. The man calmly drew a dagger from his waist and killed the zombie. Before Murphy could grieve, he witnessed a horrifying scene. The man cut off the zombie's head. After an unknown period, Murphy woke up with a collar around his neck, his body firmly tied to a table. There was a corpse on the adjacent operating table. As Murphy was puzzled, a man with flowing long hair walked in, holding the head of the zombie from the trap. This man was a mad scientist, constantly capturing zombies for dissection and research. He mistook Murphy for a zombie since Murphy had blue skin and patterned pupils. Without speaking, anyone would think he's a zombie. The collector, without paying attention to Murphy, picked up a saw. He was about to remove the entire skull. Murphy was terrified at this sight, convinced the man was insane. Indeed, the collector was a fanatical independent researcher. He tried joining the CDC in California with his findings but was rejected, vowing to make them regret their decision. After mumbling to himself for a bit, the collector approached Murphy's operating table to observe him. He couldn't help but be curious. Normally, zombies would become frenzied upon awakening and seeing a living person. Yet, the one before him, with unblemished skin, showed no bloodthirsty impulses. Murphy felt frustrated. He couldn't speak due to a hoarse throat and extreme thirst.
That's interesting.
The collector didn't hear him, but he had dissected many zombies and this was the first time he had seen one that could talk. He hypothesized differences in this zombie's brain and was about to dissect Murphy, hoping for a major discovery. Frightened, Murphy shook his head. The collector grew more excited, seeing fear in a zombie.
You can do it.
Zombies asking for water seemed absurd, yet the collector poured a glass anyway. After drinking, Murphy's throat felt better, and he finally spoke up. I and my friend had a car breakdown. We were looking for food and accidentally fell into your trap, he said. Upon hearing this, the collector immediately realized that this guy wasn't a zombie, but he wasn't disappointed. He was even more excited than before. He then brought a recorder to Murphy's ear, playing a recording from Citizen Z that had broadcasted his information worldwide.
There's a man traveling among you. He's the only human known to have survived a zombie bite. His blood has the antibodies to create a vaccine. It is imperative that he be transported alive to the Centers for Disease Control lab in California.
The collector quickly surmised that this person might be the legendary half-human, half-zombie Murphy. However, to be sure, he needed to verify. Seeing the zombie bite marks, the collector completely lost his composure, realizing he had found the perfect subject for his experiments. His demeanor towards Murphy softened significantly, no longer restraining him, but if Murphy tried anything, he'd flick a switch in his hand and the collar would release an electric current, so he wasn't worried about Murphy escaping. Murphy, preferring to endure less suffering, mentioned his poor relationship with the CDC and agreed to cooperate unconditionally with the collector's research.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. You can relax, Mr. Murphy.
Can I?
Yes, because I don't want the bounty. I just want to know what it is to be you.
Then, the collector gave Murphy a tour of the house, showcasing his prized collections. Strangely, 3 animal zombies appeared vaguely familiar to Murphy, as if he had seen them before. The collector also showed his collection of well-known zombie movies, like the genre's pioneers White Zombie, Night of the Living Dead, and Dawn of the Dead, all classics. After the tour, Murphy learned about the availability of running water and decided to indulge in a long-overdue bath. Meanwhile, Team X was going insane, having searched the entire area without finding any traces. 10 minutes later, Murphy emerged comfortably, having not bathed for 2 years, and changed into clothes provided by the collector. Just then, there was a commotion outside, likely the collector dissecting zombies. Initially, Murphy paid it no mind, until he noticed bloodstains on the window. Realizing something might have gone wrong, he came out to take a look. Murphy realized the opportunity had come. He quickly picked up the rope snare and the switch for the collar from the ground.
Have I been talking to myself? You are their pawn!
I am nobody's pawn!
So, I'm gonna leave you two. I'll see myself out. It's a left down the stairs and to the right. Right?
Last episode, Murphy was captured by the collector. He barely found an opportunity to knock him out with a stick, but Murphy didn't kill the collector. Instead, he uttered some harsh words. So,
You'll never make it to California. That is insane. If the CDC wants to see you, they're gonna have to come to me. If anybody wants to see you, they're gonna have to come to me!
When Murphy woke up again, he found himself tied to a chair. Considering his escape attempt, the collector took extra precautions and decided to draw 3,000 milliliters of Murphy's blood for samples. Even if Murphy met with an accident, he'd still have samples on hand. Being a collector, he drew Murphy's blood while dragging him to a table to record a variety show interview. This footage would be precious if human civilization ever restored order. As the recording started, the collector began with an introduction. Normally after his introductions, Murphy as the guest of honor would have to greet the audience, but he refused to do so, and what awaited him was...
Say ah.
After being shocked twice, Murphy became compliant. The collector had many questions for Murphy. To see how Murphy differed from normal humans, he didn't just take blood samples but even extracted bone marrow using a 15-centimeter syringe.
It's the best part about science. Trying.
That wasn't all. The collector has brought in another human brain and wants him to eat it on the show. Naturally, Murphy refused, but he didn't have much choice. Though he ate only a small piece reluctantly, the exhilarating feeling overwhelmed him, beyond his control. Thus, Murphy officially ate human brain for the first time, and it was recorded on video. After that, the collector asked the 2 questions he most wanted to know. One was whether the rumor that Murphy could control zombies with his mind was true. Murphy firmly denied it, claiming it was just a rumor. He didn't want to be excessively studied. Besides, this ability might unexpectedly save his life one day. The second question was about what would happen if he bit a human. The image of Cassandra, whom he had bitten, flashed in Murphy's mind. People bitten by him saw him as their master. Of course, facing the collector, Murphy simply stated that nothing would happen to those he bit. The collector didn't dwell on the truthfulness of the answers and declared the interview over. He planned to store the bone marrow samples in the back. Sitting alone, Murphy suddenly remembered his beloved daughter, wondering if he'd ever see her again in this lifetime. Suddenly, a zombie's growl interrupted his thoughts. As one walked in, wasn't this the opportunity he was waiting for? He immediately controlled the zombie with his mind, making it pick up the saw on the table and approach him. But then, the saw stopped moving. The collector, holding the plug, emerged from a corner. He had suspected Murphy wouldn't be truthful, so he deliberately let a zombie in to test him, and the result was indeed a pleasant surprise.
Knew it was you in the pit with the zombie. I knew it!
Meanwhile, the X team is literally having a breakdown looking for Murphy. They conducted a thorough search, eventually arriving at this small town. Roberta, sensing nightfall approaching, suggested splitting up to search, hoping to increase efficiency. After the interview, the collector took Murphy to the basement, his real treasure trove. He aimed to create a zombie museum, specially collecting unique species. The first zombie was irradiated and covered in pustules. When Murphy saw the second zombie, he was stunned. Wasn't this a plant zombie? He had encountered it in the greenhouse. How did it get here? The collector was truly mad to bring it from such a distance. What really shocked him was the third zombie, one that even he couldn't control, a berserker zombie. Murphy's mouth fell open in disbelief. How had the collector captured it? Then, the collector led him to another exhibit of celebrity zombies. He pointed out one sitting in the middle, introducing him as George Martin, the creator of A Song of Ice and Fire and Game of Thrones. But Murphy, who was just a small-time crook before the apocalypse, had never heard of George Martin. As the collector was explaining, he threw a book at the zombie, which surprisingly opened it and signed, as if it was muscle memory. If civilization ever recovered, selling these signed books alone could make him rich. Pretending to be curious, Murphy picked up a book to look at it.
Can I have this?
Yeah, sure.
He suddenly hit the collector with it and swiftly ran towards the exit, but he stopped when he passed the highest throne, as it had his name on it. The madman had reserved a place for him in the exhibit.
I can see you sitting on the throne dispensing the wisdom of men, zombies, and all that will come after me!
Murphy jogged along. This place used to be a museum, with many stairs and rooms, making it hard for him to find the exit quickly. He had to check every place. Luckily, he soon found the stairs and made his way to the first floor, but the main door was locked. The collector caught up and earnestly proposed a 50-50 split of the museum's future earnings, seemingly a fair deal.
Lock the door or die!
Okay, Murphy.
He no longer seemed insistent and pressed a switch on the wall, allowing Murphy to leave if he wished. Murphy wasn't exactly a model survivor, having made several basic post-apocalyptic mistakes. He knocked down the collector twice but didn't kill him, so in the end, Murphy had to ask for it. Meanwhile, 10K, who was searching nearby, heard gunfire coming from this building. Hoping to find clues about Murphy, he ran towards the main entrance. At this time, the collector, sitting on the stairs, lamented what he considered a betrayal by Murphy. Deciding to drain and freeze Murphy's blood for the CDC in California to beg him for later, the collector was excited by the thought. Then a zombie, attracted by the gunfire, approached. Murphy thought to control it but was immediately shocked by an electric jolt. Suddenly, there was a dull knocking sound outside, coming from 10K. The collector's expression changed, and he discreetly moved the shock device behind him, preparing. Murphy was about to see who was coming.
Be quiet.
Unaware that Murphy was right underfoot, 10K only saw the collector sitting on the stairs. The collector calmly walked down the stairs, his finger never leaving the switch.
Yes? I'm looking for a friend. Haven't seen anybody.
10K turned and left, and only then did the collector release the switch. Murphy could finally catch his breath, but then...
He's a tall guy, kind of weird bluish skin. Bluish fella? Is he ill? Is there anyone else in this town? Nobody. Anywhere else my friend might have gone? Sorry. Good luck.
10K wasn't a fool. He sensed that the man was acting unnaturally. He suspected something was off inside, but wasn't sure if it was related to Murphy. 10K placed his backpack and rifle against the wall, preparing to find a way in to check. 10 minutes later, 10K successfully sneaked in. The house was large and silent, with no one in sight. He searched room by room and eventually reached the zombie collection in the basement. Seeing everything there, 10K couldn't help but remark, "What kind of place is this?" But soon, he saw Murphy sitting on a chair at the far end. Murphy was in a pitiful state, both hands bleeding and too weak to speak. Unnoticed by 10K, the collector, with an electric baton, was quietly approaching from behind. Murphy tried to warn him, but couldn't make a sound. When 10K woke up again, He found the same collar around his neck as Murphy. The collector didn't kill 10K because he was curious to see what would happen if Murphy bit a living person. 10K, scared, didn't want to become something like Cassandra.
One of what things?
I don't know what he's talking about.
Patronize me again and you will limp for the rest of your undead life.
I'm too weak.
While they were being shocked, Roberta and the others had searched the town without finding anything. Suddenly, they heard a gunshot coming from that direction. The collector had fired the shot to threaten Murphy into obeying his commands.
And it's gonna happen now, or I'm gonna start putting holes in people!
Team X, following the sound, found the place. Addie spotted 10K's equipment. They were definitely in this building. Murphy, having no choice, bit 10K as the collector demanded. There was already a gap and resentment between them due to Cassandra, and 10K couldn't accept becoming Murphy's slave. It was worse than death.
No, please, Murphy, no! Don't bite him on the face! Don't bite him on the face!
No. Tired. He took all my blood.
Bite him on the chest, just like yours.
Okay. It'll all be over in a second.
No!
Is this what you want?
Yes, show me what it feels like to be a zombie.
Murphy had been stalling, using all his mental strength to control the 3 zombies.
Look at me. Look at me!
Bite me!
Seeing that it was about time, Murphy wanted to make the 3 zombies back off, but having lost too much blood, he didn't have enough strength to use his powers again and immediately passed out. 10K panicked, knowing without Murphy's control, the zombies would attack him next. Luckily, Addie and the others arrived just in time and easily took care of the zombies with their guns. On the way back, Murphy was still groggy. Now, hearing Roberta's voice seemed like the sound of heavenly music to him. Half an hour later, they returned to their vehicle. 10K found Murphy's extracted blood, and Doc helped transfuse it back. Murphy should recover soon.
Promise me, you won't leave me alone if we make it to California.
I promise you.
Murphy isn't opposed to saving the human race. He's afraid they'll send him to California to collect the bounty and leave him alone as a guinea pig. With Roberta's promise, Murphy felt much more at ease. The woman's face was filled with despair. The zombies behind her were getting closer and closer. As long as she ran out of stamina, there would be no way out. But just then, a bright light shines on the zombies, making a sizzling sound. Bernadette looks back in disbelief. The zombie seems paralyzed and then disintegrates into a pile of flesh. It's unbelievably bizarre. Yet, it's not over. The bright light now shines on her. The scene that unfolds next is something Bernadette will never forget in her life. It's accompanied by a strange language. A week later, Team X arrives at the same place. They've managed to get a car, driving along with music and enjoying the moonlight. Suddenly, they see something by the roadside that looks like a body but feels oddly different. As they get closer, they realize it's a bisected zombie. It's eerily strange, and the cut is so clean, it's hard to tell what weapon made it. 10K took out his pistol and killed the zombies. They're puzzled but don't dwell on it too much. Continuing their journey, no one noticed that something in the sky was locking onto them. Weird things start happening. The radio abruptly stops, emitting strange sounds, followed by the car stalling. Roberta tries to start the car but fails, and the radio emits sparse sounds. It's a really weird situation. 10K suggests it might be aliens trying to communicate with them, but Murphy thinks it's nonsensical, saying even if zombies were extinct, aliens wouldn't exist. But just as he speaks, Roberta sees a bright light in the rearview mirror.
Anybody have eyes on where that light's coming from?
The light, starting from afar, suddenly accelerates, zooming over their heads towards the distance. Whenever the light passes a zombie, it stops and emits a strong beam. Team X watches in stunned silence. Could this be a dream, or are there really UFOs and aliens? Meanwhile, the malfunctioning music player starts working again, and the car can be started. What they had seen and heard tonight was unbelievable. Maybe it really is aliens. As dawn breaks, They travel a few more tens of kilometers, passing a sign welcoming them to Roswell. Those interested in history and strange events might be familiar with Roswell. In 1947, a farmer found UFO wreckage and alien bodies nearby during a stormy night. The next day, the U.S. military established an Air Force base there. Many eyewitnesses changed their stories, claiming it was just a hot air balloon wreck, but the public remained speculative. Roswell quickly became synonymous with alien events. The government seized the opportunity to establish an alien exhibition museum, boosting local tourism. Returning to our story, an hour later, Team X arrives in Roswell, a town brimming with alien-themed tourist attractions. Before the apocalypse, this place must have been thriving. They arrive at the visitor center and start here to see if they can find any supplies. The occasional zombie was easily killed by 10K's slingshot. The building is boarded up, suggesting someone might still be living inside. Unable to see inside, Roberta opens the door and walks in. It's quiet and seems to be inhabited. Suddenly, a man appears. He's not scared of the group but asks if they're here for the aliens. Roberta is confused. Could people still be touring even after the apocalypse? But Roy continues, insisting they must have come because of the miraculous sights they've seen. We're all chosen ones, he says. The aliens will save us and take us to a new world. Doc hurriedly explains they're here for fuel and food, but Roy ignores this and leads them out another door, saying there are others waiting for the aliens' arrival.
How do you plan on doing that, exactly?
The visitors are coming to save us from the apocalypse. We have been chosen, and they're almost ready. Just 6 more days. Bernadette is in close contact with them.
Bernadette?
Yes, we've all seen them, but she's the only one they communicate with.
And Roy, the aliens that you communicate with, do they by any chance use a radio?
Radio is far too primitive for them. They don't need our technology. They communicate with her telepathically.
Roy mentions Bernadette, the woman who was rescued by a spaceship that night. Bernadette excitedly approaches Team X, saying they were expected. The extraterrestrials told me strangers would come today, among whom is the one they've been waiting for. That person will help them travel to the next world. She scrutinizes each member, finally fixing her gaze on Murphy. Team X is dumbfounded, wondering if they've encountered a group of lunatics. Afterwards, the X team went to the house to rest and gathered together to discuss the situation. They decided to find supplies and leave as soon as possible. They notice a man eavesdropping. Roberta, with a stern look, places her gun on the table. The man, unflinching, sits down and introduces himself as Scully. You don't believe in this alien migration nonsense, right? Neither do I. These people are fools. Team X nods, relieved to find someone sane, but Scully continues. The aliens won't come because they've been here for thousands of years and won't save us. He suggests that the zombie virus was their creation. Leave quickly, before they infect us. It'll be too late soon.
I'd get out of here before the zombie aliens come back and infect us all. Do it now before it's too late.
Doc.
And whatever you do.
Just then, 10K returns from scouting, having found an Air Force base nearby, which might have the needed fuel. Now the problem is getting there. If only they had a guide.
I can show you.
Oh my God, how long have you been there?
A while.
Bernadette offers to lead Team X to the base, claiming she often communicates with aliens there. Roberta agrees, putting aside any concerns about extraterrestrials in favor of finding supplies. They set off in their car, but on the way there they saw a strange zombie with a neatly cut triangle. Bernadette proudly claims it's the work of aliens, protecting her. Everyone stays silent, thinking she's lost her mind. 15 minutes later, they reach their destination, an apparently long-abandoned military base. Bernadette recklessly barges into the building, not caring about the presence of zombies, confident in her belief that aliens will protect her. Roberta, skeptical, instructs them to split up and focus on finding fuel and a radio. Roberta, Addie, and Bernadette form one team and soon enter a communication room. Just as they arrive, Roberta hears the growling of zombies. Bernadette remains calm, convinced of her alien protection.
Shall we?
After searching, they find that useful items have been cleared out, but they stumble upon a message on the ground welcoming aliens. Bernadette weirdly claims she arranged it, insisting it's an alien landing site. Feeling everyone's gaze, she reveals the truth. The reason why she brought X-Team here is because the aliens had instructed her to bring the otherworldly messenger here. It's Murphy.
They want to take us away to a better place. They said it will be soon. They're making repairs, but they'll be finished soon.
Great.
So, how long you been in contact with these visitors?
At first, I was like everyone else. I saw the lights in the sky, but I had no idea what they were. And then one night, I was about to be killed by Aziz. I was ready to die. And then the light came, and it spoke to me and protected me. They led me here.
Bernadette leads them to a reception room. Everyone wonders if aliens might actually appear here. Suddenly, Doc exclaims with joy, spotting his beloved cigarettes in a vending machine. He tries to pry it open with a crowbar, but the machine is too sturdy. Bernadette suggests he settle for the free gum instead. Unexpectedly, Bernadette pulls out a seatbelt and fastens it around herself. Roberta, sensing something amiss, glances at the vending machine again. Addie notices the table bolted to the floor, but it's too late. The room seals shut, shakes violently, and starts plummeting downwards. Roberta quickly buckles herself in with a seatbelt. Murphy, Doc, and Vasquez, without seatbelts, are thrown around the room. Luckily, they hear a ding and the lift stops. Roberta, gun in hand, cautiously steps out. They've arrived at an underground secret base. Could the rumors be true? Suddenly, the door behind them slams shut and won't open. They have no choice but to move forward. Murphy steps up, suggesting they break the door behind them instead of venturing into the unknown, potentially dangerous front. The others, however, are curious about possible aliens inside. As Murphy tries to dissuade them, he senses something, the presence of zombies, but Bernadette rushes forward. Team X has no choice but to follow, finally catching up with Bernadette around a corner.
Aren't they beautiful?
There, on the ground, crouches an unknown creature with a curled body, long tail, and conical head. It looks just like E.T. from the movies. The creature slowly stands up, reaching a height of about 1.8 meters, but something seems off. Roberta readies her gun, but Bernadette stops her, insisting the extraterrestrial visitor won't harm humans. Murphy, however, thinks differently. As expected, the alien charges at them, forcing Team X to fire in self-defense. The bullets hit the alien, producing a metallic clanking sound. 10K takes out his sniper rifle and aims for the alien's eyes. He succeeds. The creature falls to the ground, lifeless. They're about to go up and see if it's an alien or not, but as they get closer, they hear a ticking sound and it's getting faster and faster. When the smoke clears, all that's left is a pile of flesh. It seems the armor was rigged with a self-destruct mechanism that activated upon the host's death. Suddenly, noises emanate from deeper within the corridor. Addie goes to investigate, while the others examine the remains. The creature appears human-like, likely having turned into a zombie before the apocalypse. Suddenly, Addie rushes back, urging them to see something incredible. They follow Addie to another room, where they find a blue interactive holographic screen, something straight out of a sci-fi movie. It might actually be an alien secret base. Roberta instructs Addie to try to figure it out, hoping to use it to contact Citizen Z at the North Pole Station. It's been a while since they've contacted Citizen Z. Whether this action will alert the aliens is unknown. Roberta orders Doc and Murphy to stay behind while the others explore the base. Addie tries to navigate the technology by instinct, tapping on whatever she sees.
You can see the whole base from here. That's how they knew we were coming.
Meanwhile, Roberta's group continues along the corridor, not encountering any more aliens. As they walked, they found a room with a door on the floor and bloodstains, obviously caused by something trying to escape. Vasquez hesitates to enter, considering the potential danger. Roberta then realizes Bernadette has disappeared again, wondering when she slipped away. Team X enters the room. Inside, they find several bodies and suits.
This is what happens when we don't trust them.
Aliens did this?
We left them no choice.
10K seems to be attracted to something. He crouches down and picks up the gun in the corpse's hand. It's similar to the laser gun in sci-fi films. However, pulling the trigger produces no effect. leading him to guess it's either out of bullets or the battery is drained. A bit of a disappointment, Roberta turns her attention to what seems like a hibernation pod with a large hole in it. Could something have escaped from here? The unknown is terrifying, especially if it's more ferocious than the previous alien. Roberta doesn't want to be here any longer and calls out to Vasquez 10K to get out. Meanwhile, Addie discovers something remarkable. Firstly, she's seen rare footage of the Roswell incident in 1947, and it looks like there are alien bodies. Shockingly, there's also a photo of Bernadette, taken as if she's being spied on. There's even surveillance video of Team X entering the town. When were they filmed? What are these aliens' intentions? Next, Murphy's personal information pops up, including years-old videos. They realize the alien incident might be more complex than it seems. The last file they open is a starry sky pattern labeled Zona. Could this be the alien's home? On the other side, Roberta and her team hear noises in the corridor. As they exit the room to investigate, a figure appears around the corner. Judging by the situation, the figure with raised hands seems non-threatening.
Either way, I'm killing it.
No! Don't kill it!
Bernadette remains convinced that the aliens are benevolent and will lead them to a new world. Suddenly, a monster charges from behind Roberta and the others. The creature seemed to be full of aggression and growled at them. It was only 10K's accurate shooting that killed the creature by hitting it in the eye. In the chaos, the surviving monster grabbed Bernadette. Vasquez hears a beeping sound and warns everyone to duck. The creature's self-destruct mechanism is activated. After the dust settles, Bernadette is nowhere to be seen. Likely abducted by the creature, they follow the trail to a room with several bodies. 10K picks up another gun to see if it works. It's a really cool gun with a lot of power. Suddenly, they hear Bernadette's voice coming from deep within the house. They follow the sound to its source. After opening a door, they find a staircase. The sound is coming from above. Reaching the top, Roberta signals Vasquez and 10K to be ready for danger. Exiting, they see two doors slowly closing and realize they've returned to the surface of the military base. But where are Bernadette and the alien? Then, a light appears in the darkness, with Bernadette standing underneath. Roberta is stunned. It's just like in sci-fi movies, where a flying saucer emits a light beam that sucks in people. At that moment, Roberta fully believes in the existence of aliens. Addie, Murphy, and Doc hear the commotion and follow up the stairs, just in time to witness the shocking scene. Suddenly, the spaceship flies off into the distance, attracted by Murphy's emergence. Murphy is their primary target.
Murphy, you all right?
Roberta tries to rush and pull Murphy back, but the spaceship opens fire on them. 10K's shot misses, and his weapon is knocked away. Regular bullets seem ineffective against the spacecraft. Roberta picks up the weapon and, imitating a move from a movie, accidentally triggers a different mode. Instead of a gun, it's more like a laser cannon now. This laser cannon hits the ship directly and the shrouded light fades away.
This way.
The ship seems to have suffered serious damage and crashed in the distance. Once the fire subsides a bit, Team X approaches the crash site. Unexpectedly, the alien was still alive. Bernadette pleaded for help, but turning the alien over, they find its abdomen pierced by a metal shard. Beyond saving, Roberta decides to remove the mask to see who it is. Inside is not an alien with a triangular head, but Scully, the man who earlier urged Team X to leave the town. Everyone is filled with questions. Bernadette is in disbelief. Scully weakly says, "I'm sorry, Bernadette. It was me operating the spaceship all along, protecting you, because I really like you." He then reveals the truth. The monsters in the underground secret base are only pilots who have been turned into zombies. Scully was ordered to retrieve the weapons being tested here. He saved Bernadette on the road and fell in love with her at first sight. Scully planned to recover the weapons and return to Zona with Bernadette, but he didn't expect Bernadette to tell so many people about the aliens and claim she would lead them all away. That's why Scully urged Team X to leave earlier.
How did they know about me?
Oh, face recognition software. A drone picked you up in Colorado.
This is alien technology, isn't it?
Oh, who knows? That's all above my pay grade. Oh, wow. I'm not gonna make it, am I?
After confessing, Scully loses his life signs and turns into a zombie in less than 30 seconds. Bernadette, in pain, ends his misery. Then Roberta pulled Bernadette back, not forgetting that these armors are equipped with self-destruct mechanisms. With that, the incident comes to a close. Half an hour later, Bernadette returns to the visitor center, where her followers cheerfully emerge. They were all waiting for Bernadette to communicate with the aliens and get them out of this post-apocalyptic world and onto a new planet. Faced with their hopeful eyes, Bernadette can't bring herself to tell the truth.
They said we need to wait longer. The human race isn't ready yet.
Team X hits the road that night. The aliens were just humans in disguise. But how to explain the technology beyond Earth's capabilities? And what about Zona? As mentioned by Scully? From the interactive system, it looks like a galaxy. A grenade is tossed into the entrance of a warehouse, instantly clearing out the zombies. Following this, a man and a woman enter, armed with submachine guns. As shell casings fall to the ground, zombies drop one by one. When their bullets run out, they draw long knives from their waists, charging in like war gods. Vasquez, facing the last zombie, grabs its neck with a dominant grip. Roberta, from behind, pierces the zombie's head. Vasquez's wide-open eyes seem to blame her for stealing his prey. Roberta, not to be outdone, glares back as if to say she's no less than a man. Neither of them would yield to the other, but as their bodies touched, the atmosphere became awkward. Roberta, refusing to be dominated, flips Vasquez onto a stretcher. Whatever Roberta does, she has to dominate. As Roberta kisses Vasquez, she suddenly senses something amiss. Looking down, she realizes it's not Vasquez but a zombie. Oh shit, it's a dream. Roberta looked at the hormonal Vasquez next to her and was mortified. Meanwhile, Team X continues their journey to California, detoured far by nuclear radiation. Licking her lips, Roberta, slightly embarrassed, takes the co-driver's seat and notices something in the distance.
What's that?
Doc said that this thing had appeared 2 hours ago, but it should just be normal sand and wind. It's not as unlucky as before to encounter zombies again. Relieved, Roberta asks Addie if the radio is fixed yet. Their priority is to contact Citizen Z for the exact location of the California lab. 10K immediately sets up the antenna on the car roof.
Northern Light, do you copy? Northern Light, this is Delta X-Ray Delta, do you copy?
Unbeknownst to them, the situation at the North Pole Station is dire. A few months ago, the base of the North Pole Station was destroyed and zombies kept pouring in. Citizen Z couldn't figure out how there were so many zombies.
That's right. I've been practicing.
After dealing with the zombies, he turns to hear Addie's call. Just as he's about to respond, another zombie suddenly pounces on him. Lacking experience and strength, he barely manages to push the zombie back and fires his weapon. Regaining his composure, Citizen Z rushes to the radio.
Citizen Z, keep reaching out, do you copy?
Holy crap, she's still alive.
Come on, Citizen Z, I know you're out there. You gotta be. Do you read me?
Addie, I hear you.
I copy you. It's me, Citizen Z. Man, it's great to hear your voice.
So good to hear your voice. Can't believe you're still alive.
How's the package?
He hates being called that. The name is Murphy. The Murphy.
Thanks to you, blabbermouth.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I didn't mean to sick the whole world on you.
Yeah.
After a brief exchange, Addie gets to the point. Last time, Citizen Z was giving the coordinates of the California lab but got cut off. They urgently need the complete address. Citizen Z is frustrated as his place is in disarray, making it hard to find the paper with the coordinates. Just then, he stares in shock at a damaged screen showing a zombie horde approaching Team X's location. He advises Roberta to turn around and not head west anymore. Roberta takes out a telescope and looks into the dust. Sure enough, there's an endless horde of zombies, even larger and more terrifying than the last encounter.
That's not a tsunami. That's the end of the world.
It's really bad luck, but the real bad luck is still to come. Their vehicle suddenly broke down. Luckily, there were 2 off-road motorcycles by the road. They had to siphon gasoline from the RV into the motorcycles. The problem was, there were 6 of them, meaning 2 would have to proceed on foot. 10K and Doc volunteered bravely to climb to higher ground to avoid the zombie horde. Roberta didn't hesitate. In such a situation, they needed to stay calm. Finding a shelter and then coming back for 10K and Doc was the right choice. Thus, The two motorcycles turned and headed south. 10K and Doc exchanged glances. The distant zombie tide was getting closer, the ground seeming to tremble. They decided to hide on a distant mountain peak. Half an hour later, Roberta and the others arrived at a tall building. They had planned to take shelter there, but didn't expect it to be occupied.
Hold it right there! This is tribal land! No visitors allowed!
Our vehicle broke down a ways back. We're hoping for a little shelter from the horde of zombies that's coming.
Can't help you. You gotta turn around and go back the way you came.
Roberta tried to negotiate. She stepped out of the vehicle, hands raised to show no harm. Then, she pulled out a pair of binoculars and said, "Sorry to disturb you, we're outsiders, and it's normal for you to be wary of strangers, but you have to trust your eyes. There's indeed a massive, terrifying horde of zombies coming." The man, half doubting, took the binoculars and looked into the distance. Indeed, there was a vast cloud of dust rolling in, seemingly devouring the land. The man's face grew serious. This was beyond his decision-making authority, so he took Team X to see the leader. The first floor of the building, which appeared to be a former entertainment venue, was filled with arcade machines. The tribe was primarily Native American, and Danny, the leader, wore glasses. Danny is a very approachable person, but since the newcomers are strangers, he still keeps a handgun at his waist as a precaution.
Welcome to Northern Quest Casino Resort. My name is Chief Danny Firecloud.
After meeting, Roberta briefly described the situation outside. Originally, she had intended to stay and take shelter, but looking at the approaching zombie horde from this angle, the building might be crushed. So, she advised Danny to evacuate his people, as staying would be a dead end. But Danny wouldn't leave just based on someone else's words. He believed his defensive fortifications could withstand the zombies, as this wasn't the first such incident. Besides, this was his home. If he was going to die, he was going to die here. Roberta, hearing this, didn't insist further.
Just hope they don't run into my son.
Why, what's wrong with your son?
Without a vehicle, Doc and 10K walked for half an hour to the foot of a mountain, where they spotted a perfect refuge. 10 minutes later, they reached the top of the mountain with difficulty. 10K looked back to see a vast canyon, feeling insignificant before nature's grandeur. As they marveled, a noise came from behind, and a figure darted past. Could it be a zombie? But then, a rope flew from the sky, wrapping around Doc's legs. Doc was knocked unconscious. Before 10K could react, he too was ambushed and felt weak all over. 10K turned to see his attacker, a tall man on horseback. There's no doubt that the two of them have become prisoners. The man was Danny's son, Red Hawk. Due to a conflict, father and son led separate parts of the tribe. This mountain was sacred to their Native American tribe. They captured 10K and Doc partly because they trespassed and partly because Red Hawk deeply disliked white people. Red Hawk believed they carried a virus.
I'm only gonna ask you one more time. What are you doing on tribal land? You're trespassing on sacred ground.
We didn't know anything about it being sacred anything.
We were trying to get away from a zombie megahorde which is headed straight this way, whether you believe us or not.
Your trespassing is the only thing that would lead them to us.
Lead them to you? Have you seen that massive crowd of brain-eating ghouls? Ain't nobody leading that. All we're trying to do is get out of its way, and you people should too.
Leave our land again? Never. I will die here.
His reasoning was quite irrational. He told his people that zombies only ate white people and even prepared to kill 10K. Then, a voice stopped him.
Gordon, you've got to give this Indigo bullshit a rest.
You know I don't go by that name anymore.
It was Ayala, Red Hawk's sister, who opposed her brother's violent behavior. After an argument, Ayala took 10K and Doc to the medical room, a makeshift facility.
Where are you taking them?
To the infirmary.
Kurak, the tribe's shaman, tended to Doc's wounds.
You wouldn't happen to have anything for the pain, would you?
Pain management happens to be my specialty. Follow me.
10K, as usual, was attracted to the beautiful woman. Ayala explained that her brother, far from being unreasonable, was a university professor before the apocalypse. Red Hawk was only acting rudely because he didn't want his people to interact with the outside world. As they talked about life and interests, they surprisingly got along well. 10K was smitten, feeling like he was in love.
You always stare so much.
Only when I'm really interested in what somebody's saying.
Meanwhile, Kurek gave Doc a marijuana-like herb for pain, causing him to feel light and hallucinate. Kurek also introduced Doc to the tribe's sacred wall, explaining that each symbol represents an ancestor who imparts medical knowledge to her every day. Most would find it fanciful, but Doc took it seriously.
I don't know how, but I swear I understand every word they're saying. Can't believe my ancestors were such boneheads.
5 minutes later, Doc excitedly ran back to find 10K. Before he could finish, the tribe's men rushed up and detained them. Red Hawk told his sister that outsiders were not welcome. Now that their injuries were treated, they should leave, as staying would harm the tribe. Thus, they were escorted out of the tribe. Red Hawk had no intention of letting them go. That would leave a risk. He hung 10K and Doc up as an alarm system. Their screams would alert the tribe if zombies approached.
Look, you and I both know what happens if I let you go. You'll find your party, and then turn around and come right after me and my family.
No, we wouldn't.
Yes, you would, and so would I. Besides, if I am wrong, it doesn't really matter, does it? We're all gonna die anyway.
The previous episode mentioned thousands of zombies stampeding towards them. Doc and 10K, the unlucky duo, intended to climb a cliff to escape but were instead caught by the tribe and hung from a tree. If the zombies arrived, they would be the first to die. 10K was desperately trying to break free from the ropes, but to no avail. Meanwhile, Doc, who had taken hallucinogenic pain medication, was completely detached from the reality of their dire situation.
What is wrong with you?
Not a thing, man. In fact, I'm more at peace now than before the whole world turned foobar.
I'm getting dizzy. We're gonna need to try to get free before I black out.
I am already free. This reality is just a cage of our perception, man.
Doc, you're scaring me.
It's okay, kid. I'm just creating my own reality here.
Just then, a zombie started approaching them. The zombie was getting closer and closer, and 10K, frantic like an ant on a hot pan, didn't want to die in such a frustrating manner.
This is not how I want to die.
It is not our time to die.
10K tried to muster all his strength for a final fight, but prolonged hanging caused him to slowly lose consciousness due to blood rushing to his head. Doc just glanced at the zombie and then closed his eyes, immersing himself in his own mental world. Then, something unbelievable happened. Suddenly, Doc snapped out of his daze, vividly remembering what had just occurred.
Dad, where's the zombie?
I'm not exactly sure, but I think I killed it.
10K thought it all sounded absurd, but surviving was all that mattered. Before 10K could catch his breath, another zombie approached. He urged Doc to try his mental trick again. Doc closed his eyes, attempting to enter his mental world, but it seemed the effect of the drug had worn off. 10K felt hopeless, but luckily, there was a kitchen knife on the ground. He stretched his hand towards it. Doc loudly shouted to attract the zombie and buy some time, and surprisingly, the zombie turned towards him. Their savior was Ayala, who suspected her brother wouldn't let them go easily, so she had followed them. Thankfully, Ayala arrived just in time. After being released, Ayala spoke gravely, "I need your help. Our people here are only a part of the tribe. The rest are with my father at the amusement park. My father is stubborn and set in his ways. With the zombie horde approaching, he definitely won't listen to me. You've seen the size of the zombie horde. Maybe you can convince him." 10K immediately agreed, and they headed towards the amusement park. From a distance, they could already see the devastating zombies. The tall building looked like a small boat in a storm. Meanwhile, at the North Pole Station, Citizen Z is hiding behind a box, chalking off every zombie he kills. Damn. Out of bullets, 3 years before the apocalypse, Citizen Z had never fought zombies in the Arctic. He survived this period thanks to this handgun, but now there's still one last zombie left. Citizen Z realized that hiding wasn't a solution anymore. It was better to confront the zombies and eliminate them for good. Although out of bullets, there was a heavy weapon in the box, something powerful enough to turn the remaining zombie into mincemeat. 3 minutes later, Citizen Z was cautiously searching the base. Unexpectedly, he encountered the zombie right around the corner before he could even get his weapon out. Citizen Z ran with all his might, managing to lose the zombie temporarily after turning a corner. What he pulled out of the weapon bag turned out to be an anti-tank rocket launcher. On the other hand, Addie was fixing the radio in the amusement park, and just as she finished it, the sound of Citizen Z's call came through and it was very urgent.
Citizen Z, go for Carver.
Addie, hey. No, listen, battery's low, can't talk long. I got a favor to ask.
Citizen Z thought operating a rocket launcher would be simple, like in the movies, but he had no idea how to start it. With no other option, he attempted to call X Squad for help.
Don't open it yet.
Then you need to arm it by extending the
Inner aluminum tube.
Now, do you see the locking ring on the front and the back of the tube?
Turn those opposite ways.
Locked
and loaded. How do I fire this thing?
Fold up the sight, slide
back to trigger guard till it locks. With the tube on your shoulder, use the sight to aim and pull the trigger.
By then, the zombie had found him. Citizen Z pulled the trigger, but nothing happened. Roberta quickly deduced that the battery was probably too cold. She directed Citizen Z to open the bottom of the launcher, remove the battery, and find a way to warm it up. Citizen Z figured the warmest place in this cold weather was in his pants.
Citizen Z! Citizen Z!
Downstairs, Danny was reinforcing the defenses, waiting for the arrival of the zombie horde. That's when Ayala arrived with 10K and Doc. Ayala advised her father to take his men and retreat to the mountains. The defenses here were too weak to withstand them.
We've withstood many of these storms before.
Brother, you got a 10.0 zombie quake headed your way.
Dad, you should listen to them.
Quick, let's go inside.
Upon reaching the upper floor, Doc and 10K were surprised to see Addie.
Doc, 10K, you guys!
Oh, thank God for small favors. Get over here. You made it.
Right on.
While they were celebrating the reunion, Citizen Z was incredibly tense. He zigzagged through the base, evading zombies, hoping to buy more time to warm the battery, but when he took it out...
Hey, Warren, how hot this battery gotta be?
As hot as you can get it.
Not hot enough.
Just as Citizen Z got the launcher ready, the zombie caught up. With no other choice, he ran, holding his crotch. Unfortunately, he tripped. Despite the pain, this was no time for complaints. Trapped in the factory with nowhere to go, Citizen Z decided to stop running. He jumped onto a table, ready for a final stand. The battery was warm enough. Citizen Z quickly reassembled it and pulled out the inner tube, unfolded the sight, and turned it on. Just then, the zombie burst in. It was a do-or-die moment. A single mistake could be his end. Roberta's radio has also picked up the sound of an explosion, and it sounds like it's a proximity detonation. Could Citizen Z have perished? The hall fell into silence.
Zombie down. Repeat, zombie down.
In this desperate, apocalyptic world, even a small victory could greatly inspire people. With the situation resolved, 10K and the others regrouped. Roberta decided to retreat immediately. The approaching zombie horde was no joke, and the building wouldn't hold. Then, Citizen Z's voice came through the radio.
The first of the fast zombies should be reaching you any minute.
Guys? Hey, guys?
Everything we've worked for, it's over. Everyone, it's time for us to go.
In the midst of the emergency, everyone packed their belongings as quickly as possible, preparing to follow Ayala to the cliffs for shelter. Only Danny refused to leave. Danny knew staying meant certain death, but this place, which he had built with his wife, held too many memories. Even if it meant death, he wanted to stay. Danny urged his daughter to leave quickly, insisting that this was his choice. After a heartfelt goodbye, the group hurriedly got into the cars and drove away. About 5 kilometers out, Ayala looked back towards the amusement park, only to see the terrifying zombie horde arriving. Danny took out his pistol and prepared for the incoming zombies, but he still underestimated the havoc. The whole building was destroyed in a flash.
Let's go.
The crisis was far from over, as the massive horde of zombies continued to sweep through the area. 10 minutes later, Ayala and the others reached the cliff.
It's gone! Demolished by zombies!
The casino? Father?
You wouldn't leave.
Stubborn till the end.
Just like you!
X-Squad also arrived there. Red Hawk, affected by his father's death, had a change of heart and even apologized to Doc and 10K. Just then, a zombie fell from the cliff. Everyone was shocked. How had the zombies climbed up there? Murphy sensed that the cliff was no longer safe. In less than half an hour, the zombie horde would overrun it. Their priority was to devise a strategy quickly, or else they would all perish. As Roberta was at a loss, Doc looked towards the sacred wall. He was drawn to a mural depicting ancestors using cliffs to hunt buffalo and wondered if the same principle could work against the zombies. They sprang into action immediately. Some began drumming to attract the zombies. Red Hawk and X-Squad rode motorcycles along the cliff edge, setting ablaze a towering fire. The flames were high enough not only to attract the zombies but also to annihilate them. After completing all the preparations, they waited for the horde's arrival. About 10 minutes later, the zombies appeared. As expected, the zombies charged towards the fiery chasm.
I have to save him!
Murphy, no!
Turn around!
What is he doing?
Try to say this.
Turn around!
Murphy felt a pang of sadness. To him, the zombies were more like his people than a threat. It seemed as if they sensed Murphy's call. The zombie horde surprisingly began to change direction. Instead of rushing into the fire, they ran towards another cliff. Countless zombies plunged into the canyon in a spectacular scene, and still, more zombies were approaching, making it seem as if all of America's zombies were converging there. One thing was certain, their journey to California would now face far fewer zombies. In the smoke-filled forest, countless zombies rushed towards a distant group of survivors. Indeed, they are the X-Squad heading to California. On their way, X-Squad finds the area shrouded in smoke, suggesting a nearby fire, forcing them to advance with wet towels over their mouths and noses. With their vision impaired, they must be ready for sudden zombie attacks at any moment. Fortunately, their combat skills are strong, making dealing with zombies not too difficult. After 10 minutes, they wearily exit the forest and see a building that seems to be a motel in the distance. X-Squad decides to check it out and rest there for the night if it's safe.
Anybody in there?
You think it's deserted?
Give me that.
As they are prying the door open, zombies start surrounding them from behind. Murphy steps forward, his powerful mental force emanating, causing the zombies to immediately turn and leave. But this isn't a long-term solution. They must quickly pry the door open to take refuge. Unbeknownst to them, a group inside the house is watching and debating whether to open the door. They have been hiding there since the apocalypse and haven't seen other survivors for a long time. Unsure of what to do, they each express their opinions. Eventually, they agree not to open the door, but one man named Iggy has a different view.
It's been more than a year since we've seen outsiders. Maybe they have information we can use.
Keep your voice down.
We can't just leave them out there.
Iggy, you're defying consensus.
Iggy, don't.
If you open the door, there are going to be consequences. There's somebody in there.
Open up or you'll be sorry.
Ignoring their objections, Iggy decisively opens the door.
Welcome.
Roberta is surprised to see so many people inside, but with zombies outside, they have to enter first. Both parties keep their guns at the ready, remaining cautious.
Turn around and go back the way you came.
Look, we don't want to hurt you, but we cannot turn around. There are way too many Z's out there.
Not much oxygen either.
Who's in charge?
The burly man leading the group calmly says, "My name is Gideon. We believe in democracy here." There are no leaders. All major decisions are made by everyone's participation. Roberta nods and explains they mean no harm and just want to hide there until the zombies disperse. Gideon then signals his companions to lower their weapons. Interestingly, this group of survivors is somewhat unique. They have rarely fought zombies and their survival is quite rare. More peculiarly, they make major decisions using a speaking stick. Whoever holds it speaks, and the rest listen quietly. Dana explains this effective method was proposed by Gideon, whose leadership kept them alive in the apocalypse. But no one notices the slight disdain in the expressions of some of their own team members. Taking the speaking stick, Gideon says, "Since you've come here, we need to establish trust to avoid conflict. I'll start with my first impression of you." Then, he turns to Roberta.
You are the leader. You're a natural, and you have a wisdom, but it's born of loss.
Addie and the others were startled. This guy seemed to have some skills.
You're the strong one, right? There's a lot of loss in those eyes. I think it's more loss than you can handle. She relies on you. You are the enforcer, brother. You're tough, but your scars can cloud your judgment. Son, you've got a good heart, but you're a little bit angry. And yet, somehow, you've managed to keep your sense of humor. Got the weight of the world on your shoulders, don't you? I can see it. You do more for these people than they even realize. They never really get the respect that you deserve either.
It's somewhat incredible. Gideon's observations are spot on. Roberta takes the stick and expresses her stance.
We'll stand down.
Thus, a consensus is reached. Though Gideon doesn't offer food for now, Gideon wants to discuss with Roberta how to coexist peacefully, while the others wait outside. During their discussion, Iggy shows 10K and Doc around the motel, even sharing some of his private food stash with them. Iggy actually envies the freedom of the X-Squad outside and had once suggested that the motel residents venture out, but his proposal was unanimously rejected. Vasquez is tasked with keeping an eye on Murphy, making sure he doesn't wander off. He planned to sit on the sofa for a rest, but Murphy had already sprawled himself there. Vasquez really felt like giving Murphy a good beating. What Vasquez didn't know was that Murphy was up to no good again. Murphy quietly concentrates and uses his telekinesis, causing zombies to suddenly crash against the glass door outside. Without much thought, Vasquez gets up to check. Once Vasquez leaves, Murphy quickly gets up. Murphy is really hungry and plans to sneak into the food storage room to find something to eat. However, his actions are noticed by a member of the motel, making his plan not so easy to accomplish. Meanwhile, Addie follows Dana to the rooftop to see if they can fix the radio antenna. During this process, Dana confides her feelings. She tells Addie that, although the place seems safe, everyone wants to escape. She claims that Gideon, who talks about democracy, actually has a strong desire for control. Dana asks Addie to take her with them, but Addie harshly tells her that the outside world is dangerous and not as wonderful as she imagines. Living safely here is already a blessing. Dana doesn't believe it. Just then,
Hey, Murphy! Murphy! Help! Somebody help!
a gunshot echoes throughout the building, and everyone comes out to see what happened. They find that the gunshot came from the food storage room, but the door is locked. After breaking in, their worst fears are realized. Murphy and Greg are found lying on the ground, both evidently shot. Everyone rushes to check their injuries. Murphy is unconscious, having been shot in the shoulder. Greg, shot in the heart, should be dead by all accounts, but astonishingly, he still has a breath. No one knows what happened, so they can only place them on a table and tend to their wounds.
I can't stop the bleeding.
Hey, you need to mercy him.
Wait, he's not turning.
We can't mercy him before he's dead.
There's no time to discuss this.
Hey, we have to process this without violence.
We could talk about this later. What you need to do is tie up your man and secure him before he turns, or I will mercy him myself.
Roberta stopped their argument. Doc examines Murphy's injury and finds that the bullet went straight through his shoulder, which isn't fatal. The cause of Murphy's unconsciousness is likely a severe head injury, possibly a concussion, or he might never wake up again. All they can do now is wait. Vasquez first uses tape to tie Greg to a bed. Then, using his years of experience as a policeman, he starts to reconstruct the crime scene. There was only one gunshot, but two victims. From this angle, it seems Murphy came here for food, and the shooter ambushed him from this spot. The bullet passed through Murphy's chest and, by sheer coincidence, hit Greg's heart.
Continues on. It's victim number 2 in the heart.
Murphy also fell face-first to the ground, which caused his severe head injury. Doc, upon hearing this, has a sudden realization: if the bullet that hit Greg was contaminated with Murphy's blood, could Greg become like Cassandra? No wonder Greg didn't die despite his heart injury. At this moment, Gideon calls them to discuss how to handle this situation. Vasquez quietly leaves without joining in, as he wants to look for clues about the shooter. Roberta, accompanied by 10K and others, walks over, suppressing their rage. She was outraged that anyone would dare attack them, and she didn't mind resorting to violence if she found out who it was. However, some people in the motel counterattack, suggesting that perhaps someone from X Squad did it, pointing fingers at 10K. Their reason is that there seems to be bad blood between 10K and Murphy. Addie laughs in disbelief. They are escorts. How could they do such a thing? But right now, they can't reveal Murphy's identity. 10K takes the speaking stick and speaks bluntly.
Murphy's not my friend. Never will be. I have more than enough reasons to want to kill him. And when the time comes, I will kill him, happily. But it's not the time.
Just then, Vasquez returns with a bag of items. He found this food hidden on top of a cabinet at the crime scene, obviously stashed by someone from the motel, probably planning to leave secretly. Murphy might have been shot by accident when he stumbled upon it. Hearing this analysis, the motel group becomes chaotic. Unable to tolerate such underhanded actions, Gideon, with no other choice, first signaled for everyone to calm down. Besides him, only Iggy, the manager, has the key to the storage. Iggy felt wronged. He did want to leave here, but that was the whole team leaving together. He never thought of escaping quietly by himself. The food he hid was just for occasional snacking. He didn't shoot Murphy.
All of us to leave! This place is a death trap!
Iggy. Brother, if you want people to start believing what you say, you gotta start telling the truth.
The truth! I am telling the truth, you bastard!
Now, whether Iggy is the shooter or not is irrelevant. The one who stole the food will be banished, as per the motel's rules.
At least give him a weapon!
Wait!
Please,
You shouldn't have done what you did, Iggy!
Don't
Take this!
Please don't let me! Please don't
Iggy's pleas fall on deaf ears, and he leaves, dejected, into the thick fog. But zombies, drawn by the scent of a living person, are approaching.
Surprised, Murphy?
In the last episode, Murphy was attacked by a mysterious assailant just for stealing some food. The bullet that hit his chest was contaminated with his blood and then penetrated another person's heart.
Continues on. It's victim number 2 in the heart.
As a result, Greg didn't die immediately but instead became a half-human, half-zombie, barely hanging on. Although Murphy's injury isn't fatal, he has been in a coma with no sign of waking up. All they can do now is wait. Doc suggests that if they give Greg more of Murphy's blood, he might wake up and clarify what happened. As he speaks, Doc stuffs a blood-soaked cloth into Greg's mouth, which Greg sucks on vigorously. Although Greg hasn't woken up yet, his high fever has subsided, and his breathing has become regular. It seems the effect will show soon. Roberta, not wanting to just wait, decides to go to Gideon to ask for some food to replenish their strength. They plan to leave this troublesome place as soon as Murphy wakes up. Gideon readily agrees and expresses his apologies for the attack incident. Roberta just gives a faint smile. After a few hours of interaction, she has realized that Gideon is actually a hypocrite. Gideon, although speaking righteously and constantly claiming democracy in the group, is actually a controlling politician, always ready with a grand speech. His apology and willingness to offer food are just to maintain his glowing image. However, when Gideon and Roberta arrive at the storage room, they are shocked. The room is in disarray, and all the food on the shelves has disappeared. Roberta, drawing her long knife, goes inside, suspecting that the thief might still be there, but as soon as she enters the corridor, a zombie lunges at her. This zombie was the newly appointed storage room manager by Gideon, now turned into a zombie. Roberta kicks the zombie outside. A passing woman is instantly tackled to the ground by the zombie. 10K, hearing the noise, arrives just in time and easily takes down the zombie with his slingshot. He rushes to help the woman, But it's a bit too late. Fortunately, Vasquez arrives in time to prevent a worse outcome. Gideon is confused. Iggy was banished. So who is stealing and killing behind the scenes? Before he can think further, 2 gunshots are heard in the distance, coming from the room where Murphy is.
Doc, what happened?
Some zombie-loving bastard took a shot at me.
Did you see who it was?
No, but they went that way.
Let's go. Addie, Tin Can, stay with them.
When Roberta and others chase after the sound, the perpetrator has already vanished. She orders them to split into pairs and search separately. Addie and Dana had just reached the east corridor of the motel when they heard noises from a room. On high alert, they cautiously drew their weapons and proceeded forward. The person they were after was armed too. Addie asked Dana to cover her as she checked the adjacent room. It was at this time that a dark figure carrying a large bag passed through the room. Dana didn't shoot, even calmly making eye contact with the person. She didn't notice 2 zombies approaching from behind. It was Addie who came out, saw them, and pulled Dana into a room, hiding in a wardrobe. Coincidentally, the zombies headed their way. They held their breath, trying not to make a sound, and the zombies slowly turned away and left. But Dana, inappropriately fearful of dying in the motel, pleaded with Addie again to take her away, attracting the zombies' attention once more. Suddenly, Addie saw Roberta and Vasquez at the door, ready to shoot the zombies. She quickly pulls Dana down, and if their reaction had been a moment slower, they might have been accidentally shot. Before they could even greet each other, the figure reappeared in the corridor. Roberta quickly took the lead in the pursuit.
Get up.
Get him?
Without a doubt, the operation failed, and the person managed to slip away. Elsewhere, Murphy was trembling but still unconscious. He was having a long dream, seemingly back at the Grand Canyon where countless zombies were falling off. Murphy always fancied himself as the king of zombies, and watching his subjects jump off filled him with sadness. As Murphy dreamt, the surrounding zombies seemed to sense his call and started converging on the motel, with one even poking its head inside. The people at the motel screamed in panic. X-Squad is undaunted by this. Roberta, with swift movements, decapitates the zombies with her knife.
We can't defend the perimeter much longer.
It's like they're suddenly attracted to this place.
The situation was dire. More zombies were gathering outside, and the glass being pounded by them showed cracks. To make matters worse, zombies previously sealed on the upper floors of the motel broke through and headed downstairs. They were undoubtedly surrounded. The wire mesh wouldn't hold for long. Before they could devise a plan, the glass wall in the lobby shattered, and a swarm of zombies flooded in. In a panic, they rushed into the room where the injured were, only to find Doc stuffing Murphy's fingers into Greg's mouth. Gideon looks confused and doesn't understand what Doc is trying to do.
Alternative medicine.
This is a really small space to spend the rest of your life.
Well, thanks for the positive vibe, sweetheart.
Hey, don't talk to her like that.
Hey, you can relax, buddy.
He's being sarcastic and rude.
No, I'm not. You need to chill out, lady.
I told you not to talk to her like that.
Who are you talking?
Faced with fear, the motel's unweathered greenhouse flowers start to panic, noisily voicing their concerns all at once. The X-team tried to reassure them, but the mix of voices was too much for Roberta.
Shut up! Now do your little stick thing.
There's no way around it. Gideon, holding the speaking stick, steps forward. The motel members of the hotel are very disdainful. This guy is going to start his moralising again. Gideon righteously declares that they need to find the murderer causing trouble. Before he can finish, Doc's voice rings out in surprise. Greg, having consumed enough blood, is starting to wake up, asking him should clarify who the killer is.
Who shot you?
Although Greg has become a half-zombie like Cassandra, his memory remains. He held out his finger and began to identify it. It turns out to be Travis, who has always been low-key in the motel. It's unexpected that he would do such a thing, but the surprises don't stop there.
Dana, get over here. Come on, baby. We're getting out of here.
I never wanted anybody to get hurt.
Dana, to everyone's shock, is also Travis's accomplice. Dana never intended to harm anyone. She just wanted to live freely outside, away from Gideon's daily nagging.
I would rather take my chances out there than die in here listening to you.
Okay, go.
Gideon no longer insists. If they want to leave, then let them go. But he mocks Dana's naivety, warning her of the dangers outside. The atmosphere in the hall becomes tense with the sound of gunshots. The people in the motel, unsure of who the enemy is, feel a sense of security in holding their guns. Suddenly, the deceased Travis turns into a zombie.
Oh my God!
Dana grieves intensely for 3 seconds before immediately turning to Addie. With her support gone, she now places her hope in Addie. But Addie shook his head. Dana was hiding too much and almost killed Murphy. Addie had lost all the goodwill he had for her. These events leave Gideon, a man of strong control, feeling humiliated. He blames everything on X Squad's arrival. Thus, Gideon urges X Squad to leave, but Roberta is not afraid of him. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. The group exchanges glances, wondering if they heard wrong or if zombies have learned to knock. Roberta doesn't want to guess. She instructs Addie and 10K to prepare to open the door, ready to deal with whoever or whatever is on the other side.
You ready for anything?
No, wait, no. Let's talk about this. Open the door.
To their surprise, outside the door is Iggy, who was banished by Gideon, holding a hammer and covered in blood. One can only imagine how many zombies he's met out there.
No thanks to any of you.
I am so sorry.
Ignatius, you have every right to be angry. The process failed you. So on behalf of everyone, I just want to say that, we're sorry.
Facing apologies, Iggy scoffs. His few words are spoken lightly and casually. Gideon, ever the hypocrite, starts moralizing again, subtly urging Iggy to be forgiving.
There is something I'd like to say.
Sure.
For all the people who aren't here to speak for themselves. Thank you.
Sure.
The motel members secretly rejoice, having long disapproved of Gideon. Then, Murphy opens his eyes. With Murphy's awakening, the zombies outside gradually disperse, sensing that their king is safe. The next day, X Squad prepares to depart again. Iggy, now in clean clothes and with Gideon gone, has also returned to the motel. He provides Roberta and her team with a car and food. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they part ways.
How you feeling, princess?
I have an apocalyptic headache.
A drone flying in the distance captures zombies feasting on a living person. The drone, initially intending to get a closer look, didn't expect that. The man on the ground, already beyond saving, was covered in wounds from the zombies' bites and emitting bursts of agonizing screams. Suddenly, the zombies dash towards the back, as there are a few more humans hiding in the room, just behind a door, ready to be their next fresh brain meal. Then, a barrage of gunfire erupts, and the surrounding zombies are beaten back. Emerging is the X Squad, en route to California, now finding themselves in Mexico. As mentioned earlier, they took a detour to this country to avoid radiation and zombie hordes. They are now preparing to cross the border back into the United States. Unexpectedly, upon their arrival, they encounter a massive horde of zombies, and with Murphy still recovering from his injuries, they have to split up 2 people to support him, which makes their situation even more difficult. Their ammunition is running low. Their only option is to keep moving, never letting the zombies encircle them, or escape would be impossible.
Clear!
Before long, they reach the border wall, towering over 10 meters high. Impossible to climb, the wall stretches for 2,000 miles, making escape seem hopeless. The path behind them is already blocked by the zombie horde. Roberta, with a furrowed brow, orders everyone to check their ammo. but their combined count doesn't even reach a few dozen rounds, making survival seem like a fool's dream. Roberta quickly pulls Murphy up, urging him to try controlling the zombies.
If you're the zombie messiah, now is the time for a miracle.
You gotta try, man.
Murphy, his eyes red and weakly raising his hands, is too frail. His mental strength is insufficient to control such a vast horde. Just as all hope seems lost, an explosion sounds in the distance. Looking up, they see several black-clad figures with heavy weapons on the wall, and a door unexpectedly opens below it.
Down here!
You said it was time for a miracle.
Hey, you wanna die?
Although they recognize that this was the second in command of the Zero Point drug cartel, he was definitely not a good guy. But there's no other way out now. If they don't leave, they'll die here. Descending the stairs, it appears to be an underground passage. A scorpion calmly says, "I've been looking for Murphy. I didn't expect to find you all through the drone. This saves me a lot of effort."
This man is our prisoner. That CDC bounty is ours. If you try to take him away from us, I will blow his brains out.
Roberta had to say that in front of outsiders, or else they really wouldn't have any bargaining chips left. A scorpion said calmly, "Put down your weapons. If I wanted you dead, I could have just left you outside. Our boss, La Reina, is looking for you and is willing to pay generously."
Remember the mission.
After hearing this, Roberta feels there might be some sense in his words. Since it's not a fight to the death, they decide to see what the other party wants. Then, they followed a scorpion along the tunnel. To their surprise, the ground above turned out to be the headquarters of the Zero Group, something nobody had anticipated. But the X-team smelled a foul odor along the way. A scorpion explained that behind the wall were collected zombies, left to decompose. This decomposition would produce methane and other forms of energy, providing resources for living. After a while, a scorpion led them back to the surface, claiming that beyond the door lay the future the Zero Group aspired to create. The X-team follow with some trepidation, and the sight they see is unimaginable. It's so lush and green that it seems to calm their minds after being out there for so long. Soon, a scorpion led them to the living area to meet La Reina, the boss. Unexpectedly, the leader of Zero Group was a woman. La Reina, the boss, was not condescending but rather approachable. She straightforwardly thanked Roberta for bringing Murphy. This puzzled Murphy. Wasn't Zero Group a drug trafficking gang? What did they want with him? La Reina didn't answer but promised to show Team X the answer themselves.
You don't need no weapons here.
Roberta nodded helplessly. In another's territory, weapons had to be surrendered. But this wasn't submission, just a strategy to stay alive. They followed La Reina, unsure of their destination. Vasquez, trailing behind, scrutinized the arms of everyone they passed, because it was mentioned in previous episodes that the man who killed his wife and daughter was from Zero Group. Roberta is the only one who knows about the face tattoo on the killer's arm. The rest of Team X doesn't. On the way, La Reina revealed that Zero Group had its scientists. They needed Murphy solely for his blood, to develop a cure to be distributed to all survivors, restoring world order. That surprised the X-team that a drug cartel would be so kind. Next, La Reina leads them to the lab, which looks pretty decent. At that moment, a familiar figure emerged. Dr. Kurian, responsible for a nuclear explosion killing hundreds of thousands.
You son of a bitch.
So this is where the Zeros took you. I thought they was gonna kill you. Glad they didn't. Now I can do it myself.
You two know each other?
You hear about the nuclear strike in Colorado?
Colorado. That's where you disappeared with all my research and my money.
You brought me here to atone. I am atoning. And look, here he is.
La Reina wouldn't let Kurian be harmed. With a serious and somewhat threatening tone, she told Roberta, "You wouldn't want to kill my doctor on my territory, would you?"
Why not? I would.
Because you took my gun.
La Reina was pleased with Roberta's tact. She offered a deal. Sending Murphy to California was for a reward, but she could offer 10 times more than the government. Thus, Murphy stayed in the lab, while Team X was again taken to the basement. La Reina presented two options: either leave with enough gasoline and bullets for 10 years, or join Zero Group to start a new era. Her words held no coercion. calmly awaiting Roberta's decision.
Take the offer.
What? Why?
Los Zeros don't give options. Take the bounty, you'll never live to see it.
Vasquez was right. If Roberta chose to take the items and leave, they would probably be shot on the spot. But Vasquez had his own motives for suggesting they stay. It was his chance to find his enemy.
You are more generous than I could have hoped for. We'll stay.
La Reina was pleased with their choice. However, she stated that to truly join, they must pass some tests. As soon as she said that, the X team was all hooded up. When they could see light again, they were in a room. A Scorpion, with his man, stood on the second floor. The upcoming test was called Humans vs. Zombies. As the name implies, they had to kill zombies in a confined space to qualify as members of Zero Group. Refusal meant immediate execution. Roberta knew it was pointless to argue. Now they were at the mercy of others. Better to choose suitable weapons and kill the zombies. Those upstairs even started betting on who among them would survive.
What are they doing?
Betting against us.
Round one.
Round one. How many rounds?
Without a reply from a Scorpion, the alarm sounded and a zombie appeared. Addie stepped forward and killed it with one blow. It seemed too easy. Just this? The final challenge was to face many zombies at once, but a Scorpion underestimated X-Team. They had traversed thousands of miles across the U.S. Killing zombies was second nature.
I'm gonna do you a favor.
It was these words that made Vasquez look up with excitement and ferocity in his eyes. That phrase haunted him in countless sleepless nights. He had always been searching for the Zero Group member who killed his wife and daughter. He didn't know what the murderer looked like, only the facial tattoo on the arm.
I'm gonna do you a favor.
A Scorpion's words had almost confirmed his suspicions.
To speed things up, why don't we kill the lights? Las luces.
X-Team had to kill zombies in complete darkness. Only the survivors could join Zero Group. Through years, they had fought zombies countless times and had developed impeccable teamwork, making this task manageable.
No wonder you survived so long. We could really use some Zeros like you.
We get to join your club now?
Meanwhile, Murphy was left in the lab with only Kurian. They talked openly. Murphy was curious if Kurian was really researching a vaccine for Zero Group. In his view, Kurian was always cunning and not one to be manipulated. Kurian candidly admitted he had to pretend to work on a vaccine or he would have been killed. Saving the world was none of his concern. Kurian's reason for bringing Murphy here was to implement a plan he had once discussed with Murphy. Now, Kurian needed Murphy's blood to create a serum to control humans, making Zero Group their puppet. Murphy agreed to cooperate. Intrigued by the idea, after a while, Kurian finished preparing the serum. Lacking test subjects, he stealthily attacked a Zero Group guard in the underground passage. Kurian dragged the man back to observe him. After the injection, the man's eyelids twitched as if in great pain. Suddenly, he opened his eyes.
Why'd you do that? Why did you try to attack me?
The more important question is, why did he stop?
Because I wanted him to.
Yes.
They laughed heartily. The serum was a success. Their next step was to administer the serum to every member of Zero Group. Meanwhile, X-Team had passed the test and officially became members of Zero Group. Their treatment improved immediately. The first order of business was a makeover. They changed into new clothes, got styled, and even enjoyed spa-like treatments. Roberta underwent the biggest transformation. She hardly recognized herself with makeup and lipstick, which was not her style. Doc looked somewhat gentlemanly. Addie is sexy and alluring. A Scorpion then entered to take X-Team to a location. Vasquez's eyes stayed fixed on the tattoo on a Scorpion's arm, the murderer of his wife and daughter. Roberta quickly noticed Vasquez's unusual behavior. Understanding why he was distracted today, they were led to a second-floor area, and before they could take in their surroundings, they heard applause. Looking down, they saw a formal party in progress. Opposite them, La Reina, dressed regally, had the air of a queen. She unveiled her headscarf and then began to deliver a speech, recounting the challenges faced by the Zero Group and the even more splendid future ahead. With Murphy's addition, they just need to develop a vaccine, and a new world will be initiated by the Zero Group. She also thanked X-Team for their contribution, publicly announcing that they would now be part of Zero Group. She even had their weapons cleaned and returned to them. After the introductions, everyone was free to enjoy the party. The X team dispersed. Since we can't leave, let's enjoy the present. Only Vasquez, with a stern expression, continuously watched a Scorpion's direction. Roberta stayed behind, the only one aware of the full situation.
You can't ask me to do nothing, Roberta. It's him. I gotta do it.
Roberta advised Vasquez not to be impulsive, or at least to wait for the revenge plan they had worked out together. Addie, 10K, and Doc would not stand idly by. Acting rashly might not only fail but also endanger all their companions. But Vasquez was stubborn, believing their mission was already complete. Although they hadn't reached California, Murphy's blood would be used here to develop a vaccine and save the world. Vasquez wanted to seek revenge in his own way and asked Roberta not to interfere. The sights and events that followed revealed to them the true nature of the Zero-Point drug cartel. First, Addie saw from the window several henchmen chopping up a zombie, initially thought to be a freak. It turned out that the body contained some drugs, likely stashed by small-time drug dealers before the apocalypse. Inside the house, some of the residents put on a show for Lorena. A middle-aged man was about to begin after straightening himself up.
Good luck. Get that mess out of here. Rápido. And no zombie mimes either. La Reina hates zombie mimes.
Such a cold-blooded organization, La Reina remained indifferent, as if the death of one or two people didn't matter. Conversely, Murphy held a lofty position within the Zero Group, with residents queuing up to offer him flowers, basking in the sensation of being worshipped like a deity. Roberta saw the scene and couldn't help but feel a little strange. From what she knew of Murphy, this guy was smiling a little smugly. He seemed to be holding back some kind of conspiracy.
Murphy, you son of a bitch.
Where's my flower? You're supposed to bring me a flower, apparently.
What happened to you?
What?
You know what I mean. What did Kyrian do to you?
Oh, that. You know, drew some blood, blah, blah, blah.
Man.
He's working on it.
Do you? I mean, seems like you're starting to enjoy what you do.
I'll tell you what I am enjoying. Being treated like a friggin' saint. You want to try it sometime? Eat, drink, and be merry, Warren, for tomorrow we die. Probably.
Seeing Murphy unwilling to talk, Roberta got up and left. But just as she reached the edge of the crowd, she turned to see a Scorpion leaning on the door, with a figure quietly appearing behind him. It's Vasquez. Roberta realized something was wrong. This guy wasn't going to do it here. They'd be dead if they were implicated. As Roberta was thinking, Vasquez had already drawn a gun, aiming at the back of a Scorpion's head. Roberta hurried forward. The other members of the X team noticed this and their expressions changed drastically. None of them understood what got into Vasquez. They all breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that Roberta acted in time to prevent him.
She saved the queen!
Everyone at the scene thought Vasquez was there to assassinate the queen. Even a Scorpion believed so. But a Scorpion was not grateful to Roberta and even suspected that others were involved. So he requested the queen to hand over Vasquez to him for interrogation. Vasquez was taken to a factory, his hands suspended overhead. On the table and walls were various tools. A Scorpion picked up a wrench and struck Vasquez's ribs.
Now, tell me, why were you trying to kill Lorena?
I wasn't.
Seeing Vasquez refuse to speak the truth, a Scorpion picked up a tool for cutting fingers. Just as he was about to make Vasquez suffer, a report came in that Dr. Kyrian wanted to see Lorena, sparing Vasquez for the moment. 10 minutes later, Kyrian was brought before Lorena, excitedly claiming he had successfully developed a vaccine. This announcement shocked everyone present. Even Lorena was somewhat excited. Kyrian continued, saying the vaccine could completely counteract the zombie virus, preventing mutation even after a bite.
How do you know this works?
I've been testing it.
On humans? Show me. Show me how this works.
Kyrian miscalculated, not expecting Lorena to demand a live demonstration. He awkwardly looked at Murphy and then forced out a sentence.
I will just need a volunteer.
But as soon as Kyrian's words were out of his mouth, A scorpion directly escorted Vasquez here to make him a guinea pig. Roberta was anxious, vaguely guessing that Murphy and Kurian were definitely conspiring something, and that there might be something wrong with the vaccine. Kurian was in a tough spot, but now he had no choice but to proceed.
Remember this day, for it will mark the beginning of a new world order. Of a zero world order.
More like a Murphy world order.
Let us proceed. Hold him still, goddammit.
The X-team, seeing Vasquez being coerced, hesitated whether to take action to rescue him. In the last episode, it was said that the vaccine for the zombies had been developed and Vasquez had been pinned down as the first guinea pig. Roberta was anxious, suspecting something wrong with the potion. A hasty intervention could lead to the annihilation of Team X. In a critical moment, Roberta, quick-witted, thought of a solution.
I don't trust him.
One moment, Doctor.
He tried to cheat you once before, right? One way to make sure your food isn't being poisoned.
Kurian's eyes went straight when he heard this. This woman is trying to harm him. But Lorena, having been saved by Roberta and finding some logic in her argument, agreed. Moreover, she claimed it was an honor that should first be bestowed upon the scientist who developed it. Kurian could only curse Roberta in his mind. He knew all too well that anyone injected with the potion would be controlled by Murphy. It's just that all eyes are on him now, and if he doesn't do it, it means he's cheating the Zero Group.
If anyone should have the honor of the first dose, it should be you. Don't you think?
If that's what I thought, Doctor, I would have said it. Well then, Doctor?
In this situation, not injecting meant certain death. Kurian had no choice but to gamble. The onlookers watched curiously. If the vaccine worked, they could survive better in this post-apocalyptic world. After Kurian's injection, he felt dizzy and unstable. Then he stumbled and fell to the ground, struggling briefly before becoming motionless. Lorena shook her head.
Wait! Wait. I'm good.
Kurian smiled awkwardly. He had felt a bit dizzy but didn't need to fall. He did that just for the sake of realism. The original potion turned people into half-zombies. Kurian had slightly improved it. Ironically, he became the guinea pig, but fortunately, he did not mutate. But the worst was yet to come. Kurian turned to see an underling carrying a box with faint zombie growls inside.
No, I have my own test!
Others narrowed their eyes. Apart from bleeding, Kurian showed no other changes. Kurian also confused. This really succeeded?
I can't believe it. It actually worked.
Lorena, eager, was next to be vaccinated. She was so excited that she could already see the day when 0 Point would save humanity and become the new government. But then she credited Roberta for bringing Murphy, deciding Roberta should be the third to be vaccinated. Murphy's expression changed immediately. Unaware of the situation, Addie and the others actually smiled. Happy that Roberta was able to get the vaccine, Roberta's mouth opened and closed. She didn't know how to refuse at that moment. As Lorena was overly enthusiastic, all Roberta could do was to look towards Murphy for help.
My queen, if I may, if you will allow me, would you please grant me the great honor of giving her the vaccine myself and save her life?
Lorena found Murphy's remarks very touching and agreed immediately. Murphy took the vaccine and then pulled Roberta aside, unintentionally or intentionally shielding her with his body. He chose to inject the vaccine into Roberta's arm, but if you looked closely, you would notice that the needle didn't actually penetrate the skin. Roberta wasn't foolish and quickly feigned a reaction to the injection. A scorpion can't stand the fact that Roberta is stealing all the limelight from him, and that he's not even the third person to get the vaccine. Therefore, a scorpion persuaded Lorena not to trust these outsiders, asserting they must be in cahoots with Vasquez. A scorpion swore to prove his point. Saying this, he took Vasquez away for further interrogation. After they left, the vaccination continued. Almost everyone in the room was vaccinated one by one. However, due to limited supply, Doc and Addie's group didn't get their turn. They curiously asked Roberta about her experience with the injection.
Do you feel okay, Roberta? Is it working? She didn't get injected, stupid.
At this point, Kurian gestured to Murphy to join him back at the lab. Roberta only suspected something was wrong with the serum but didn't know what exactly, so she decided to follow and see. Roberta asked Addie and the others to investigate where Vasquez was being held. Once back in the lab, Kurian was busy non-stop with various bottles and vials. Murphy called out to him, but Kurian showed no response.
All the ones I just vaccinated, they're under your control now. They're your new army.
Well, then the plan worked.
No, it didn't. The plan was not for me to get injected.
I know.
Murphy couldn't help but laugh. It was a dramatic turn of events. Being able to control Kurian pleased Murphy greatly, considering Kurian's cunning nature, but Kurian claimed he was preparing an antidote to negate the effects. Just as he finished speaking, he didn't notice Murphy's expression turning serious. Murphy slowly sat up, watching Kurian's every move. 2 minutes later, the antidote was ready. Excited, Kurian was about to inject himself, but he realized he couldn't control his own body. He struggled to turn his head, only to see Murphy staring at him. Indeed, the vaccine had taken effect. Murphy's powerful psychic ability was controlling Kurian, forcing him to drop the syringe. Kurian then understood that Murphy didn't want him to be free.
Oops. Did I do that?
And so Kurian became Murphy's puppet, controlled to make more of the so-called vaccine.
What the hell is wrong with him?
Jesus, Warren, give a guy a heart attack.
Really? You could still have a heart attack?
Roberta, witnessing this bizarre turn, had many questions in her mind. Was the vaccine not successful after all? Murphy didn't deny it. He explicitly told Roberta that the purpose of the potion was for Kurian to help him build an army. Roberta was shocked for a moment, feeling disappointed. After all, she was hoping for a successful vaccine to save the world, not just for a bounty. With a sigh, she asked Murphy if he were still going to California. Murphy is embarrassed by the look. Honestly, saving the world is none of his business, but since X-Team had put in so much effort, he might still go to California. However, if he went, he would take his created army to ensure his safety. Roberta felt uncomfortable with Murphy controlling others. It was inhumane. Cassandra had been like this before. Roberta went back to her room and told the other members the truth. Addie and the others were shocked and condemned Murphy's actions. In the end, they unanimously decided to leave with Murphy before the fake vaccine took effect, shattering his inhumane idea of building an army. Before that, they still had to rescue Vasquez. Speaking of Vasquez, he was already beaten beyond recognition. A scorpion, resentful of Roberta's importance to Lorena, insisted on interrogating for some information.
Why were you trying to kill Lorena?
I was trying to kill her.
Dime!
I was trying to kill you.
Upon hearing this, a scorpion became even more enraged. Vasquez was here to kill him. He couldn't let him go.
My wife, my little girl.
You're gonna have to be more specific.
With DEA, pretty easy. Busted a couple of your thugs, and as payback, you killed my family. Hey, you say you do me a favor, right? All I can hear now is her screaming, crying. Please, Daddy, please.
A scorpion had killed countless people and couldn't remember them all. Otherwise, he would have recognized Vasquez at first sight. But in this post-apocalyptic world, one had to be ruthless to survive. If he had to do it all over again, he would still unhesitatingly shoot Vasquez's wife and daughter. All he wanted to know now was whether Roberta was involved in the assassination. Seeing Vasquez remain defiant, a scorpion ordered his men to lock him in a cage. There's even a zombie in the cage. If Vasquez couldn't hold on and leaned over, he would be bitten immediately.
You think you're better than me?
10 minutes later, Roberta and her group were summoned to the hall. A scorpion immediately claimed that Vasquez had confessed. The X-Team was involved in the assassination, aiming to take over the 0 Point group. Upon hearing this, Lorena's face darkened instantly. Roberta hesitated for a moment, then scoffed with a laugh. She fully understood that a scorpion was deliberately framing them with the intent to kill them.
Yeah, I was a part of the military, but you know that. I was a lieutenant in the National Guard before the apocalypse. And yeah, Murphy, I guess you can call a military plot. He wasn't trying to kill you. All he wanted was revenge on a man who killed his wife and his little girl. And that was you.
Clearly uneasy, a scorpion drew his gun and aimed it at Roberta, continuing to accuse the X-Squad. Unexpectedly for a scorpion, Lorena's behavior was odd at the moment. Her movements were synchronizing with Murphy's in the corner.
I will not tolerate this treatment of an honored guest. This disloyalty to me.
A scorpion was completely baffled, convinced that Roberta had bewitched his queen, but what the queen said next was like a dagger piercing his heart.
Kill him. Do it. Finish him. Kill him, Warren.
Already suspicious, Roberta heard laughter, turned around, and realized it was Murphy playing tricks. Roberta had no intention of engaging in such despicable acts with Murphy. She just wanted to find Vasquez and leave the place. She instructed a scorpion to lead the way. After they left, an excited Murphy rubbed his hands together. From now on, these people would be his army, marking the dawn of his era. But then, a figure emerged. It was Dr. Kurian. Wasn't he supposed to be making potions in the lab as ordered? What was he doing here? Suddenly, Lorena also stood up.
Dr. Kurian? What's wrong with you? You don't look so good. What's wrong with you?
Murphy panicked. These people didn't retreat but looked at him hungrily. He realized the vaccine must have been faulty. In an emergency, Murphy grabbed a fruit knife and slashed a large cut on his hand. His blood dripped onto the floor, and the people in the room lunged at it. Kurian headed straight for Murphy's bleeding palm. After a moment of thought, Murphy quickly turned and captured Kurian, intending to reissue an order for Kurian to develop an enhanced version of the potion. Meanwhile, Roberta, following a scorpion to the factory, just caught sight of 3 subordinates hammering on the cage imprisoning Vasquez. Fortunately, Addie reacted in time, or it would have been a huge blunder. Suddenly, 2 subordinates began to convulse and emit zombie-like groans, wielding a mace. Addie rushed forward and dispatched them. Then they opened the cage. Vasquez, covered in wounds, stood calmly inside. The death of his wife and daughter had haunted him for a long time. He wasn't afraid of death but of failing to avenge them. Just as he looked up, he saw a scorpion's mocking smile. Roberta stopped Vasquez. They had to hurry and leave. They decided to lock a scorpion in a cage and leave him to the zombies, to suffer a prolonged, painful death. As they were about to leave, Vasquez stumbled. Roberta had no choice but to ask 10K and Doc to support Vasquez. Roberta instructed them to meet at the border, while she and Addie went to find Murphy. Speaking of Murphy, he took Kurian to the lab. He intended to increase his control over Kurian, but it had no effect. Kurian seemed to have lost his self-awareness, his eyes fixated only on the blood left by Murphy.
No, bad Kurian!
Just as Murphy was preparing for a fight, a crisp voice rang out, followed by a blood mark appearing on Kurian's neck. His head and body separated. The one who acted was none other than the arriving Roberta. However, they didn't notice Kurian's head had opened its eyes. It appeared that those injected with the fake vaccine had acquired zombie-like qualities. Roberta didn't waste time. She now needed to hurry and take Murphy away. Just as Roberta briefly spoke with Addie, she turned around to see Murphy dressed in flamboyantly new clothes. 3 minutes later, they were rapidly making their way through an underground passage toward the border. Right after they left, Lorena and her group regained consciousness. They traced their way to the lab but found no sign of Murphy. Kurian hurriedly called out, claiming he knew where Murphy and the others were headed. Following Kurian's directions, Lorena tracked them to the underground passage. Meanwhile, Doc and the others had already reached the exit at the border, just waiting for Roberta's group to arrive so they could escape.
What are you guys doing? We gotta go!
It looks like that crazy woman is catching up. Time was running out. The people from the Zero Group have become half human, half zombies and are armed, so it's highly likely that they won't be able to escape. Murphy looked gravely at the wall. which contained countless zombies used by the Zero Group for decay and energy production. Perhaps these zombies could be used against the half-human, half-zombie pursuers. Murphy stepped back, his hands outstretched, his powerful psychic energy seeping out and agitating the zombies inside. The zombies pounding made the seemingly unbreakable walls tremble.
Run! Come on, get him and run!
Realizing the danger of staying, Roberta shouted for Doc and the others to retreat quickly, leaving Murphy behind to continue summoning the zombies. Soon, a wave of zombies surged out, heading straight for Lorena and her group. Team X was almost at the exit. Looking back, Roberta saw Murphy hadn't caught up. She told Addie to go ahead while she waited for Murphy. At some point, Murphy had become more than just cargo to Team X. He was a true teammate and friend. Roberta prayed in place, hoping Murphy would be safe. Fortunately, after 3 minutes, a slender figure appeared in the tunnel. Murphy had arrived, and Roberta finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this point, the zombies were already chasing them. The fate of the Zero Group members was unknown. They quickly climbed out of the passage to the original border wall. They were prepared to fight, but to their surprise, the zombies in the square had all vanished, a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Suddenly, footsteps approached. It was a scorpion, his mouth covered in blood. Did he bite the zombies to death before escaping? This man was truly insane. Roberta wanted to use her pistol to take down a scorpion but was stopped by Vasquez, who wanted to avenge his wife and daughter personally. Though Vasquez was still injured, he chose to do this, driven by a long-held obsession. Seeing Vasquez struggling against a scorpion, 10K wanted to help but was stopped by Roberta. This hatred is a matter of a man's dignity. Vasquez was originally skilled, but his severe injuries left him powerless to fight back at the moment. In a daze, he seemed to return to that night, the cries for help from his wife and daughter piercing his nerves. Stimulated by the memories, Vasquez wanted nothing more than to transform into a beast and tear his enemy to shreds. Finally, Vasquez exploded with rage, a scene he had replayed countless times in his dreams. In the end, a scorpion was thrown into the tunnel, where endless zombies awaited him. Team X set off again. They just needed to cross the Mexican border to reach California, concluding their long 7-year journey. What excited them even more were the 5 luxurious cars parked in the distance, apparently from the Zero Group's inventory, which would significantly reduce their travel time to California. 7 years ago, the zombie virus outbreak infected 70% of the global population. To save humanity, Team X crossed the entire United States to escort Murphy, who had antibodies, to a laboratory in California. This arduous journey took a full 4 years. Now they have arrived, with the rendezvous point somewhere along the coast. Addie, holding a satellite map and repeatedly comparing it, realized they just needed to cross the forest to reach the coordinates Citizen Z had told them about. As they walked, they suddenly smelled a faint salty scent in the air. Approaching the source, they were greeted by the majestic Pacific Ocean. Seeing the sea indicated they were on the right track. Their destination must be nearby. About half an hour later, they passed through the forest and arrived at the location indicated by the navigation. They doubted if they were in the right place because it looked more like a hotel or a bar than a laboratory. However, having come all this way, Roberta decided to go in and investigate. For safety, Roberta planned to go with Vasquez while the others waited outside. It might be a trap. After all, as a precaution, Roberta also prepared a special outfit for Murphy to disguise him. With so many people after him, there could be bounty hunters lying in ambush.
If we're not out in 10 minutes, 10 minutes, then GTFO.
Armed with handguns, they sneaked in. Observing no one around, They proceeded. As they approached the house, they heard music coming from inside. Entering cautiously, they found the place empty except for an old lady at the bar, who greeted them warmly.
How about you put the weapon you got under the counter on top of the bar?
Sorry. These days, you just never know. Earl Grey?
Roberta and Vasquez exchanged glances. Could this old woman actually be a business owner? Unbeknownst to them, a submachine gun lay hidden beneath the bar. However, Auntie didn't do anything suspicious but hospitably offered them hot tea. Roberta just sat down and sipped her hot tea. When asked why they were there, Roberta casually answered that they were just passing through, as their identities could not be revealed under unclear circumstances. Vasquez, more vigilant, wandered around the bar to spot anything unusual but found nothing. After ensuring there was no danger, Roberta waved to Addie and the others to come in. Murphy, disguised in a lady's dress, hat, scarf, and sunglasses to conceal his skin color, was hardly recognizable. Inside the house, Auntie again served drinks and food. For safety, Murphy stayed alone at a corner table. Auntie, still enthusiastic, seeing they were a team, asked again what they were doing in California. Just as Roberta was about to use this opportunity to inquire about the laboratory, they heard the roar of a car engine outside. Vasquez looked out the window and saw that the newcomers were clearly a group of bounty hunters. Murphy quickly covered his face with a scarf. Suddenly, the door burst open and a bald man led the way in. Their gait and fierce expressions made it clear they were battle-hardened bounty hunters. There were 4 of them in total, all armed, and they brought in a captive tied up. Team X, adhering to the principle of avoiding trouble, kept a low profile and continued drinking their tea.
We heard you're the one to talk to about the Murphy.
Hearing these people mention Murphy, Team X listened attentively. Turns out, this group claimed they had captured Murphy and were here to claim the bounty. One of the henchmen removed the captive's hood. Although Andy didn't speak, she seemed shocked, perhaps unable to believe that Murphy had turned into a zombie. But this zombie looked at least 80% like Murphy. The boss was proud, directly asking Andy for the best wine to celebrate. He noticed Roberta across the room and, thinking she was attractive, invited her for a drink. Roberta tactfully declined, but the boss approached Team X. Eyeing Roberta and Addie occasionally, a man walked over to the corner near Murphy, mistaking him for a beautiful lady from his appearance. Auntie, noticing Murphy in the corner, brought him a cup of tea, but upon seeing his blue skin, she paused. Stunned, she looked back and forth between the zombie and Murphy, seemingly understanding something, but kept quiet. The boss, immersed in the joy of his upcoming reward, invited Team X to toast with him. Murphy, not wanting to reveal his identity, hastily mimicked the gesture, but to the man behind him, it seemed like Murphy was just being shy, and he even brazenly invited Murphy to dance.
Come on, baby. It's a slow song.
No. Don't dance.
The boss sensed something was off. He clearly saw the zombie mimicking Murphy's movements. Roberta discreetly placed her hand on her weapon, on alert.
Think fast. Now that's interesting. The shy girl here moves. My Murphy moves the same way.
The boss wasn't foolish. He guessed that the real Murphy might be sitting right in front of him. With so many guns pointed at him, Murphy had no choice but to comply and removed his hat. The boss was thrilled, marveling at how life's twists had brought the real Murphy right to him. A chance to strike it rich. To be absolutely sure, the boss demanded Murphy's strip to check for bite marks. Murphy sighed and shook his head. How could there always be this kind of idiot? Roberta and the others quickly dealt with these thugs, but the incident wasn't over yet.
Put down your weapons.
Before Auntie could finish speaking, Addie suddenly cried out, as she hadn't seen 10K. Eventually, she found 10K behind a table, shot in the stomach. They rushed to him, with Doc pressing gauze on the wound, but it was barely effective. Knowing the urgency, Auntie put away her gun and hurried outside. She fired a flare into the sky. Murphy was curious about whom Auntie was signaling, especially towards the sea. Auntie explained that she was the surface contact for the California laboratory and had been waiting for Team X for a long time. Through binoculars, Murphy saw something dark on the sea surface, a submarine, so that's why they couldn't find the lab. It was hidden deep in the sea. Their task now was to wait for those people to arrive. 10K's situation was critical. mainly due to the lack of medical supplies, leaving Doc helpless, but Andy reassured them that the submarine had a medical facility and a surgeon, and 10K would be fine. Murphy also learns that Dr. Murch, who had given him the zombie vaccine, is not dead and that she is conducting research in that submarine. Half an hour later, a vehicle arrived. The uniforms look like official government men, and they're on guard as soon as they get down here. Team X heard the commotion, and Roberta told them to prepare for battle. One can never be too careful in a post-apocalyptic world. Auntie advised them not to be so tense. After all, the other party had a nuclear submarine, and if they had malicious intentions, Team X wouldn't stand a chance. Suddenly, the door opened, and 2 military personnel walked in, their uniforms and medals indicating high rank. This slightly eased Roberta's alertness, and she respectfully gave a standard military salute.
We have the package here. Safe.
So, you're the Murphy.
Actually, it's just Murphy. I don't know where this whole "the" came from.
We have a wounded man.
In the previous episode, Team X finally reached California and met with the military's person in charge.
We have the package here. Safe.
So, you're the Murphy.
Murphy, who wasn't too fond of the people wanting to use him as a guinea pig, wasn't very polite in his speech.
Now what?
First, we have to make sure you are who you say you are.
I am.
How do we know you are who you say you are?
Matheson, with a serious expression, said, Captain Roberta, I fully understand your reluctance. We've been tracking you for years and know how hard and challenging the journey has been, and it's hard to trust strangers, but I think Mr. Murphy should certainly recognize her. After he finished speaking, a woman in white entered. Murphy's eyes narrowed slightly. This woman was indeed still alive. Many viewers might have forgotten her. She was Dr. Murch, the one who had forcibly injected Murphy with the zombie virus 4 years ago. Matheson brought Murch to confirm Murphy's identity. However, Murch shook her head. She had only met Murphy briefly before and couldn't be 100% sure now. Murphy became even more irritated at this. The woman had never respected him, and he growled when this woman had injected him with the zombie virus and left him behind. Murphy had said the same thing.
Bite me! Bite me! Or I will hunt you down and eat your brains!
Hearing this, Dr. Murch was entirely convinced that this was indeed Murphy.
Satisfied? Very.
A few minutes later, Matheson prepared to take Murphy back to the submarine. Since 10K's injury couldn't wait, Doc thoughtfully handed him a pillow. Doc, worried about 10K, proposed to go along to take care of him, but he was stopped by the military doctor, who said there wasn't enough room in the vehicle and reassured Doc that the advanced medical facilities on the submarine would take good care of 10K. Murphy was also somewhat reluctant to part, but he wasn't good at expressing such emotions, so he pretended to be okay.
I need your word that he would be treated humanely. He may be the Murphy, but he still is a human being.
You have my word, Lieutenant Warren. We'll treat him like the celebrity he's about to become.
This goodbye might be their last meeting. Murphy unusually greeted everyone.
Sorry about your family.
Through.
Finally, he solemnly thanked Roberta. Without her protection, he might have died many times over.
You better get going.
Thus, the 4-year-long journey came to an end. Team X successfully completed their mission, delivering Murphy to the California laboratory. They only hoped that they could develop a vaccine to save the world, but the military didn't mention the reward for completing the mission.
Let's get these bodies out of here.
Meanwhile, at the North Pole, due to radio damage, Citizen Z hadn't contacted Team X for a long time. Today, he planned to enter the military system to access information but found the password incorrect. After several attempts, it was still the same. This was outrageous. He had always managed the database and never changed the password. The only explanation was that his system had been hacked. Citizen Z was puzzled. 2 years ago, the base exploded, and all servers were damaged and shut down. How could someone have hacked into the database and even changed the password? Suddenly, a beeping sound. Now it made sense. A machine had survived. Now, it was easy. By connecting the server to the computer, he could find the person causing the mischief. Citizen Z was once considered the top civilian hacker. With a few taps on his keyboard, the hacker's traces were immediately revealed. This person, to hide their tracks, had routed their connection through servers in Ukraine to South Africa before finally hacking into the Arctic station. This was clearly a diversion. The person was extremely cautious, with a complex retreat route, passing through China, Mexico, Antarctica, and finally ending up in Molokai, Hawaii. This piqued Citizen Z's interest. What secret could be on Hawaii Island? He decided to hack into their system to find out, though there were security measures in place. To him, the system administrator was as dumb as a zombie. Citizen Z grew more excited. His days in the Arctic were unbearably dull, and now he finally had some fun. But his smile froze when he checked the recent download records. The screen showed videos and transmission logs of Murphy with Team X. Realizing this, Citizen Z understood he had been used to track Murphy all along. There must be a huge conspiracy behind this. Perhaps even the coordinates he gave Team X were leaked by these people. If that was the case, he had unwittingly sent Murphy into danger again. Deeply alarmed, Citizen Z quickly destroyed the server. 10 minutes later, he picked up a radio with little battery left, trying to contact Roberta.
If you can hear this broadcast, tell the package to abort mission. Repeat, abort mission. Location compromised.
Before he could finish, the radio completely broke. Sometimes life is like that. Just when you see hope in a desperate world, you discover it's all a conspiracy. Citizen Z felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Perhaps there was no future in this apocalyptic world after all. Half an hour later, he packed his bags, ready to leave the Arctic. As staying there had become utterly pointless, he didn't know if he could make it out of the icy wilderness, but he had to try. Unknown to him, Murphy had already been taken away. Inside the small tavern, Team X didn't rush to leave. They planned to rest there for the night and help Auntie move the bodies of the bounty hunters. Suddenly, gunshots rang out. Roberta and the others quickly became alert. As they surveyed the surroundings, more intense gunfire started. They had no choice but to take cover behind the vehicles. Vasquez peeked out and saw that it wasn't bounty hunters attacking them but the Zero Group.
Bounty hunters?
No. Cero.
Hearing this, they understood Lorena, the leader, wasn't dead. It made sense. These people had injected themselves with a serum made from Murphy's blood and already had zombie traits. The zombie horde probably mistook them as their own kind.
So remember, there is no such thing as death.
The firepower was too intense. Team X could barely retaliate. What a bunch of lunatics. After 3 minutes of continuous firing, Lorena commanded her subordinates to charge. In this critical moment, Auntie came out with a gun, giving everyone a chance to breathe and quickly take shelter inside the
Come on!
They wondered how the Zero Group found this place. It's all thanks to Kurian's head. He had once seen the coordinates written by Addie. Lorena didn't order her men to continue the heavy gunfire. She thought a long-distance sniper kill would be uninteresting and decided letting this cunning team slowly die would be more amusing. Inside the house, Roberta was worried. Their bullets were running low, not even totaling 20 rounds, and the house was merely delaying their inevitable death. My goodness, Auntie has so many weapons. With this newfound arsenal, a turnaround might just be possible. They quickly armed themselves with suitable weapons, preparing for the Zero Group's assault.
Hey, Roberta! Hey, it's not you I came after, just Murphy, I only want Murphy. You give him to me, and we can still be friends.
Too late, Chica. He's gone.
Vasquez took the opportunity to sneakily aim at Lorena, hoping to end everything by killing her. Unfortunately, he missed by a bit. Furious, Lorena decided to end this game, instructing her men to initiate Plan B. What happened next was unexpected. The front row of her men, killed and rapidly turned into zombies, were used as shields by the armed ones behind them as they advanced. A fierce gunfight ensued. Roberta managed to kill one of the enemies, and Auntie took down another with a rifle, but she was quickly ambushed and shot by someone on the side. Doc, praising Auntie for her good shooting, didn't realize she had turned into a zombie. Thinking fast, he swapped places with the zombie and used the enemy's hand to eliminate it. Half an hour later, the gunfight was still intense, with both sides relentlessly firing. Suddenly, a figure sneaked in through the front door. It was Lorena's attendant, confidently waving a skull staff. Roberta aimed and fired, only to find her gun empty. The man looks calmly into the room at Addie. They silently agreed to a melee deathmatch. The man took a small loss, shook his neck to hide his embarrassment and charged forward with vigor. Their weapons clashed one after another. Addie's hand was numb from the shock, and the last blow broke the wolf's tooth stick that had been with her for 5 years. The man took advantage of her confusion and knocked Addie to the ground, followed by a fatal blow. At last, the man was dead. Suddenly, the door opened again with Lorena's voice coming through. Instead of attacking, she tried to persuade Roberta to hand over Murphy and join her in creating a new era for the Zero Group. When Roberta informed her that Murphy had been taken by the government, Lorena, enraged and embarrassed, charged at her. Everyone thought Lorena was weak and gentle, but she fought fiercely, not losing ground to Roberta. Eventually, Roberta was knocked to the ground with a wine bottle. Roberta felt dizzy and had a hard time getting up. Lorena, pulling a hairpin from her hair, prepared to finish Roberta off. She couldn't believe her eyes when she saw the figure at the door, a scorpion. The man who fell into a horde of zombies was still alive. Confusingly, a scorpion, who always saw Lorena as his queen, killed her. Moreover, he extended his hand to help Roberta up. What exactly was going on? Suddenly, Vasquez charged out from behind. Everyone was puzzled by a scorpion's actions. A scorpion, with a sense of resignation, said, "Lorena is no longer my queen. Ever since she was injected with Curian serum, she changed. I followed them here, and all they seem to care about now is destruction and violence. They are no longer human." After saying this, a scorpion turned to Vasquez. He pleaded with Vasquez to allow him to live a little longer in this world to atone for his sins through actions. If Vasquez insisted on avenging his wife and daughter, a scorpion was ready to accept death. Roberta didn't try to persuade them. It wasn't their place to interfere. In the end, she left the decision to Vasquez. They stepped outside, finally having a moment to assess each other's injuries. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. They all thought Vasquez had acted, but it was a scorpion who emerged. Could it be? Roberta went back inside, and her heart settled when she saw Vasquez unharmed. He hadn't acted. If a scorpion had shown resistance or aggression, Vasquez would have shot without hesitation. But in this situation, Vasquez couldn't bring himself to do it. He hated his own weakness. This is the end of the matter here. Team X's mission was over, and they were uncertain about their next destination. Vasquez chose to leave the team and stay alone in the tavern, needing time to heal himself.
Need a ride? I got enough food, ammo, and Z-weed for a month.
I'm in.
We're only going as far as the beach.
I like the beach.
Nobody expected that the laboratory responsible for developing the zombie virus vaccine was located in a nuclear submarine. Murphy followed the military personnel inside, curiously looking around. The long corridor was somewhat crowded. 10K had fallen into a coma on the way, and 2 soldiers carried him at the front. Soon, the medic led them to a compartment and quickly arranged for personnel to treat 10K.
They'll do everything they can. Now we need to leave.
We'll make sure to get him back to his friends in one piece. The man's in good hands.
It's not my man. It's just the byproduct of the apocalypse he couldn't seem to shake.
Follow me.
From these actions, one could sense Murphy's cunning. He didn't acknowledge 10K as his friend because he was always wary of the military. In case of any contingency, these people wouldn't use 10K to blackmail him. 7 years into the apocalypse, he was no longer the weak and cynical fool he once was. Then, they continued deeper into the submarine. Murch asked Murphy if he experienced any side effects after being injected with the zombie virus. Murphy briefly and vaguely answered, revealing nothing about his ability to control minds. Soon after, he was led to a room that seemed like the command center of the submarine, surrounded by staff operating machines. Murphy felt something was off and cautiously asked if they were really working for the US government. Matheson vaguely replied that the concepts of nation and government no longer existed. They now served Zona. Hearing this, Murphy was taken aback. They first learned about Zona at an alien base in Roswell. Although the exact location of Zona was unknown, its impression on them was that of possessing technology beyond Earth's capabilities. Now everything makes sense. Zona is the power behind Murch. Proudly, Matheson began to explain that Zona was a place created by visionary businessmen before the apocalypse. Working on a plan to save humanity, they had created an island free of zombies, planting seeds of hope for the next generation. Murphy, far from reassured, fell into deep thought. Suddenly, through a reflection, he saw a staff member's eyes glowing. What kind of creature was this? He maintained his composure, pretending to listen to Matheson while quietly knocking a cup off a table. The sound drew the attention of all staff, their eyes emitting a blue glow. Murphy felt uneasy and quickly changed the subject.
My bad. So if we are going to save the human race, maybe we better get started.
He was then strapped to a bed by two soldiers. Dr. Murch prepared to draw his blood for research. Murphy took the opportunity to ask in a low voice what was wrong with the men's eyes. Murch explained they were just early vaccine recipients from Zona, experiencing side effects. Murch continued, saying that she actually had never been to Zona. She had been conducting research on the submarine for years, but the vaccine she developed was not perfect and could only slow down the attack of the zombie virus. That's why she urgently needed Murphy's blood antibodies. Murphy now understood that the vaccine development was not to save all of humanity but to serve the elites and their families in Zona. They proclaimed grand ideals of continuing human civilization, but it was all for their own benefit. Then, Murch further inquired about Murphy's medical history, such as whether he had smallpox as a child, any sexually transmitted diseases as an adult, and even if he had any children. Murphy, naturally, could not reveal the truth about the last question, as he would not put his daughter in danger. Therefore, he quickly thought to use the excuse that these questions were too private, hoping to get the two guards to leave, perhaps thinking Murphy posed no threat while restrained. Murch agreed, but when she turned back, Murphy, now 2 meters tall, loomed over her.
I thought you might be different to Dr. Kurian, but I was wrong.
You've met Dr. Kurian?
Oh, world buddies, he and I.
There was so much Murch didn't know. Initially, Team X was deceived by Kurian into going to the underground laboratory in Komodo State, where they witnessed some harsh truths. Murphy still vividly remembers the horribly tormented test subjects that suffered at the hands of Murch. Furthermore, based on what he saw upon arriving at the submarine, Murphy realized that this was not about saving humanity. He was being used as an involuntary blood bag, merely to save a few wealthy individuals in Zona. An hour later, alarms blared throughout the submarine, waking 10K from his coma. The bullet had been removed from his body, and his wound was bandaged. 10K can already walk on the ground. He wanted to go and see what had happened. Meanwhile, Roberta and the others, catching a ride with a scorpion, arrived at the beach. They wanted to wait there, hoping the submarine crew would bring 10K ashore after treating his injuries. They also hoped these people would treat Murphy with the respect he deserved. However, Roberta's expression changed as they walked, noticing flames and smoke billowing from the submarine's location. What was going on? Had something gone wrong? Roberta quickly grabbed binoculars and saw that the submarine was engulfed in flames and sinking. Murphy and 10K were still on it. What had happened? Suddenly, Addie noticed a dark spot moving away from the submarine. Through the binoculars, Roberta saw Murphy, Matheson, and Dr. Murch on the vessel. Roberta smiled, realizing Murphy had escaped, but then noticed 10K wasn't with them. Suddenly, the roaring sound of 2 fighter jets whooshing overhead was heard. Judging by the model and pattern, they did not belong to the United States.
Those don't look American.
They're not.
Then, they were surrounded by a group of military personnel, who, judging by their skin color and facial features, were also not Americans. And with that, the second season of Z Nation came to an end. However, several teasers were left at the end of the episode. The first teaser showed Murphy indeed safely leaving the submarine, but not by escaping. Seeing the bite marks on the faces of others might explain it. Murphy now moves with an air of someone who looks down upon the world. The second teaser showed Citizen Z in the Arctic, who soon after leaving his base became frozen solid, standing upright in the snowy wilderness, his state of life or death unknown. After some time, a figure appeared before him. The third teaser was about Murphy's daughter, Lucy, now nearly 3 years old. She dressed herself as a princess and sat having tea with 2 zombies beside her.